for the day. So I will try to keep things moving along. I will tell the speakers when their time is up. And if you don't know that about me, I have a German passport, so I'm going to channel some of that German energy when it comes to cutting people off so we can keep things moving along smoothly. We have a really full agenda for you today with some truly inspiring speakers. We actually call them shapers here because they're not only shaping your experience here at the event, but actually shaping the future. And if there's anything that you need, I see we're very lucky here to be having some food and some drinks here, but if there's anything else that you need to feel more comfortable, as your host, please let me know, or the wonderful team that we have here. We want you to have the most awesome day of the week, of your year, so please let us know if there's anything that we can do. As I said, we're going to have a lot of content for you today. We're going to talk about investment in the morning, particularly how we can use investment to fuel different types of innovation, from corporate to startups. And then we're going to go on a little tour around the world. We're going to look at the investment perspectives in Latin America, in the US, and then we're going to come back to Spain and look at the ecosystems in Valencia and Barcelona. And then we'll talk about some other things that matter, both to startups and corporates, about building teams, about designing products, and about collaboration that will hopefully also help us to move more towards a circular economy. And finally, we're going to end the day with a bang and hear from Silvina Moschini, the first Latin American founder who built a unicorn startup. But to get us started today, we have a man that doesn't need any introduction here in Madrid, I think. His name is San Iker. He's known for his spectacular saves and his dedication to the sport, and he's widely considered to be one of the greatest goalkeepers of all time. And he's not only a wonderful sportsman, he's also been making waves as an investor in startups recently. Just yesterday, over there on the growth stage, I was with one of the startups he invested in, Flyfoot. And today, this morning, we will have a fireside chat with him and Manuel Marina, who's the co-founder and CEO of Idoven. It's one of the other startups that he invested in. And they were coming to us on the screen, I think on this one, in just a few seconds. And Iker will share his very personal story about what is behind his idea of what is leading his idea of where he wants to invest his money. Iker.
Hola Sausamid, muchas gracias por la invitación. Yo soy Manuel Marina, CEO de Idoven, y es un placer estar aquí con vosotros. Tengo acompañándonos a Iker Casillas.
¿Qué tal? Un abrazo a todos y espero que os guste esta charla distendida. Bueno, pues nuestra relación empezó hace un par de años cuando yo sufrí un infarto en Portugal. A través de un buen amigo nos puso en contacto, de ahí quedamos, hablamos y fue cuando me enseñaste un poco todo lo que conlleva y todo lo que hay alrededor de Idoven, que qué mejor manera que explicarlo tú.
Pues sí, así fue. Nosotros estamos encantados, la verdad. Fue primero esa conversación a raíz de un problema que tuviste y tener un infarto a la edad que la tuviste, pues es un problema grave, sí. Que tiene muchas personas y eso yo creo que es lo que hizo que nos entendiéramos, que vieras que con tecnología el equipo que estamos creando quiere solucionarlo, quiere ayudar a prevenir estos problemas como el infarto y las enfermedades cardíacas. Y yo creo que esa fue la razón por la que realmente nos entendimos, ¿no? Tú con ganas de ayudar, sí, con ganas de formar parte de esto, sí, y luego ya buscamos la forma de hacerlo, ¿no? Decidiste invertir en la compañía y,
sí. Acuérdate que para mí era como algo novedoso, evidentemente nunca había sufrido un infarto. Y bueno, pues te crean muchos miedos, muchos temores. Por suerte, cuando nos conocimos, me hablaste mucho y muy bien de lo que era Idoven, de lo que englobaba, y no era necesidad, ¿no? Yo creo que era una manera también de intentar demostrar a la gente que puede haber un remedio, que puede haber una ayuda para controlar en cualquier momento el corazón, ya que para nosotros es el motor de nuestra vida.
Así es. Yo creo que uno de los factores también importantes fue que nosotros es un equipo científico, yo soy cardiólogo, o sea, en el fondo es una startup que ha nacido de hacer medicina, ¿no? Y eso yo creo que fue lo que también te enganchó, esa unión de tecnología, de ingenieros y médicos ayudando a crear una solución, creo que es lo que tiene sentido y lo que realmente ha hecho que el proyecto siga creciendo y esté teniendo la atracción que está teniendo.
Sí, sí. Esto ya ha avanzado muchísimo. En vuestro caso, pues habéis caminado mucho y muy bien, y cada paso que dais es más firme que el anterior, y ahora mismo estáis consolidando una marca, gente que estáis detrás, estáis consolidando un proyecto que es muy bonito porque ayudas a mucha gente que tiene mucho miedo y que puede salir beneficiada de eso, de tener un seguimiento y, como digo antes, del corazón, ¿no? Que es un tema tan importante a nivel mundial.
Bueno, Aidoven es una startup de inteligencia artificial para cardiología. Lo que hemos hecho es crear un software alojado en la nube, un software de inteligencia artificial y una plataforma cloud que lo que hace es procesar los latidos de miles de pacientes en la nube y automatizar o ayudar a diagnosticar y a prevenir a los cardiólogos y a todos los médicos. Lo estamos haciendo a través de una conectividad, o sea, intentamos integrarnos con cualquier hardware, con cualquier fabricante que esté grabando corazones, y con enviando a domicilio también dispositivos de aquellas personas que lo necesitan. Uno puede contratar en nuestra web un servicio y mandamos a casa un aparato, como hacemos con Iker, le monitorizamos el corazón durante un tiempo, el tiempo que haya contratado, y devolvemos un diagnóstico, y eso a veces lo hacemos directamente con el usuario final, y la mayoría de las veces son empresas, hospitales, aseguradoras, como hemos firmado ahora contratos con aseguradoras, que quieren dar ese servicio en la que la medicina sale del hospital, llega allí donde está el paciente y diagnosticamos en remoto, ¿no? esa cardiología en remoto, que es lo que está revolucionando un poco la forma de hacer medicina, ¿no? Y luego nos integramos también con todos los hospitales, todos los sistemas hospitalarios que ya tienen un hardware allí. Creamos esa conectividad, esa integración para poder diagnosticarles y ayudar a diagnosticar a esos médicos que es una tarea repetitiva, este diagnóstico, este procesado de los holters, procesado de los electros, es una tarea que conlleva muchas horas de médico al día en Europa y en el mundo, y lo que ayudamos es a ser eficientes, a reducir costes, a reducir el tiempo al diagnóstico, a reducir esa lista de espera. Esos son la propuesta de valor potente que están viendo la mayoría de los con los que nos aliamos en el sector salud, en el sector hospitalario y en los fabricantes de dispositivos médicos. A nivel relación nuestra y todo lo que estamos trabajando juntos, nosotros estamos muy contentos. La verdad que es un gusto trabajar contigo. Todos los proyectos que tenemos en marcha, como el de la Fundación Iker Casillas, para llegar a esas poblaciones vulnerables en zonas de baja densidad geográfica, el proyecto con la Fundación Real Madrid, del que eres embajador, y vamos a acercar esos diagnósticos de alta precisión basados en Big Data, analizando miles de latidos de más de 800 niños en riesgo. Son niños con síndrome de Down, niños con enfermedades que se asocian a las cardiopatías congénitas, ¿no? Niños que tienen problemas de corazón y que a veces no lo saben, ¿no? Y yo creo que son proyectos preciosos los que tenemos en marcha, y todos los que están por venir, ¿no? Todo lo que hemos hecho con Naciones Unidas, para realmente tener ese impacto y formar parte de ese objetivo que se tiene a nivel internacional de reducir la enfermedad cardiovascular en la Agenda 2030 de Naciones Unidas. Es un gusto poder contar con su apoyo.
No, de eso se trata, de intentar llegar lo más lejos posible y que tenga alcance y la gente tenga conocimiento de lo que es Idoven, ¿no? Que me parece una manera... es cómoda, porque es cómoda, ¿no? Y sobre todo después de lo que ha pasado en estos últimos años con el tema de la pandemia, que mucha gente se ha tenido que quedar en casa por el confinamiento, que puedas recibir en casa un aparatito, ¿no? Yo creo que es una labor muy buena por parte de vosotros, un éxito, y lo mío lo único que ha sido es intentar darle difusión para que la gente tenga ese conocimiento.
La dificultad y con eso realmente era cómo procesar toda esa información, ¿no? Yo creo que uno de los grandes avances que hemos hecho es que procesar tantos latidos era muy complicado si lo haces solo con médicos o con software clásicos, ¿no? Y ese software que hemos desarrollado es el que nos permite mirar esos latidos muestra a muestra con una precisión muy detallada y poder hacer medicina y poder diagnosticar. Creo que ese es el avance y ya te conté hace unas semanas que en junio, a principios de junio batimos el récord. Utilizamos 1.600 gigas de memoria RAM para analizar a un único paciente. Eso es muchísimo. Eso nunca en medicina no se había hecho así, ¿no? La computación cloud, computación en la nube y usar 1.600 gigas de RAM para analizar a un único paciente, eso te da una precisión y una capacidad que nos está permitiendo hacer una forma distinta de diagnosticar, una forma distinta de ayudar a los médicos a diagnosticar mejor, ser más precisos y más personalizados también, que es una de las partes importantes, ¿no? Poder detectar en ese paciente, en esa persona individual, cómo funcionan sus latidos, cuáles son esos patrones del corazón, grabando muchos días ese corazón.
Es un mérito vuestro absoluto, pero absoluto.
Bueno, y en Eindhoven ahora mismo estamos centrados en contactar y en todo lo que tenemos en marcha con instituciones, tanto del sector salud, empresas del sector salud, grandes empresas de farmacéuticas, empresas fabricantes de dispositivos médicos y empresas gestoras de salud, como hospitales o seguros, que están contactando mucho con nosotros para llevar soluciones tecnológicas y digitalizar y ayudar a digitalizar la sanidad, ¿no? Y luego hay una línea muy potente, que es en la que yo creo que estamos colaborando muy bien, que es las instituciones del sector deporte, ¿no?
Sí.
Esa parte deportiva creo que tú la entiendes muy bien, llevas muchos años en este sector y ves el beneficio que puede tener nuestra solución en...
Total. O sea, todo el mundo tiene riesgos laborales, cualquier persona que tenga una vida normal. Es cierto que cuando eres deportista y sometes a tu cuerpo a un ritmo cardíaco alto porque haces esfuerzo, pues tendrías que estar mucho más pendiente de él, ¿no? Ya no solo los profesionales, que son los que están todo el día cuidándose y haciendo ese esfuerzo, como digo, sino también los niños. Muchos niños que se dedican a jugar a unas horas que no son las correctas, con mucho calor, que desde pequeños ya empiezan a intentar pues eso, participar en el deporte, también hay que tener un seguimiento, ¿no? Y como bien dices tú, también las organizaciones deportivas, las instituciones deportivas que están detrás, poder ayudarles y poder que tengan un control mucho más claro de los esfuerzos que realizan los chavales. Bueno, tuvimos un caso recientemente en la pasada Eurocopa con Eriksen, que todos vimos lo que sucedió en el campo, un susto grande. Por suerte se recuperó y está bien y sigue con mucha salud, pero evidentemente de ese tipo de casos hay muchos cada día y lo que intentamos es llegar a todos ellos para que no haya ninguna desgracia.
Sí, así es. En el fondo, o sea, lo que tuvo Eriksen fue una parada cardíaca, es lo que normalmente se conoce como la muerte súbita, es el estar bien y al minuto siguiente estar desplomado. Pues eso se ve en el deporte, se ve en el día a día, siempre hay algún caso de conocido. En España hay una parada cardíaca cada 20 minutos, o sea, eso mismo que se vio en televisión y que tuvo mucho impacto en los medios, en España tenemos una cada 20 minutos, ¿no? De personas anónimas que se desploman y que estaban bien, hablando, trabajando y de repente tienen una parada, ¿no? Esa velocidad de reacción que se vio con Eriksen se hizo muy bien, en el campo se reanimó directamente, pues hay personas que no tienen esa suerte y por eso es la primera causa de muerte en el mundo, ¿no? La enfermedad cardiovascular.
Sí, aparte que no solo hay que ceñirse al deporte como tal, ¿no? También cualquier persona anónima que vaya a su puesto de trabajo y tenga una vida normal también debe chequearse y también debe de hacerse revisiones, no solo de cualquier colon, etcétera, ¿no? Sino también del corazón, que al fin y al cabo es algo importantísimo para nosotros y es el que te da el día a día, la fuerza de vivir. Creo que gente como vosotros es necesaria y todo lo que sea ayudar y todo lo que sea salud creo que es muy bienvenido para todo el mundo y sobre todo animar a la gente que nos está mirando ahora en este coloquio o la gente que mirará después que se anime a chequear, a hacer revisiones de corazón que al fin y al cabo es nuestro día a día.
Bueno, ya sabes que no nos queremos quedar aquí, que los proyectos de futuro son muy bonitos también. Hemos cerrado ahora hace unos meses la ronda de inversión, esa ronda de inversión semilla de 2 millones, en la que han entrado inversores muy potentes, Guaira, Accel. Atraer inversión de Accel no es nada sencillo en España. Y creo que nos pone en una buena posición para este objetivo internacional, ¿no? De llegar a esas instituciones y a las que estamos llegando ya a nivel internacional, tanto de salud como deportivas, que realmente ven un beneficio en esto, ¿no? Esta digitalización de la salud, herramientas de inteligencia artificial ayudando y plataformas de inteligencia artificial ayudando a que los pacientes vayan mejor, se diagnostiquen mejor y que los médicos y el proceso asistencial, el cómo se cuida y el cómo se cura a los pacientes sea más eficiente y con un coste menor, ¿no?
Por nuestra parte, toda la ayuda posible, intentar con nuestra aceleradora Sport Boots ayudar a jóvenes con un talento y con unas ganas de colaborar para el cuidado de los demás o para hacer la vida mucho más fácil, y qué menos que cuando es un tema de salud como este, pues podamos tender la mano para colaborar, como digo, y ayudar mucho más, ¿no? Así que por nuestra parte, todo lo que sea ese joven talento y esa ilusión y esas ganas de querer ayudar al resto, de la parte de mi equipo y el mío personal, lo va a tener y va a estar siempre codo con codo para poder realizar una vida mucho más fácil y más cómoda.
Muchas gracias, Iker. En nombre del equipo también agradecértelo, que hoy estoy yo aquí, pero que hay un equipazo detrás,
Sí,
y todos están muy contentos contigo, con tu ayuda, y de verdad te lo agradecemos mucho. Que sepas que todos los ingenieros, todos los médicos que estamos detrás te lo agradecemos.
Gracias a vosotros por lo que hacéis.
Y a South Summit también por la invitación, por contar con nosotros hoy, y de verdad estamos muy agradecidos.
Es verdad. Un abrazo a todos, espero que os haya gustado.
Wow, I didn't know that every 20 minutes in Spain alone there is a cardiac arrest. Talk about a problem that really needs solving. And what a way to bring the topic of investing with your heart really into the center stage. Moving on, however, another topic that is very near and dear to my heart is the topic of diversity, particularly in the startup system and the VC ecosystems. And here to talk about this in a fireside chat, we have two wonderful ladies coming to us on stage. Moderating the panel will be Brooke Richardson. She is the investment director at the Venture City, and she will introduce her wonderful panelists. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. And Daniel, this is also a topic very near and dear to my heart, both personally and professionally. At the Venture City, being founded by two very strong female founders, it's kind of in the DNA of the Venture City to focus on diversity in terms of socioeconomic background, ethnicity, gender, education, so lots of varieties. We invest in diverse founders that are looking to achieve global impact. And I'm so honored to be here today with Margarita Alborz. So welcome to the stage, Margarita. So Margarita is the founder and president of Social Nest Foundation. Margarita has 10 years of experience in the impact field. So I know, Margarita, you have a ton of experience to share with the audience today. Very honored to have you here. And I would first like to ask you, what does diversity mean to you? And why is it so important?
Thanks, Brooke. Well, I think diversity is, at the end, recognizing that each of us is unique, is different, and as you are saying, there are different dimensions that make us unique, like gender, age, physical abilities, socioeconomic situations, and many others. And I think it's recognizing that, but also to embrace that difference, right? And also even celebrating that difference. I think it's really important because, I mean, we are here in this Forum South Summit where there's a lot of talks about sustainability, for example. And actually, we are in a world that is facing great social and environmental challenges, challenges that are complex, that are urgent, that are wicked, that are global. And we really need the point of view of those, of everyone who is involved in this type of challenges, right? I mean, when we build startups, we are thinking about how the needs of the users, we need to solve needs of others, and if we are close to those needs, we will be able to solve this or build solutions more aligned with that. And I think that we need to move beyond diversity and with many other concepts like inclusion, but also even belonging. Verna Meyers, who is the VP of Inclusion Strategy at Netflix, she says that diversity is being invited to a party, and inclusion is to be asked to dance. And I think belonging, it's more that you feel comfortable enough in order for you to ask others to dance. So I think we need to achieve that goal of everyone feeling that empowered and comfortable enough and with this emotional state where they feel that they can really be part of the solution.
Definitely, and who doesn't love to dance? And so I'm really glad that you brought up the inclusion topic, because I think that's so important when we talk about diversity. And I think sometimes an important thing is diversity, inclusion, impact can kind of get a reputation of as a charity, which, you know, from an investing side is not how we view it at all, right? The numbers actually show that more diverse teams do perform better, and we've seen it in our portfolio time and time again. We're really excited this year to have about 40% of our startups this year with female founders, and you know, just bringing those diverse perspectives and all the different kind of diversity areas you were talking about really does make an impact. And it's not just, you know, something nice to do, but also from an investor standpoint, it is a financially sound thing to do. So we have seen better returns. So that's really exciting to see that kind of impact.
I mean, I think you are completely right. It's not, it's just because it's an equity or a just thing to do, it's because it makes sense. I mean, in order for you to understand the complexity of the problems that we face or the global context that we face, the market, you need different perspectives. And you can only have that if you, in your team, have this perspective from people who have different backgrounds, different experiences that can put that or bring that onto the table.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And so in terms of Social Nest, I want to get a bit further on what you guys are doing today. How exactly are you incorporating this grand idea of diversity and inclusion on more of the day-to-day?
Well, at Social Nest, we are a foundation that was born 11 years ago as a pioneer organization in Spain, working with entrepreneurs that wanted to have a positive impact. So we run different programs to support those entrepreneurs, but also we foster impact investing, so more and more asset owners and asset managers can mobilize their capital towards impact. And as part of our work with entrepreneurs, at some point, we realized we started supporting very early stage entrepreneurs, but at some point, we started developing programs, more kind of investment readiness programs. And we realized that in one of those cohorts, we just had one woman out of 8 startups. Wow. So we said, okay, what's going on? I mean, for earlier startups, maybe earlier stages, we had more kind of balance, but when you are looking for investment and all that, we saw this difference and we decided that we had to do something about it. So we launched an initiative called Women Investors and Startup Summit in order for inspiring women to connect women investors and founders and talk about learnings, experiences and all that. And it went really well and helped us also get closer to the founders and understanding the challenges. and all that. But apart from this type of actions that we are doing, also from our investment side, we are in our, for example, FI initiative, which is the one that is looking to accelerate the mobilization of capital towards impact, working with investors. We always try to select funds that are investing with a gender lens perspective, or for example, this year we had a Canadian VC fund investing in indigenous entrepreneurs.
Oh, great.
So trying to letting people know that, as you are saying, this makes sense, and fostering that type of concepts and views. We are also promoting with with a fund, Subi Capital, a seed fund for women and minorities. But apart from all these actions, we are also reflecting, we have been reflecting in the fact that not only we need to do specific things for these profiles, which of course I think we need to do, but also how we can, in all the activities that we do in our regular programs, really put the focus on attracting, or more in the belonging side that I was mentioning before, right? That how we can communicate what we do, how we our network of mentors, for example, can be more diverse, so the entrepreneurs, the investors, the mentors feel also called to be part of our activities, which I think it's also important that in our day-to-day activities, programs, we make sure that we are calling them to be part of it, and they feel that they need to be part of this.
And I love what you're doing, Margarita, especially in terms of the networking, and it goes beyond just providing funds. The founders that are maybe from the emerging markets might not have such access to these kind of experts, the network that you can provide in other VCs, and I think that's really important to be able to encourage, and of course, like you said, to invite them to the dance. So that's fantastic. And in terms of kind of going on a more personal level, so as a female entrepreneur, have you faced any challenges? How have you found, the journey as being a female entrepreneur?
Well, I started Social Nest 11 years ago, as I said, so I was in my late 20s. And
Not long ago.
It seemed long ago. And I mean, at the beginning, I didn't realize of many things. I mean, I studied engineering, and I think when I was a student at university, there were only like 20% of female engineers studying and all that, but I couldn't really see the difference. But once I started being an entrepreneur, at some point you realize, I mean, sometimes are minor things, or at least for me, it hasn't been nothing like very dramatic or something like that. But yeah, comments like when they see you like in a very paternalistic way, or they talk to you like if you were kind of almost a child, and maybe I was already a mom, and I was in some conversation that they were talking to me like it was a kid or something like that, these type of things. But then talking with other female founders, and I don't know, maybe you also have experience with the female founders you support at the Venture City, you see that at some point, for some women, this is really an issue, and some of them, even when they need to pitch, for example, for doing fundraising, they don't even do it themselves. They ask a male colleague, which is not maybe the CEO, the one to do it, and things like that. So you can see that they really feel and sense that there's a kind of a disadvantage for them being a female CEO pitching, for example, or doing fundraising.
Yeah, I've definitely seen firsthand the questions, and even just the slight wording can be much more kind of demeaning or aggressive, and so that's unfortunate to see, but I think it's being brought to the forefront even more now. So that's
in fact, there's a study that was done like some years ago at TechCrunch in one of these pitch competitions, where they were studying the type of questions that VCs used to do to the founders. VCs that could be male or even female, and they found out that the type of questions done for male founders are more kind of asking them about the projections, the future, their vision, how they can grow the startup and all that. And for the female founders, the type of questions done by, again, by male VCs or female VCs are more related to the risks that they may face, how are they going to overcome the barriers. So not enabling the female founder to show all the potential that their startup has, right? So there's this type of biases that we have, and this is something that is we need to be aware of that.
Yeah, lots of questions on why do you think you can compete with the big competition and the big fish. I know personally I was a founder before. I started a company after the MBA. Maybe not the most sound financial decision with student loans. But another kind of thing I've noticed too is in the emerging markets, you know, the diversity there. Luckily for us, we had fallbacks, you know, we could go back to our home countries, we could go find other jobs. And a lot of founders today don't have that kind of safety net or, you know, getting to the first grant, to the first investment can be quite difficult. We did the ramen thing, but, you know, sometimes it can be very hard. So I think it's important too that we look at, you know, the emerging markets and hubs that, as we all know, talent isn't just in Silicon Valley anymore.
Definitely.
And so finding those hubs and being able to contact and reach those founders. I don't know how you found, you know, the various founders. You guys are working globally with all kinds of startups.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I was saying at the beginning, the challenges, the needs are everywhere. And emerging markets, especially when we are thinking, in our case, in impact, it really makes all the sense because you are thinking about building startups that are solving real problems and maybe it's many times related with basic needs of the people, but at the same time you have huge markets.
Right.
And they are the ones who are suffering that situation, their communities. So they are the best prepared to really solve them, right? And I definitely think that's the way to go. And thinking about the talent. Yesterday, I think in the arena there was also this panel, and they were specifically saying that sometimes we think in the United States or Northern Europe, like the place where, and obviously there's a lot of talent and the ecosystems are there, but when you go abroad and you see other countries, other ecosystems, you see that here in Spain or everywhere or in emerging countries, you can really find people willing to do things and very talented and very passionate. And at the end of the day, being an entrepreneur is also about motivation, right? About being to change things, and the personal side of an entrepreneur is huge. It's so important, and when you are really solving something that it's very close to you or your community, makes you really put everything to make this a success.
Yeah, you make a really good point. One of the things that we've seen in our portfolio is that there have been teams that actually have not met in person before, so they are fully remote. And I think the pandemic has actually accelerated this in a great way for diversity, because our founders are able, well, founders everywhere are able to really search for talent in different areas or geographies that they might not have looked at before. And like you said, there is incredible talent coming from these areas. And so I'm really excited to see that. And I think technology and the pandemic, unfortunately, has really helped that. I don't know if you've seen technology kind of affect diversity in other ways.
Yeah, I think accessibility, technology allows accessibility to resources, to education, to forums like this one, for example, where everyone can see online. And we have also taken advantage of that. Last year, our programs, our Forum for Investors was online. And so we really could reach people in different countries. This year, for example, we had people in Iran, for example, attending virtually, obviously, but you can access people that or they can access content, information, connections in a global way. So I think really that it's helpful for the diversity, definitely.
Definitely. And I would say on the scouting side, we've seen that as well. So we can do lots of Zoom calls with people from all over rather than having to travel. And I think it makes it cheaper for the founders too, which is great. So in terms of kind of the global perspective, what other initiatives would you like to see, or how does impact investing specifically play a big part in this?
Well, I think, as we said before, for me, one of the clues for having a more diverse ecosystem in terms for startups or also VCs is being aware of these unconscious biases that we all have. Once we are aware, I think we are able to tackle them. But if we are not aware of that, we just will continue perpetuating the status quo. So I think being aware and for that, talking about this, I think it's one of the first steps that we need to take. Also, I think that creating specific vehicles, specific initiatives for specific groups, the ones that are less more underrepresented, I think are also important. So when we can see these funds for Black founders, for example, also female founders, but others, you can really see that many of these VCs are ones who before were entrepreneurs who suffered that difficulties in fundraising and all that, and they now want to see that change. Because at the end, sometimes, fundraising is a lot about network, right? And they have maybe this network that is more aligned with the entrepreneurs and their profile. So I think it's important that we have these specific funds. And also, as you were saying before, to prove that it makes sense. From the financial point of view, it also makes change. But you need specific people with this goal of really supporting. And this comes, for me, back to the equity side that we were saying before, right? That when you think about diversity, you think about inclusion, but you think also about belonging, as we were saying, but also about equity, that really you want everyone to have the same opportunities. It's the first thing to be, and also you don't want to miss talent or opportunities because just because of the demographics or whatever, as we were saying, right? So for that equity, you really need to know that you need kind of to do different kind of support or help, right? I think these new funds that are focused on these groups make sense because it makes the focus on these groups need specific help, more help maybe than others. So I think that's important. And once you do that and you align those interests, you will prove that it makes sense. And then you can bring it more mainstream or more, as I was saying before, as part of all the funds, or programs or etc. having these profiles, right?
Definitely.
And I think impact investing is true that it makes sense from the impact investing side to support equity or fighting inequalities, right? Because at the end, when you are doing impact investing, what you are doing is to try to intentionally create a positive impact with your investments. And there are SDGs that show us that there are gender inequalities, there are different inequalities that need to be solved. So it's really, it really makes sense to align impact investing with diversity.
Definitely, and I think it's all of our job, right, to invite people to the dance and to have that inclusion. I think we are out of time, but Margarita, thank you so much for joining me here today. Lots of great insights and really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great session. Absolutely, diversity is a topic that, and I'm grateful that they pointed it out, is not just about charity, but that it is actually an investment case. Our next panel is going to move us a little bit away from startups and traditional VCs to actually a more corporate lens and the topic of next-gen funds. And we're going to explore how are these VC 3.0 are going to fulfill their vision of boosting innovation from a corporate perspective. And here to discuss the next-gen funds are with us Cesar Tello, the CEO of Adigital, Digital is the association of the digital economy in Spain, and Cesar is their CEO. Before, he has served as deputy director for 10 years in the association, as well as been managing director of the Fundación Crédito, all of which reflects and encouraged his passion for a digitized economy. Cesar, welcome on stage.
Okay, well, hello everybody here and everybody in the stream or watching this afterwards. Actually, for this session and before I start with the context, it is imperative to share it with someone that is actually dealing with innovation in the corporate world. And for that, I'm going to ask and to invite Javier to join us on stage. So Javier Sanchez. Javier is Chief Innovation and Brand Officer at Aedas Homes. He's a member of the steering committee since joining the home builder in 2017. Javier has played an active part in the young company's growth, including its IPO, which we all know it's a very difficult time, especially for such a young company. And Javier, you're also responsible for technology, data, innovation, and digital transformation. And you have played a significant role in launch Aedas Homes, different projects like Modern Methods of Construction business line, or creating a live virtual tours product that you'll explain us later. So definitely a pioneer on the experience of selling homes, providing virtual tours to customers, guided by live real estate advisors. So welcome, Javier.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Thank you.
Okay, so Javier, before I get into your experience from the innovation part, I think it's a good idea maybe to give a little bit of context on the Next Gen funds, because I think here in Spain, since we are the second or maybe the first, along with Italy, state that we're going to receive most funds, maybe we're pretty familiar, but the South Summit is very international, and maybe there's people that are listening to us that are not so familiar. So just very briefly, the Next Gen is a recovery fund put in place by the European Union after the pandemic, and not necessarily to actually work on the companies that are more on the crisis level, but actually to take this opportunity that the pandemic has brought in terms of boosting transformation and getting a European single market that is really focused and boosted by technology and digitalization. So there's 750,000 million euros that are going to be invested on this plan, of which 140,000 are coming to Spain. And what has happened is that from that Next Gen program for the whole Europe, every country, every market has had to present to the European Commission your own plan, your own market plan. In the case of Spain, it's a plan called España Puede, España Can, so a little bit of our Yes We Can. Again, it's the largest of all Europe. It's very ambitious, and it's focused on 4 main streams, which are sustainability, industrialization, digitalization, and gender equality, that before fireside chat we were talking about. Then those 4 goals have 10 different policy streams with 30 components, in which all the calls for financing are going to come within this type of components that, again, are going to be focused on that impact on industrialization, sustainability, digitalization, and gender equality. So we're at this point, and part of these calls are actually going to need the corporations. The corporations for these funds are seen as attraction for projects that are going to need a lot of collaboration. So at this point, and now getting into Javier and into Aedas, we see that Aedas is a young company in the real estate, Javier, but I think for most of us, real estate has been for many, many years a very traditional sector in which pretty much construction and going to ask for a mortgage and buy a house, and this has been happening since probably our parents were doing it like that. Yeah. How is transforming the sector so that we can talk really on transformative projects for these funds?
Okay. Well, we are in a new generation of real estate companies. We are talking about a large sector which represents 12% of the GDP of Spain. So this is something big. Everybody knows about homes. We all live in homes, and the role of AEDAS Homes is specifically into the creation of new homes. We only do one thing, which is create new homes, around 3,000 per year. So the opportunity is very big. These new generation companies have massive challenge because of digitization. So I would say that there are three main parts where we are in the middle of a revolution. The first part is that we are not anymore interested in building, but manufacturing buildings, which means that modern methods of construction allows you to get away from the traditional way of building homes, which is the same way we've been building homes for 200 years. It takes the same time, it has the same inefficiencies, it doesn't work for sustainability or decarbonization because it takes a lot of resources to make the building in a traditional way. Of course, this is not going to change from one day to another, but the idea is to manufacture homes away from the site, either in 2D or 3D. So you build a factory, similar to a factory where you build cars or planes, which is, I think, a better example, because planes are assembled in a large factory, and it has many, many pieces. And so the idea is to build in 2D or 3D. 3D would be the module itself, and different modules will combine and connected and ensemble will make the home. But for example, a bathroom pod will also be something that you can do in 3D, or a kitchen, or the entire house.
Like a Lego.
Like a Lego, exactly. Or you can do things in 2D, like facades, like you know, the walls, the internal walls, you know, many different parts of the home. So the idea is you no more build, but you manufacture, and then you transport that and you assemble this on the final side. This is a massive new industry. You have the traditional builders that are already being aware that they need to change because it's more cost efficient, it makes things more sustainable, it fights against, you know, or in favor of decarbonization. Gender-wise, it's much better because women hadn't had access to this industry, you know, for different reasons. But in a control and manufacture way, women can perfectly, you know, work at least 3 times more than in traditional offsite, inside buildings. You change from uncertainty in cost and time, and you really get certainty because you planify, you make a better plan of the entire project.
Manufacturing line which you can control.
Exactly. You cannot improvise. You know, when you have a home that is running through a chain and is getting the different parts. So those companies that will crack how to manufacture homes instead of building homes have a big future, and it's a multi-billion euros opportunity. So that's one aspect.
That's the first change, manufacturing.
That's the first, manufacturing.
Second one.
The second one would be the selling of the home itself has been traditionally a very physical experience, and this is going to change because of ways of building new narratives for selling homes digitally. If I live in Norway and I want to buy a house in the south, in the sunny south of Spain, of course taking a plane and visiting the place would be important. But the pandemic showed us that if the narrative and the experience is good enough, you can buy a home remotely without visiting the place, because the house is already not built. So even if you go, you're not
To
going
the
to see
side.
much in the site. And we believe that companies that are focusing their efforts in virtualization and creating new narratives and new experience for customers, they are also going to be the future generation of agencies.
So we're talking here about virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality.
Exactly, and we built an innovation project which is today a separate company from the group. It's called Live Virtual Tours, and we combine three technologies. We first build with Unreal Engine. Unreal is one of the engines for video games, like video games very famous like Fortnite. So we first build in 3D the house and the surroundings. Then we use the technology, which is very stable, from television. And a customer representative that is in a chroma, in a green chroma, is connecting live with the customer. And then we use the internet as a mechanism of communication. So basically, what we can do in real time is we can take this person in this chroma and we can put this person inside the video game, the house, and that person is live answering your questions
And moving around.
showing you and walking around. When the human brain looks at a person inside of a space, you immediately understand how big is the thing, the kitchen, the living room, the swimming pool, and you can, with your voice, you can ask the person to take you from one part to another, to zoom in some places, to answer, any questions you may have. And because they can see the house much better than physically, and because they create trust with the customer representatives, we've been selling more than 30 million euros in homes remotely
Already with this technology?
So it's a big step. And the third one would be the digitalization of the home. The concept of going to a home as a service. Today, building a home is 99% hardware and 1% software in the mind of the industry. But this equation is going to change. Every single industry where digitalization has made a revolution was because the software part took more strength from the hardware part. I'm going to make a very simple example. Taxis is a very physical thing. You take a taxi, it takes you from point A to point B. But today, taking a cab is more pressing some buttons on your phone. Of course, the physical world organizes itself. When you say, I want to go from this point to this point, I know the price, and you have all these services. So, of course, taking one person from point A and point B is going to be physical for many years, but it's more a software play right now. And then you have Uber and Cabify and My Taxi and many plots. So, in the world of construction, that 1% of software is going to increase, which means that it's not only controlling the climate or the air condition and the temperature of your home. It's many more things. It's all the devices that are connected. It's how to remotely allow access to friends or an Amazon delivery. How to be able to answer if somebody rings your doorbell from your work using your phone. It means how to connect the lights and your TV and having an Alexa or a Google Home assistant. All this ecosystem is going to flourish in the next few years. And I think it's also a very interesting opportunity for those companies, for those startups out there, because again, those who are going to crack this, they will have a massive opportunity because we have 27 million homes in Spain. So just in Spain, I'm not talking about Europe, which is even bigger. The opportunity is great for all these startups that we are seeing and all this talent.
Let's talk about that a little bit, Javier, because we're in the South Summit, and on this last part, you're talking about the smart home, and I'm sure there are other startups that probably can have solutions for manufacturing and for the customer experience in the sale. But you mentioned something that I think is happening in every single industry, which is we are in the servitized world. We don't sell cars anymore. We rent it by time and we provide added services. Everybody in retail, everybody is trying to see how you can actually provide the service around the product, because the product doesn't differentiate that much anymore. So now you're saying on something that is a huge product, usually once in a lifetime sale,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
And suddenly you're making it like a platform in which you can interact with all types of things around the life of the home. And by that, you have to work, I guess, with a huge ecosystem to make like an operating system, right? The house has to be an operating system accessible by all the technology that are coming, by all these applications that are coming. So you as a builder are actually in the center of that. So you're promoting that actually you can become, as a builder, the first interaction or even the creator of that platform for the house that you are going to give to someone. So I would ask you, what is the message in the South Summit with all these startups, talking about the funds, the European funds, because what you have told us, it's really transformative. The funds are going to come in a competitive way, so that means that this is not somebody that has an idea or that has a need is going to come to a public calling and is going to get the funds. There is going to be competitiveness. It seems a lot of money, and it seems like there's going to be sometimes hard to cover all the money that is going to come. But the reality, and we're seeing with already some areas like agriculture, for example, they have come 700 what is called manifest of interest, 700 manifest of interest with consortiums of companies for around 50, 60 companies each, and there are 700 of them. 2,400 million euros. If you divide that, you can see that it's not going to be that much money for everyone. They probably are going to select just a few and really like put some real investment into that for the most transformative ones. So I think what you told us is really transformative. How, if I'm a startup, should go about starting to talk into a corporation like you and start talking on, hey, I want to be part of this, I have something to put on the table,
okay.
and go maybe to
okay.
look for funds.
I will answer in two separate parts.
Yeah.
The first one would be for those companies, for those startups and scale-ups that really want to make a difference in this new opportunity that we have post-pandemic. I would say look at our business model and the different parts that we have. If you have something interesting in or that adds value in buying the land, in the process of buying the land, which is very, very manual today. Mm-hmm. If you have something to add in the construction, which is the second part that we do, and the selling of the home, and then the services, mm-hmm. and the after-sale service that you're giving, which is basically the four parts of our process, we believe there is a great opportunity. And property developers like us, mm-hmm. are very interested in talking to all these different companies. Mm-hmm. Now, next generation funds give us an additional opportunity, which is the homes that are already built, mm-hmm. are not efficient. Mm-hmm. Average age of homes in Spain are 42 years old. Mm-hmm. They were built in years where the technical your requisites were much lower than mm-hmm. today. For mm-hmm. new building, you can be, very you're on the safe side. They are sustainable. They are zero emissions. No problem. But for the existing, mm-hmm. which is the bigger part, yeah. they need to be renovated. Mm-hmm. Those funds need to find people interested in changing their homes. Mm-hmm. And this is not going to be very easy because you literally have to go building by building. Mm-hmm. If it's a single home, home by home, telling people, look, there are funds that you can take advantage of to renovate your home. And this will need thousands of agents all over Spain to make this possible. Because the owner of a home doesn't have such an incentive to change his home if he has to put money. But if they see the opportunity of changing and making more sustainable their home and saving money each month, and the way of doing this is easy because there is an agent that can facilitate the conversation between the technical part and the financial part and the people, then we will take advantage of all these funds. It would be very, very sad to see that we have a lot of money in one side from the European Union and that we don't have enough projects to put that money, because then we will lose the money.
And we do have now a couple of calls that are going to come into action in the next months regarding this, right?
Yes.
With some thousands of millions involved in regenerating houses.
Exactly, and I think we need the entire value chain to make this happen. It's not only corporations, but we need people from the public sector, we need politicians, we need state level, community level, and city hall level to join forces. Then we need the banks to make this financially possible, and of course property developers, builders, architects. All these people are needed to make this happen, and it's a massive challenge. And I'm eager to see what we can do between now and 2026 with all these funds. So there is, again, a great opportunity for many people.
Lots of opportunities. I think we're running out of time, Javier. But I would definitely leave, if I can leave just one last message, is the opportunity. I think we all are all the time looking into how to generate more customer experiences. Everybody lives somewhere in a home. So to me, talking with people that are building the homes and suddenly being able to start talking about digitalization and experiences in smart homes, I think this is pretty new and a huge opportunity. We spend the most hours living there, so if we can get to the users in their homes, I think the picture can change a lot in what we're talking about with the pandemic and the uses of digitalization more and more. So I think your profile is a big player to play a big role in the next few years. So thank you a lot for giving us more light.
We are very happy, and thank to the South Summit for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And well, I live in Barcelona, and speaking from my experiences, it's absolutely true. We need more collaboration between all the different players. I mean, in the owners community of our building, it is notoriously difficult to get anything decided. So yes, to more collaboration. And collaboration is what we're going to move on to, because the next session is going to cover one area that actually we didn't mention between the corporates, the governments, the communities, and it's the academics. And if we're talking about innovation, I mean, academics and research are one of the great sources of getting to new innovation, isn't it? So that's why I am very happy that we have here an expert to shed some light on how academia can be more supportive of the technology transfer into the private markets, and how that can be encouraging more flow into more innovative projects for tomorrow. And I would like to welcome on stage Enrique Chada. Enrique is a true catalyst with a vision of getting new startup companies off the ground. And he's driven by a passion of helping people connect and making the right connections to get the right people together at the right time and the right place. He's helping MIT bring more corporate support for their research and building mutually beneficial relationships. And he's the member and founder director of the Expert Collective Cooperative, which focuses on enabling knowledge transfer as well. So he's the perfect person to give us a keynote on this, how we can enable knowledge transfer. Enrique,
thank you.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. And I have 20 minutes. Well, for those that stayed and the brave souls, thank you very much. and South Summit, thank you very much for having me. I'm pretty sure, should we wait like a couple minutes to have more people come in, or because this session was not really in the online program. So before I begin, let me set the stage. I'm Enrique Schada. I've worked at MIT for many years, and I decided to leave MIT to focus on this endeavor, to help academic experts bring value to society through the transformation of their knowledge into products and services that become useful to society. I'm also part of the MIT Link program for biomedical innovation. And my goal today is to give you really the keys of how to make the translation of knowledge that's generated at universities a success. And I had a presentation, but the presentation is not available, so I'll rely on my phone. I'm not texting or something like that or browsing. I'm going to rely on my phone because I took some notes and the presentation was going to be my key, but I don't have it. Before I give you the keys, how many of you are interested in academia, just to get a sense, where are you, because we have a small audience, in that process? Do you engage in the process of transferring knowledge from academia to, are you a startup? Are you a startup? Are you guys in academia or investors? Okay. So the 3 keys, if you get one thing out of this talk, would be these 3 keys, okay? The first key to unlock that value is truth. The second is relevance. And the third is cooperation. In English, cooperation and collaboration are the same. I know in Spanish it's a little bit of nuance difference. Cooperation is more passive. Collaboration is actually working together. So I use them interchangeably. So let's begin with truth. How do you know that you know something? And how do you know that what you know is actually true? So it's not as easy as it seems. And one guy, his name is Galileo Galilei, was convinced that he understood a truth that in his day was not really well accepted, which is that the Earth orbits the sun and not everything orbits around the Earth. And he was convinced about his truth, and the Inquisition sent him to prison and spent his life in house arrest because of his convictions to truth. But before I began really unlocking more of that truth key, let's talk about a little bit about evolution. We, as humans, have evolved our brains for the past 500 million years or something, 200 million years. The modern brain kind of, there's early indication that the modern brain evolved 200 million years ago. But only recently, around 70,000, 100 years ago, 100,000 years ago, something happened. We started to communicate in more abstract terms. We started to connect with each other in ways that enabled us to make more complex moves and understand our surroundings. And there's evidence of this in Blombos Caves in South Africa, where you have very early art forms of humans. At that time, we began to form more complex societies. And this complexity evolved quickly, or continued ongoing, when we started to create, for example, coins. The coinage and the discovery of metallurgy and discovery of farming really enabled a process that I called really, that I see as a blessing and a curse. So we started to really understand our environment, but we also started to exploit people and dominate in a way that we haven't done before. So coins and the invention of coins led to the enabling of sustaining armies, that these sustaining armies that are now 24/7 ready at bay to fight were basically mercenaries that allowed domination and conquering Alexander the Great's empire and the Roman Empire and different empires starting to arise. And this domination really set the foundation of our modern society. When you dominate and exploit, you use metallurgy to create new weapons, and all that went into the process of alchemy or observing the natural world and using it to your advantage. And that really started to shape what truth meant. victors will write history. The people that lost and were traumatized and at the periphery of empires were actually forgotten. So the concept of truth started to emerge from that thinking of, okay, let's understand the world, the natural world, and which led, and fast forward a few hundred years, and I'm not going to give you a lesson of history here on science, but led to actually the first approaches to understanding the natural world through a scientific method, through observation. But something really happened in the 1600s with Lord Bacon, Francis Bacon, that really changed the course of history. And that was that science became irrational. And science became irrational because Bacon really emphasized in identifying the data and collecting the data that disproved thesis about a phenomena. So it was about elimination. It was about having the best theory survive the data. So science became irrational in that it was all about collecting the data and setting the experiments to prove or disprove given theory. That led to the trend towards Baconian convergence, which means that a lot of data needed to be produced and discussed in scientific forums, absent of opinion. So your opinions didn't really matter. It was the data and the theory, and that others could replicate. So that really set the foundation for the scientific method. And the scientific method enabled a whole new way of thinking that was expressed in hypercomplexity. And you can, fast forward to today, you have machines like the ASML machine, which is a semiconductor equipment maker machine that allows people to make microchips. It's one of the most complex, if not the most complex machine in the planet. So truth really was, the concept of truth based on science and rigor is based on observation, based on this Baconian convergence, but also was very narrow. So people in science really tend to be narrow in understanding the phenomena. And that narrowness yields very positive and fruitful results, like, for example, semiconductor equipment and other types of technologies, but misses the point, and it's not complete. It's not the whole story. That's why you need the other keys, because we have a lot of problems. Obviously, we're facing actually an epidemic of untruth or misinformation, and that comes from somewhere. And that second key, once you have truth settled, that's an important element, the second is relevance. We came from a society of war, of domination, and that dissemination of knowledge has been done through a process of oppression. And this process of oppression is really ingrained in our society today. And this is a process that Paulo Freire, an educator in Brazil in the 1960s, really coined well, which is the banking method of learning. The banking method of learning is a method in which the experts that own the knowledge and understand the knowledge treat the students as blank slates or empty vessels that you deposit knowledge into. And what that does is basically ignores what the person brings to the relationship. So it becomes a cascading oppressive system. And when science is applied and the knowledge is disseminated in that way, there are a lot of people that are subject to the side effects of being ignored. And the relevance equation, or the relevance key, really can be unlocked by bringing a different paradigm, which is what Paulo Freire called a paradigm of liberation. The paradigm of liberation is a paradigm based on dialogue. So it's the dialectical method of learning. You learn by discussing in a dialogue a phenomena together. So the student and the teacher flip roles. The student becomes the teacher becomes the student, in the way that the student brings tacit knowledge to the table, and the teacher brings the empathy and the interest in learning that tacit knowledge, and that connects them at a humanizing level. And that opens up the opportunity to what Paulo Freire called conscientization, or conscious building. Once you achieve conscious building, and you actually have the student conscious of their own surroundings and their own reality, that opens up absolutely the door for the next key, which is cooperation and collaboration. So I've talked about the three keys of, two of the three keys of transferring knowledge from academic experts to the market or to industry, to change makers in industry. The first is truth. You need truth, and truth based on some rigor. You also need relevance. And the relevance has to be achieved by a dialogue between the person that has and is developing the knowledge and the person that is actually on the other side, the person that is interested in learning about that particular matter and implement it or apply it in the world. And that connection is what opens the door to collaboration. And this last part is where one of the most difficult keys to unlock, the collaboration key, because to translate knowledge from academic experts that are really irrational, if you look at it that way, to the world, you need someone like myself. You need intermediaries, you need connectors that can really translate the mission and the objectives that people in science have, the people that create knowledge, that can map that intent to potential impact in society. And to do that, there are risks. It's very risky. And there are four macro categories of risks that you need really to consider. And these are more or less in sequence. The first category of risk is legal risk. The second category of risk is financial risk. The third is people. And the fourth are things or tools. Regarding legal risk, the key point there is who owns the knowledge. Is the knowledge owned by the one who created it, meaning the irrational scientist? Is it owned by the institution that supported the work through facilities? Or is it owned by the sponsor, meaning the person that financed the effort? The reason that's important is because once you have a clear nugget of knowledge that could be very valuable, you need to understand who owns it off the bat, initially, so you know which rights are you going to be acquiring or which rights are you going to be ceding to any other party. The next key follows and flows from the first one, which is finance. Finance and law are connected because law, which is nation state, typically enforced by nation states, backs up finance. If you don't believe me, go to any restaurant in Madrid, which are great, and order the most expensive meal, and then write in a napkin the amount of money that you're going to pay and just hand over the napkin to the server to see if they accept it. They're going to call the police on you. So the nation state goes in and enforces the law. So finance really is about social sustainability. And I say social because it has to be expansive. So finance really enables the transfer to be socially sustainable, because the financial equations that we'll talk to you about later are really, in our Western society, form the basis of how the economic system works. So the next risk is people. And when I say people, I mean not just the people that want to actually embody or create something out of the knowledge. It's everyone who will connect to that knowledge, even as a beneficiary or the people supplying it or the people regulating it. You, as a change maker in industry, need to really understand not only the skill sets that you need in your team to bring something to market, but you need to understand on the other side, the end user or the enablers, what is their role, what is the full life cycle of that invention, a priori, just to have an idea, to make sure that you address all the externalities that exist. And we have a history of ignoring that. That's why we're suffering from global warming and all these technologies that 50 years ago were very promising in unlocking energy. We're now having a greenhouse gas problem that nobody thought about, or if they did, they actually didn't connect to the people that cared about it enough at that time. And lastly, one thing about the people issue as well is that I've come across a lot of founders that want to hire their friends or the people that work with them or the people that they know, ignoring the contribution that that person will have exactly to that project at that time. So skill set matters more than friendship. And if you're really interested in commercializing a technology from a university, build the best team, not the team that you know. It has to be a combination of both, people that you know and people who have the skill set to actually execute. And the final risk is about things. And the reason they're in sequence is because once you have the legal framework settled, once you have the financial model settled, and once you have the people settled, meaning that you know the people, at least initially, that you count on to be able to transfer that knowledge, then you need to understand what tooling do you need to make it happen. And tools involve machinery, equipment, plant, anything that you need to embody, to create something out of the knowledge that you have access to in academia. Now, it all sounds great. If you look at society today, we've done terrible in managing all the risks. On the legal front, you have massive impunity, people doing crazy things and not going to jail. You have the inability to be basically prosecuted. On the financial side, you have enormous distortions, monopoly power, and too big to fail. And the people equation, you have the natural reflection of that, which is a concentration of wealth in a very small percentage of the population. And you also have the flip side of that, which is manufactured ignorance and despair and alienation, which undermines democracy and everything that you want to do. And on the tooling side, what's fascinating about those risks is that we've become such a complex society, and technology has become complex, that no one person can actually understand it, and that leads to automation. So as humans who want to serve humans, and we're automating humans out of the equation of serving humans, which is really creates a conundrum and creates a crisis. And I believe that by embracing what I call the three modern equations of modernity, which anybody here know what they are? I'll give $5 to whoever tells me the three modern equations, or the three equations of modernity. Nobody wants $5. So the first one is assets equal debt plus equity. I know you didn't even think about that. The second one is profit equals revenue minus cost, which is expenses plus cost, really. And the third one is changing cash or cash flow equals cash in minus cash out. And you're telling me, well, that's all finance, what we're talking about. Those are the three equations that govern your world every day. And the worst thing is that people don't know it, and people don't embrace them. By understanding the first one, which is who owns what. An asset is owned by either debt holders or equity holders. Debt have a claim, debt holders have claims, equity holders have claims on the asset, which is a concept of a picture in time. You own something today. Tomorrow you may not. The second equation is about contracts. It's about flow of work. So you contract with a union to work for a year at a rate that has to be beneficial to the union, but also beneficial to the business to have either a zero profit or profit to sustain the financing structure. And then the third equation, it's about actually the medium of exchange, the currency. You need to know that the contracts are being fulfilled, because I can say, I'm going to hire you to do a job, and then I don't pay you. So contractually, I owe you money, but there's no loss, there's no enforcement, or maybe lack enforcement, or I can get away with it with impunity, and then you are stuck with the bill, right? So these three equations are really important when you bring to a conversation with academic experts, because if you or your liaison, whoever you deal with, understands that, you can put their solution and what they want to do in their mind in the context of society through the three equations, and that enables whatever you do to be fundable, to be actually a vehicle of wealth creation. You know, it could be a nonprofit, it doesn't have to be a for-profit corporation, it could be a cooperative, but at least the three equations hold, because they reflect the energy of the modern system using money as a currency. So with that, I talked about the three keys for enabling this transition from academic experts to industry, and I know some people came in late, but I'll give you, if you leave this talk, just think about the three keys in this following order. Number one thing that you need to really make an impact through academic experts, connecting them to industry, would be based on truth, and this truth is really truth that comes from scientific rigor and irrationality. The number two is relevance, and using not an oppressive mindset to gain that relevance, but actually a dialogical method where you really understand the scientist's mission and objective, but the scientists who also know where is it most needed in the world, because we have the need to address a lot of problems. And the third key, which is extremely important and the hardest to do, is actually collaborating. In collaborating, we talked about the four real big risks that exist, which is the legal risks, financial risks, people risk, and tooling. And if you address these risks, you are in a pathway to make an impact in the world through knowledge creation and experts in academia and enabling and monetizing basically the investment that goes into the research centers of the world. With that, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Enrique will be here for further questions, I think, just outside. I think I have heard Francis Bacon ever being invoked at a tech conference, so thank you very much for bringing us into these fundamentals and fascinating. We're going to stay on another fascinating topic and go even deeper, namely into deep tech investing. And unfortunately, we're going to go so deep, we actually lost our moderator for the next panel. Luckily, we have a fantastic cast of experts who are just pros on stage, so they promised me that they will moderate themselves, and at the very least, they'll have an interesting discussion between them. And so let me introduce our wonderful panel. We have Javier Ulethia, who is the founding partner of Bullnet Capital. We have Yuval Avni, who is the co-founder and partner of Swan Lab Venture Factory. And we have Roberto Saint-Malo, who's the managing partner of Beta Angels. Gentlemen, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It seems that. Okay, so as he said, we don't have the moderator, so we are going to try to moderate ourselves, even if we are not moderated. So I start saying we are gonna talk about several things. First, we are going to introduce each other. Second, we are going to try to define what is deep tech to be sure that we all talk the same thing. The third one is we want to explain why there is an opportunity on investing on deep tech projects. Four, we are going to explain which are the differences between investing on deep tech and investing in other type of technological, no so deep digital companies. And at the end, we are going to give examples of companies we have invested in and try to learn from them. So, Roberto, can you start introducing yourself?
Yes. Hi, Roberto Saint-Malo. Have been in venture capital for some 20 plus years. Investing experience in Israel, Spain, Europe, US, Latin America. I invest in deep tech and not deep tech, generalist. And since 2011, investing as Beta Angels. And I guess what sets us apart is that our investor group is basically people that are practitioners, company builders themselves, and having a lot of fun.
So I'm Yuval. I'm from Israel and coming to Spain quite often. I'm in venture capital only 15 years, so a bit less than Roberto. Before that, I was a practicing medical doctor. I used to be a surgeon before I crossed the line into the dark side of venture capital. I'm the managing partner and the co-founder of a fund in Israel called Crescendo Venture Partners. We're investing in early stage in Israel. And I'm the co-founder of Swan Lab Venture Factory, which is a fund, early stage, B2B tech that invests here in Madrid, only in Spanish entities. So I have the experience of knowing what the difference even between Europe and Israel. And among other, in my previous life, I also be a CEO of a deep tech company. So I know how it means on being both sides of the table.
So I'm Javier Ulethia, I'm founder of Bullnet Capital. We started this project 20 years ago, in 1st of October 2001. So I think we are the oldest VC alive in Spain. And we are a couple of engineers, so I mean, profile very, very, very technical with not only background academically, but also experience working on high-tech companies. And we invest only in Spanish companies, deep tech. We will explain what does it mean, and at very early stages. So having a lot of hands-on activity, trying to help the founders of the companies we invest in, who are normally scientists or very technical people. We manage, we manage 3 funds, over 100 million euros, and we are now raising our 4th fund. So if you want to invest, you are more than welcome.
And if you have some money left, you are funding our fund number 2 as well, so you need to split.
So what is deep tech for you, Yuval?
So deep tech actually it's quite a broad spectrum of understanding for different people. I think that the definition itself when it started was with very high sophisticated technology that needs a lot of research and a lot of money before it can be a product. I think that's the most broad definition of deep tech. What happened is that a few years ago, software made a tremendous leap with AI and deep learning, etc. And actually what up to a few years ago was considered deep tech, today is a commodity. Everybody can do very deep research. But I think still the definition of time, money, and eventually a disruption, it's still what brings together deep tech.
Roberto?
You know, I guess formally, deep tech is, I tried to encapsulate it for myself over the past 24 hours, is a venture that entails a very significant scientific or engineering challenge. And to follow up on Yuval's point, yes, this used to require a lot of research, a lot of R&D, funds. And I was thinking back through my, most deep tech experiences of the past years, 3 of them in Israel, by the way. And actually, one of them is with a team of 4 that left a cybersecurity company, bootstrapped their company, became global leaders in their field before looking for funding. 3 years later, for different reasons, they've looked for that funding. So just to underscore how dramatically things have changed in terms of what people can do in a concerted way, focusing on significant, and these guys that have bootstrapped their company, a company called Grayshift, have done this, completely on their own, and are taking on. They're one of a group of 4 doing this at a global level. Their peers have been at it for much longer. In some cases, literally more than a decade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here in Spain, we have been fighting since 20 years ago. For the last 20 years, trying to differentiate between, we talk about technological projects, and this is very broad. For example, for me, and I hope that this is not going to put anybody on bad shape, but for me, Globo or Cabify, these are not technological companies. These are companies that are disrupting their business model using technology, but they are not selling technology. They are selling services, and they are using new ways of reaching the customers. It's like saying that Santander is a technological company because they use a lot of IT and software and things like that. For us, a deep tech company or high tech company is a company that is really selling a product which is difficult to replicate, which has a lot of R&D behind and a lot of brain from people that are normally not entrepreneurs, but they are technical scientists. They are people coming from the universities or coming from research centers, spin-offs from there. So that's the type of companies that we consider deep tech, and has nothing to do with the others that we have said and all what we understand as the technical companies in the digital world, which are for sure very respectful, but they are not for us what we call deep tech. Why is deep tech an interesting place to invest in?
Roberto.
I was. There's interesting, especially if you're a generalist. There's interesting stuff in deep tech and not deep tech, and the boundary sometimes is a bit blurry. Personally, I've had my best experiences, returns-wise and overall, with deep tech ventures. And I think when when you're looking at a deep tech venture, maybe one reason why it can be a very interesting space is the basics are the same, but you just need to get things more right. There has to be a strong team. Normally it's about teams. Normally one person is not enough. In Israel, I've worked with somebody who is a chief scientist, David Mendlovich, 3 times. And yet, and he's technically very competent, yet he relies on a technical team to get technical stuff done, Gal Shabtai, for instance. So in deep tech, in good deep tech ventures, you tend to find and need very strong teams. Also, you know, it also, I think, forces you to have a special relationship with the team at hand. Many times, you know, or almost never will your technical competence be a match for the technical competence of the team at hand. So you know, I think you're forced to really have a strong link that is broader based. And you know, as always, that's an important basic when backing a venture. Working with the right people, working with the right dynamics. Those would be some thoughts on.
Why do you invest in deep tech instead of an e-commerce B2C platforms?
Very simple, I'm a geek. I think that the reason, I guess, that the majority of the VCs became VCs is the passion for technology. Because if it was a passion for money, you go work for the stock exchange or do something else. I think our main passion is technology, and since we don't have good ideas of our own, we invest in others. And I think that's why deep tech is so interesting, because that's the place when you can be in the tip of being a VC, really find, crystallize those ideas, and in some cases even help them evolve into a company. And that's what, at least for me, what makes me tick, the technology aspect of it, the sheer experience of inventing something new. I think that's far and foremost most interesting. To have another business model, as Javier said, it's nice, not thrilling, but nice. We are looking for the thrill. And I think that's why deep tech is so interesting. In some cases, it requires a lot of time and money, so eventually this thrill can take for a while until you really feel the rush. But that's another thing, that if you are keen on technology, you can feel the rush. Even if the company fails eventually, still being in the tip and being involved in such cutting-edge technology is just great.
Javier, if I can add one more thought there.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in.
It's not going to be my argument. So.
I think there's something else that you know that maybe deep tech brings out more clearly, and when you get it right, and you know, there's more transparency with deep tech ventures many times than other spaces, but that's the clarity of the go-to-market effort. I think one of the biggest challenges in a deep tech venture is when you have many commercial avenues. So with good deep tech ventures, you tend to find great clarity in terms of how the technology is brought to market. Obviously, there are lots of exceptions, but to me, that's been a relevant reality.
When we pitch to potential investors of our funds, and now we are doing it, we have to justify why investing on deep tech is interesting for them from a financial perspective. And what we say is, well, first, the world has no boundaries from a technical perspective anymore, and after pandemic, it's even more evident. So you can sell to a Korean company from a company in Valladolid. If you have the product, the technology that they really need, they have pain, they have a problem, and you have it. I mean, this sentence of you're not going to be fired if you buy IBM is no more true. I mean, you can find and you can buy to small companies. That's one thing. The other one is the big corporations are not doing any more R&D. They are doing M&A. I mean, they don't have the talent. I mean, talent go to the startups. The small company is more flexible, more rewarded for them, because if it works, they are going to become rich, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a problem in the big companies, and they have to solve it buying small companies or startups. The startups needs money. They need money, and the money comes from VCs. You can have friends and family, you can have loans, whatever you want, but if you have a 10 years product development, you need big money from VCs. So this is like a virtuous circle, because the companies need money from the VCs, and the corporations need to buy those companies, so there is a clear exit path if you have something which is unique. So that's for sure very clear. The only thing is that you have to find the right companies which have the unique solution that the big companies want to buy. That's.
I want to echo something Roberto said about the go-to-market. I think every good venture started from a pain. First of all, you need to understand the pain, and then to find a technology that can answer this pain. In many cases, researchers, especially university professors and many of the people that are deep in the lab or in the research part, have a good idea, but they don't know what to do with it. And in most cases, when you go and start with the technology and try to find what to do with it, eventually you end up with something nice, but not really the big winner, because you need to answer a pain. And that's what one of the challenges we have in deep tech, that in many cases you have to envision where the market is going to be, because it's not just imminent few months away from you, it will be a few years until you will be in the market. So you must have a kind of vision, as an investor at least, to say that the pain they are addressing will still be a valid pain a few years down the road. And another thing, that's why deep tech is something to look for. If you do something which is only 20%, 50% better than the current solution in the market, by the time you will be in the market, it's too late. So you must look for technologies that are 200%, 300%, 500% better that current solution offer. And that's the challenge that we have as deep tech investor, to have this vision, to have this understanding that this technology can disrupt not the current market, but the future market a few years ahead of us.
That's very important, yes. And very difficult. Which are the differences between investing on a pure deep tech company in terms of the team you find, the market you find, maybe it doesn't exist, the money you need, the time to commercialization, time to exit, compared to other type of investments that you have done, or you know people that have done?
It's interesting to see that Roberto said that his best returns eventually came up from deep tech, because when you add the level of uncertainties in each one of the sectors that when we look for an investment, usually we assess the team, the market, and the technology. Let's say that each one of them is only 90% capable, then the likelihood of success is less than 50%, because you multiply it. In deep tech, just the technology part is somewhere in the 50 or 40%, so by definition, the likelihood of success in deep tech investment should be less than 20%. And if you have here an example that eventually you can make money out of deep tech, I think that's the most important part, because if you choose right, once you do it, that's high risk, high reward by clear definition.
Yeah, let me give you a little more flavor on my experience. It basically comes down to 5 ventures, and really 3 of those are consecutive ventures working with essentially the same team. So the times number 2 and number 3 still ongoing, by the way. You know, we had the advantage of having worked with the team before, which is a great luxury. In another of the cases, well, the company was already growing at more than 100% and profitable, so that was a little bit easier. And they continue to have lots of deep tech stuff in the pipeline. The third case actually is with an Israeli doing his second venture out of Boston in electrophysiology. And here you know, some of the fundamentals remain the same. You want to know the people you're going to work with. In the case of Doron Harlev, his mentor, longtime mentor, was on the board of Core Photonics, a deep tech investment. So over literally a couple of years, informally, we had the chance to hear about Doron's earlier venture and eventual exit to Boston Scientific. So when the opportunity came about to work with him, you know, we de facto had done due diligence formally for a couple of years. So yeah, I think the risks you point out, Yuval, are very well calibrated. However, when you can end up having the opportunity or enjoying the circumstance of really understanding where the team is coming from, that's just such a great extra to have on your side.
Trying to answer my question of which are the differences between a deep tech company with another type of tech company. I mean, the team, the founders are deep tech people, so they are not marketing people, they are not financial guys, they are not entrepreneurs, they don't have experience normally of launching companies, they are scientists. So this is a very special type of people that you have to know how to deal with them. And maybe during the life of the company, 95% of the people are going to be technical people, scientists. You are not going to have other profile because what you are selling is so technical that you need people with deep knowledge of the technology. And so that's very, very important. I mean, when you compare with the big startups that are very successful, the founders are people coming from consulting, they are coming from marketing, they have an idea and they execute it. Here, the idea, it doesn't work. Here, what works is really the knowledge and the IP and the patents and all the stuff that has nothing to do with the beautiful things of marketing, of sales, etc. This is one thing. The other one is that most of the companies we have had, and we'll give a couple of examples afterwards, they are bought before becoming profitable. As I said, all the big corporations are scouting for new technologies that they have to or want to incorporate. And once you have demonstrated that you are able to sell to some good references and you have clients that have paid for your products, you are already a target for those companies that they are not buying you because you have tens of millions in revenues and EBITDAs that are very positive, but because you have technology and team and products that are something that when you integrate it in their structures, they can multiply by orders of magnitude the sales because of the financial strength, because of the commercial reach, because of the reputation, because of the customer base, etc., etc. So that has nothing to do with the KPIs that investors or buyers are looking on other type of companies that you need to have hundreds, thousands subscribers or people paying or whatever. Here, you have to have demonstrated that you have something that customers are willing to pay for. But you don't need to demonstrate that hundreds of customers have paid for before being attractive for an exit. At the end, we are divestors. Our only objective in life is to divest from the investments we've made. And so remember that.
We have 5 minutes, so maybe you said about some examples.
Well, I would say one company, the first spin-off in Spain from the Research Council called Anafocus, 20 years of research within the Research Council, and they decided to make a spin-off, and we started with them during 1 year developing a plan, really which was the opportunity, 10 years view, etc., etc. We invested in this company. We stayed almost 9 years. We pivoted 3 times. So, I mean, the technology at the very beginning, we thought that the applications was one, but at the end, we found other ways. And 9 years after, one of the biggest companies in the world in the electronic space, Teledyne, they decided that this small company based in Sevilla of 40 people, they had something unique, and they paid tens of million euros for a company that was doing EBITDA negative and have a few million euros in revenue. So an example of, and Teledyne, they have now in Sevilla, they have the R&D pole for imagers, which was what this company was doing, and they have grown the team by 3 or 4 times, and they are investing very heavy. This a little bit the Israeli model of big corporations buying small companies and developing R&D centers in the country. No?
Yes, and I think this model eventually, when we talk about Spain, I think this will be the most contributor if you want to evolve an ecosystem. You need the presence of these big multinational teams here. And I think seeing Spain for the last almost 10 years.
You know why Spain, deep tech is interesting at the worldwide level, but in Spain even more, because we don't have multinationals, technical multinationals. So if you are an engineer and you want to work on research, or either you migrate or you work for this small company. So one of the advantages is that the loyalty of the people is much higher than in other countries where there are so many opportunities, and this is one thing. And the other one is that the cost of an engineer here in Spain is 1/3, 1/4 of what you can have to pay in other countries. So I think Spain
I'm ready to write my check.
No, you have to do it, yeah.
I want to tell a story that I think that encapsulates all of the challenges, but also the promise that is within Deep Tech, a company that we were involved with. 3 very bright engineers that were part of M-System. M-System is the company that invented the pen drive, the disk on key. And they knew the market very well from the technical perspective. They came with a very nice idea how to solve one of the most eminent problems of about 5-6 years ago, how to manage on large-scale flash memory, so data centers can use flash memory. And they had a great idea how to do it on a presentation level. They needed a lot of money for that, and we told them, listen, you lack the business experience. Go find yourself a co-founder from the business side and come back to us. They came back after half a year, say, listen, we found nobody. What should we do? So just before we kicked them off the door, we said, you know what, let us help you a bit. We picked the phone and called a guy we knew that just sold his company. We called him. He was just on a hammock in Mexico, saying, listen, I'm done with startups, leave me alone. Eventually, managed to convince him to join as a co-founder, and he joined. The company was called Extreme.io, and they started doing what they did. 2.5 years later, after only about $10 million of investment, for a hardware company, that's a very small amount. They had only one beta site that doesn't really work, 0 revenues. It's not even EBITDA negative, 0 revenues, nothing. And they came an offer from a big company called NetApp. NetApp said, listen, we are willing to pay $120 million for this. So I guess that most people here will said, once I get this offer, we said yes. This very savvy CEO said no. But on the other hand, just called EMC, which is the main competitor of them. And in a matter of 3 weeks, the offer went from 120 to $500 million. At that point in time, we said yes, of course, but then the CEO said, listen, we have a problem. NetApp that gave the $500 million offer indeed is offering $500 million, but they will kill the project. If we'll take the lower offer of only $440 million by EMC, they will continue the project. So eventually we said, okay, and we went for the lower offer, so we left on the table $60 million just for the team to know that they can continue their dream. We made enough money. And now, by the way, this is the best-selling product of EMC. They sell about $5 billion a year just of this product, beside more than 1,000 engineers working for that in Israel. So I think that's in one story that can encapsulate what is Deep Tech all about.
I have a question for both of you.
You have 10 seconds.
How often are the teams you're working with in Deep Tech repeat teams, repeat entrepreneurs? Because I find that makes a huge difference.
Well, we have invested on the first company. We sold it to Ericsson, and the founders, they went to Ericsson a couple of years. They founded another company that was sold to Samsung. and we are waiting for them. We are trying to really invest in our own repeated entrepreneurs.
Indeed, I think it's a key success factor because the experience is something to reckon with, and that's very important. Thank you very much.
We are done. Thank you.
We're over time. Thank you.
I know how difficult it can be to stay on time, especially without a moderator and just an impatient MC kind of in the back of your neck. So thank you for the talk. Thank you for the insights. I think that was a very interesting story at the end to see that like following your dream can sometimes be worth $60 million. And so as the audience is changing here, as we're shifting the room a little bit, we're also going to shift gears now entirely, because this morning what we were talking about was different investing topics, different investors, but now we're going to move into the next part of our day where we're going to take you to a trip around the world into different geographies and different investment landscapes. And our first trip is going to go to Latin America. As probably many of you know, Latin America, especially for Spanish startups and VCs, is a natural place to go just for ease of language and other cultural factors that can help with like entering a market there. But of course, there's also specific challenges. And here to talk about the opportunities and challenges, we have a fantastic panel here, which is moderated by the lovely Rosario Munoz. Rosario is the Venture Capital Business Development Lead at AWS, and she has not only experience as a corporate funder, but she also has experience as a startup founder who has brought her startup to Latin America. Rosario, very nice to have you here. Welcome on stage.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce to my marvelous guest, so Uri Tintori, the CEO and founder of Belbo, open banking and launched directly in Latin America from Europe. Welcome, Uri.
Thank you.
Laura Gonzalez, the founder of the Venture City, with almost 200 million on assets under management in Latin America, Spain, and Europe and US. And Oscar Macia, CEO from Force Manager, the Kik mobile CRM, and launched in Latin America since 2014, right?
Right.
So welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a key year to be speaking about Latin America, right? Like,
Yes.
we are seeing valuations and fundraising growing as crazy. I think in the first half of 2021, we've seen 6 billion raised in the region, which is already more than the whole past year. The situation is really, really peaking. 191 exits, one unicorn from Brazil in the top 10 unicorns, Nubank. So the situation and the opportunity size is amazing. And I would like to start the panel with that. What is the opportunity in LATAM? Why is the opportunity so hot? And I'm going to start with you, Laura, that
Yes, of course.
you know well the reason.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. So I think that it's exactly what you said. In one side, finally, the world has realized that Latin America has a lot to offer. But the truth is that the talent in Latin America has always been outstanding. So you have amazing founders that finally are getting the attention. And just to give you more numbers, in the last year, we've been from 11 unicorns to 28, just in 1 year, which is amazing. There's obviously this big funds effect, but at the same time, there was bones right there of amazing founders building crazy companies. At the same time, the circumstances in those countries are so different to what we're used to in mature markets like the US or Europe, that when those people build something, it's something that can conquer the world, let's say it that way. We've seen super apps and crazy businesses from Asia coming to Europe, and we're going to see amazing opportunities and companies from Latin America expanding to the US and Europe very soon. It's already happening. So I'm celebrating that finally they got the attention they deserve.
Laura again, and then I'm going to pick it up with you guys. Why did you decide, when you are ex-director of growth at Facebook, you had a lot of experience in Spain, US, why did you decide to launch your fund with a focus on Latin America? What made you make this
So
decision?
I think that when I was in San Francisco, I was based in Silicon Valley for many years. I used to meet founders that were coming from all over the world, from emerging tech hubs, and it was fascinating to see that these people were building things that were more powerful than what the founders from existing mature tech hubs were doing. But they were not getting the access to capital, to key people in those countries, right? And I was like, what?
Sorry,
oh, thank
there's
you.
a microphone issue.
Okay, fine. And I was kind of like, why is this if these people are so powerful? And that's when I said, look, as a responsible for Facebook for Latin America for many years in San Francisco, I got the privilege to travel all around Latin America. And I was like, if there's one untapped region in the world, and this was back in 2017, is Latin America. And by the way, Latin America is not one country, it's completely different. Mexico from Colombia, from Guatemala, from Brazil. And that's what it's what caught my attention. And I was like, I want to be able to do things there where nobody was looking back then.
And you're not the only one, right? Like Uri, you have launched Belbo from Barcelona in Latin America, so why that?
Yes, I think that works. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so we saw something very similar to what Laura was mentioning back in 2019. We decided to launch Belbo with the mission of democratizing access to financial services in Latin America. And Pablo and myself were both from Spain, but we saw the opportunity was there. Why? Because this is a region where at the moment 50% of the population is still underserved in terms of financial services, and the access to technology, the access to data was booming. And it was a great opportunity. Basically what we do is we've built the open banking leading platform in Latin America. We allow companies to access financial data from end users through a very simple integration. And that is allowing people who don't have access to credit, to advise, to invest, et cetera, to now start getting that. And then a lot of companies are managing to offer them new financial services. And if you think about Europe or the US, I believe that we've seen how fintech has managed to maybe steal market share from existing players. But in LATAM, the opportunity is not only that, but also to expand the pie, to give access to people who were basically underserved. And that's huge. We believe the fintech opportunity in LATAM is actually a lot bigger than what we believe.
And it's not all, it has always been the case, right? Like going to Oscar, your experience with LATAM is before, right? How was that, and how that has evolved over the years? Because you were mentioning before that you guys were also thinking of going deeper now in LATAM.
Yes, well, in our case, it's a no-brainer decision because our product is a mobile B2B CRM, so mobility is everything for us. In Latin America, now, it's a super accelerated digitalization of mid-market companies, and it's something that is happening right now. It's happening most of the times going from paper and pencil to the mobile. So this big change is happening everywhere, and our product is a great product for those companies. So we see a great opportunity. It's an untapped opportunity that right now it's getting there. And it's a massive market. It's not like Europe, that all of us, we speak different languages, and it's very complex. In Latin America, everyone speaks the same language, of course, aside Brazil, that it's kind of different. But I think it's a great opportunity, and we're investing a lot, and we're focusing a lot in this region.
And if we're thinking about expanding in LATAM from Europe, what about fundraising? Is it also like the place to go to look for fundraise? Like, what is your opinion? Yeah.
Yes. One of the things that we decided very early on is that we wanted to be a LATAM first and LATAM only company. We thought that at least our business model was very hard to maintain in different geographies like Europe and Latin America. We are in a regulated or semi-regulated environment. That affects a lot. So for us, it was very important to be only a Latin American company. In terms of fundraising, I mean, I think we've seen that the explosion and the interest is there. I think it's one of the regions that is subject to more change, and we foresee even more change in the next years. And that's what has triggered a lot of interest. I mean, we've proven that these type of new solutions can bring a lot of value to the region. And if you consider it, it's like, I mean, more than 600 million people region. So it's a huge market. And then, as Lara was saying, it has now received the attention that it deserves.
And it's a huge opportunity, not only in terms of size and common speaking language, but also, as you mentioned before, in terms of what is the digital adoption and how you can make a difference, right? In my daily work, we work a lot with startups and founders. And for those of us who are hearing, one question that comes across very often is, okay, we want to go to LATAM. How do we do the prioritization? Because LATAM, Brazil, is a huge continent. So I don't know who wants to take this question first.
I just wanted to add two things. So number one is that from the fund perspective, I do have a lot of investors from Latin America. I have none from Europe, which is very interesting. So not only that founders are getting capital from investors in Latin America, VCs from all over the world, we're getting investments for our funds as well from Latin American LPs, which are our investors, which is very interesting as well. And I am an American VC. So now on the side of Brazil is a completely different thing. You know, it's kind of like everybody wants to go to Brazil because it's a 212 million population country. But you have to be in Brazil to understand how different it is to the rest of the world. So when people, this is why when I was talking earlier, when you talk about Latin America, it's not one thing. It's very, very complex and different things. I have not seen a company coming from outside Brazil succeed in Brazil unless you are huge, because there's a lot of tax implications, there's a lot of labor implications, there's a lot of different things that we're not used to. It doesn't, I'm not saying that you can't make it happen. I'm just saying that before going into any of the Latin American countries, leave them from the inside, because the nuances are very, very different. So that's my experience with Brazil.
And Oscar, how do you see it? Because I know you launched in first Colombia and Mexico from here, right? Like from...
Yeah, that's right. I think you have to try it. You have to try to start selling in those countries from Spain at the beginning, if you are from Spain, because you can try. And then once you get initial traction, then you have to move there somehow. There are different ways to go. You can bring someone from your team, you know, move someone from your team to the place, you know, and build a team from scratch, from the ground up in the local region, or you can do so many ways, right? But the thing is that you can try it from here. It's feasible. It's not easy, but it's feasible at least. So you can do it, right? And trying things in startups, it's good and it's healthy, right? Before committing to big investments. So what we did is we tried from Spain. We saw that we were getting leads, we were converting leads, because this is one thing that sometimes it's a little bit misleading when you start with Latin America. You get a lot of leads, but the conversion is much lower than you have in Europe or the US. So it's different. It's like a kind of different culture. And when you go to enterprise, the buying signals are completely different. So at the beginning, you are a little bit, you know, don't understand, and you cannot read the situations on where you are in the sales cycle, and you end up with a pipeline that looks great, and finally you are not closing anything because you are not reading the signals. So there is a big cultural difference, but in the end, going there with a first try, get initial traction, it's a very, very important signal to say, okay, I have to invest there and see what happens. We started with Colombia, then we moved to Mexico, and now we are in Mexico, Colombia, Chile, and we're investing as well in Peru.
And that's a very interesting point. For a 2B2 SaaS business, okay, you do a quick iteration, you launch on the market, it's starting to work. When is the right time to hire a local team, and whom could be the first person you would advise to put on your team?
You're asking me the question?
Yeah, because on a B2B SaaS, you can iterate and expand in a market. You think you need to move marketing and business development right away, or what is the best person you need on the ground?
Well, I think it really depends on each company, but my experience, I'm talking from my experience, what I would do now, if I would start again, I would move someone from my headquarters, probably someone with C-level, with a big connection and understanding very well the cultural of the company and things like this. I would move it to the region and then make this guy, this lady, to build the team from scratch, right? But have someone that you trust there that can bring the cultural and make the bond between the Latin America office and the Spain headquarters, if you have the headquarters here. Because communication is everything, right? Because when they start thinking that they're isolated from the company and they're like a different branch and things like this, when you stop being like a one team, is when everything starts like, falling down, yes.
Uri, how do you see it since you guys already started like there?
Yeah, we did a bit different approach, and I think if you probably have to define the ideal person to start in Brazil, yes, you will probably define as somebody who is extremely close to you, to the founders of the company, the C-level, but also somebody who knows the market and has lived the market, right? I mean, we managed to find this person, and this person has led the expansion in Brazil. We had somebody in Brazil for several months before we started developing technology, before we started deciding what to build and how our product had to be different. And it has proven to be pretty successful so far. I mean, it's, we see Brazil as a gigantic opportunity. Our customers are a lot bigger than in other countries. I mean, like any small company might have millions of users, and that has triggered understanding the market, more usage in Brazil, more deals. So we see as the #1 market from the possibilities. I think it's pretty clear to everyone. But you do need to understand it from the inside. I think it's possible. It's challenging, but you need talent that has the Brazilian market.
And Brazil is a very complex market in terms of regulations, right? Laura, you were mentioning before.
Very complicated. So to give you an idea, if you buy a car in Brazil, most likely it will cost you 2 or 3 times what you pay in Spain because the taxes are almost sometimes even more than 100%. So it's not just that the regulation is complex because they're very protective, but also that the cost of everything is a lot more expensive. And when you talk about labor regulation, it's impossible to have someone, or very complicated unless you open up shop in Brazil. So, but on the other side, it's very rewarding because it's a very big market, right? So what I have found in my trajectory prior to the Venture City, and we have many companies in Brazil, 7 companies, and then as a responsible for Facebook of the region, was that deep pockets matter very much when you're there, but not, deep pockets mean that talent is very expensive in Brazil. I mean, you can find developers very cheap in the outside Minas Gerais or other areas that are not São Paulo or Rio, but when you are focused in those 2 cities, which are the major ones, everything exponentially gets complicated. And regulation changes very drastically, sadly, depending on the government, which is also quite a government, to say the least. So it's a very interesting place to go, very hard from the regulation standpoint. If you can go below the radar as much as you can until you become big and obviously better. But as they were saying, and they've been successful, it's not impossible. It's just a matter of productizing for Brazil. I think that's the word.
Uri, what has been your experience in Brazil?
For us, and in the area that we operate, open banking and fintech, we see the regulator actually being extremely active, willing to make things happen. We haven't seen any country in the world that has been faster at trying to implement open banking. I think we are right at the moment where we're going to start seeing, how well it's going to work. But we're extremely happy with the push, with the initiatives, and with the commitment that the regulator has to really change the ecosystem, to really allow an open finance, because they know that this is going to be the future, because they know that it's going to power their economy like 5-10 years down the line. I mean, if you see the effect of Nubank in the country, it's just too big to ignore, right? Yeah. So the regulator is actually, from what we see, really startup friendly, really innovation friendly, and we even have access to several working tables within the regulator. So we have several people within the company sitting with the regulator on regular basis to define how we want to see the future together. So I think that's pretty unique and very positive of Brazil.
And it's another thing that we see as opportunity because the market is emerging, so things are being done and built now, which is, I think Laura, you mentioned it before as well. In terms of the Spanish-speaking countries of LATAM, when we talk about, for startups again, who are thinking of launching, where do you see the biggest opportunity in Mexico and Colombia in terms of verticals?
I would just add one more thing on Brazil. Brazil was one of the first countries in the world where you could vote digitally, so they've leapfrogged. So if you see, they have 70% of the population under, poverty levels, but on the other side, they're very much digitized because there's no other way to get things there. Everybody carries a mobile or two. So the penetration of mobile in that country, you may not have more than 50 million PCs, but you're going to have over 300 million phones, which is one of these contrasts that you see in emerging markets. So in regards to Spanish LATAM, as they say, I would say I'm in love with Mexico. I mean, it's one of my favorite, but maybe because from Miami I'm very close, and so I was from San Francisco, but it is another 120 million population market. Regulation-wise, there has been a couple of hiccups lately in Mexico in fintech, but in general, I think that you seed something and it grows. They're super engaging. If you really build a product that people love there, it grows like crazy, and we've seen that in all kinds of products. We've seen it in fintech, in health tech, we've seen it in messaging, social, of course. They're social by design. So it's a really good market, but on the other side, if you're successful, you're a very big successful, and if you're not, it's a big big mistake. This is why I always recommend places like Chile and Colombia for testing out first, because there are much smaller markets that you can control easier and learn in this A/B testing and this experimentation. But they're very different. Mexico is the big thing. Chile is a 20 million population country and very similar to us, and Colombia, it's in the middle, right? So it really depends. What Uri was saying is key. Productize for those markets before going there, get the user feedback, and depending on that, you polish, and then you decide to go in or not. But they're very different, and regulation is different. Similar, but different. So you need to lead. It's not one size fits all.
Oscar, what has been your experience with Force Manager?
Well, we started in Colombia. Colombia is a great country. They are really modernizing right now. So I think when you were talking about verticals, what it is like, there is a great mid-market, right? I think that's the point. There are a lot of companies, mid-size, companies probably here that were in the same invoicing and the same, and with the same numbers, there are bigger in terms of users, right? Which is like a big difference. And they're eager to modernize and digitalize their processes. So I think there is a great opportunity. We started in Colombia, and finally we settled definitely in Mexico, is where we have our headquarters, and probably where we have more clients right now. And then we work a lot in Chile as well. But right now our headquarters are in Mexico, is where we have all of our team that is basically moving around.
And how important was for you to, when you were launching there, I think it was in 2014, how did you find a local network initially? Was it through VC funds, through business angels, through other CEOs who were launching there?
Well, and this is probably the most complicated part. When you launch with the parachute, and you have to get into the networks and know people. Well, of course you can start leveraging your low-hanging fruit networks of expats from Spain. That is not the best way to do it, because you are biased, by the Spanish culture and so on, and the cultural in Mexico and Colombia. You have to blend with the people, and get closer to the real problems of what they are having, right? So having just the local network, that is the easiest thing to do. it's not probably the best option. So basically, leveraging people, that it's investing there, other entrepreneurs, I think is the best way. And it's something that it's been working for me here in Spain as well. Always talking with other entrepreneurs is where you learn and where you get the best insights on everything, Not only basically you are doing what you are doing, about growing your company, processes, where to go, who to talk to, things like this.
No, absolutely. I don't know if, Uri, you already had a network going on there when you launched?
Not really. We relied a lot on the very early investors. They helped a lot. I mean, the very first ticket that we got was from a Mexican VC. And they actually, literally they were going to banks and open accounts on our behalf because we could not do that. So they helped a lot on the first steps. And then it's joining the community. It's being part of it. At the beginning, maybe trying to pretend that you're more than what you are. Because we were two people with a PowerPoint moving around, but you have to transmit this vision, get to know the other startups, get to know the fintech ecosystem. In the end, these are going to be the early adopters of your product, right? You want to get to know them as soon as possible. How you're going to tackle, I don't know, big companies, banks, etc. That's going to come when you already have the infrastructure to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're almost on time, but as a closing remarks, Laura, where else is there money in Latin America besides VCs?
Well, in fact, this was something that I wanted to share with everybody. I think that two things. We're going to start seeing Latin American founded companies coming to Europe, and they are already landing in the US, which is fantastic, because at the end of the day, zip code doesn't matter. What matters is the talent and the vision of the founders. So I'm really looking forward to see that happening. And the second thing is that the capital available today in Latin America is not just coming from VCs. And if any of you are founders here, I would say that the mutual due diligence is key. So not always you need capital from an institutional venture capital. It could be, there's a lot of different networks right now, AngelList, and so many investing, crowdsourcing platforms. I don't recommend them very much, depending. If it's B2C, it's okay. If it's not, I wouldn't recommend them. But anyway, there's a lot of angel networks and a lot of different ways that you can raise capital. And so be very, more than ever, be kind of strict. Okay, so what do you need to offer? What are you offering me as a founder, right? It's not always what as a founder you're offering to the venture capital, but the other way around. What kind of, as Uri was saying, his VCs were opening doors to him in this kind of, so I think this is very important that you guys start to work together. So there's a lot of capital in the market right now, crazy valuations. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it's not. Don't feel the pressure of the valuations and the amount of capital, and just choose wisely the investors, because there's more capital than ever flowing around in Latin America, in Europe, and in the US.
So great opportunity. So thanks a lot for being here. It's been a pleasure. And that's it. I think we're in time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. I'm sorry, but if there's any questions, I'm sure the speakers will be around for questions one-on-one as we are moving forward in our program. Because next up, we're going to move from a continent perspective to more of a global perspective, which is an issue pretty much in any country. And that is it possible to build a VC outside of the capital city or outside of a larger city? And a lot of VCs would historically see that as something very challenging. But today we have a wonderful panel to discuss that this is actually not as challenging maybe as you thought it would be. And here to moderate this panel, we have the wonderful Diego Recondo, who is the partner and managing director at All Iron Ventures, which is based in Bilbao. And they have 110 million euro assets under management. And last year, they closed what is, I think, still to date, the largest ever debut fund in Spain. And they invest in B2C marketplaces and in e-commerce plays. And he has a wonderful panel of 3 other gentlemen joining him on stage that will discuss and share some light on, put some light on how is it possible to build something that is not in Madrid or Barcelona or one of the other big capital cities.
All right.
Diego,
Thank
welcome
you.
on stage.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Well, thank you, and welcome to another exciting panel here in SAT Summit 2021. And we are going to be talking about emerging tech hubs. So I think we will all agree that in the current European tech ecosystem, the domestic borders are increasingly disappearing. Entrepreneurs are more international than ever. They are planning on taking their companies beyond their home markets quicker than ever. This is also having an impact in the way VC investment happens. We are seeing the emergence of regions beyond the traditional hubs, such as Berlin, London, or Paris. And this, as I was saying, has a big impact in the way VCs are investing in Europe. So we have three great speakers today coming from these non-tech hubs, and I'm going to introduce them very quickly. And they are going to tell us how they are approaching this changing landscape, how they are shaping up their firms and their investment strategies. So first, we have with us Apostolos Apostolakis. He's the partner and co-founder of Venture Friends, which is an early stage firm based out of Athens in Greece. Then we have Marcin Kurek, who is the co-founder and managing partner of Market One Capital, which is also an early stage VC based in Warsaw, Poland. And last but not least, we have with us Stefano Guidotti, who is a partner with P101, an early stage VC based out of Milan in Italy. All right. Oh, hold on, we have a problem with the mic. Well, maybe we can just get started with the intros. So yeah, so guys, maybe just to get things rolling, if you could give us a little bit of a quick overview of your own backgrounds and then a little bit about your firms as well.
So yes, personally, I was a founder, so I started on the operating side, e-commerce and marketplaces in the food delivery space in Greece. Gradually became an angel investor, and after a couple of exits, launched Venture Friends together with a friend of mine in 2016. We've raised 3 funds since then, the latest being an 80 million euro fund investing in consumer marketplaces, fintech, proptech, travel tech.
Hi everyone, I'm Marcin Kurek from Market One Capital, based in Warsaw. One of the partners also located in Barcelona. So I'm in the tech business for already like 18 years. Started working at startups, then was a founder, then was business angel, and finally doing a venture fund. So I went as Apostolos the all way through at all stages of the ecosystem. We are like a 60 million fund investing all over Europe, mainly into digital platforms, marketplaces. We have few investments in Spain that we are super proud of. So thank you, and looking forward for the discussion.
Yep, and so I'm Stefano. I'm a partner at P101. I also come from entrepreneurial experiences, been involved in VC since 2011. And as P101, we are the leading VC player in Italy. We have nowadays 200 million of assets under management, invested in some of the champions in the tech space in the country, but also quite heavily invested also throughout Europe, and especially in Southern Europe and Spain with the guys at Oliron and all the other great investors in the country.
Thank you, guys. All right, so now we have the foundations, and let's start with the actual discussion. So you all have rather international experiences yourselves, but in the end, you decided to launch your VCs in your home countries. So why did you decide to go down that path? What are the pros and the cons that you see in doing so? Maybe you can start, Apostolos.
Sure. So from my side, it was kind of a mission-driven decision, because having been an entrepreneur, I tried to fundraise in my country back in 2012 or 13, and there was no VC money around to help us. The same thing when I was an angel investor in Beat a company in the ride-hailing space. So when I had an exit with a food delivery company, I said, okay, there is a clear need for a venture capital fund in Greece, and that's how we started. But then soon the ambition became to do something more European. Regarding the second point, pros and cons, obviously the pro is that you feel this sense of urgency. You want to help your ecosystem. You want to support the ecosystem. And the second thing is that there are many opportunities because you're early on in an immature ecosystem. The cons are that companies starting from a peripheral tech ecosystem have less access to capital, talent, the usual things that an ecosystem in the early stages has.
Martin, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, like I totally agree with Apostolos. Like we decided to like focus mainly on Poland in the beginning because like we really thought, okay, like the ecosystem is emerging, so we could be some kind of a founding member of the ecosystem. So you're not getting into London or Paris and you are one of many, but you are the founding member. You've been at the beginning there. So I also, when I was a founder, I had to fundraise in Berlin because there was no funds in Poland. At least there was one, but because of the fact that it was one, it took 90% of equity, yeah, because it was a monopoly then. So completely ridiculous environment. So I thought, okay, like, let's move from entrepreneurship to venture and really like build the whole ecosystem. So I would say the advantages that you can really be a founding partner, founding member of the ecosystem and have a total visibility over the market and being like totally well known and recognized, which is great because you have the access to like, let's say, almost everything on the market, but it has to also be correlated with the growth of your pond. Yeah? So if you decide that this location is your core location, if this ecosystem grows, then you naturally are a beneficial owner of it. If it doesn't, then it's a problem. So I would say the disadvantage is naturally that it's harder to do investments abroad, being from not prominent location, but it changed dramatically over the few years recently, and we are also very successful doing investments all over Europe, and half of our portfolio is already outside of Poland. Mm-hmm.
Stefano?
Yeah, so I mean, P11's history is quite peculiar in the Italian VC landscape because when we started, VC were two letters in the alphabet, and that didn't mean anything for most of the people. And actually, the managing partner and founder of P11 started the firm when he was part of the, political table that set up the political agenda and the legislation framework that set up, again, the regulatory framework for startups and venture capital in the country back in 2011, 2012. And actually, he was asked by also governmental bodies and the people that were part of that table to, well, now that we have a framework, let's try and create some vehicles to channel capital in this nascent ecosystem. So we've been at the very roots of the Italian ecosystem, and as has been said, I mean, being the first one in the space, in the room, has advantages because, I mean, of course, at the beginning, it's a buyer's market. You are the only one, founders go to when they look for funding. But then you need to be able to foster the ecosystem to help entrepreneurs, companies, and the whole cultural movement grow. Otherwise, you keep being a big fish in a small pond. That doesn't make sense in the long run. So you definitely need to be actively involved in everything that raise the bar of the whole ecosystem. Again, from a cultural, quantitative and qualitative point of view.
So at the end of the day, you guys have been pioneers to some extent in your respective countries. So it's opening the door for others to follow.
Yeah.
Very good. Thanks for that. So let's touch very briefly on COVID. I guess everybody, or pretty much everybody, has discussed this in a number of panels. But obviously, we all know that COVID has affected us in many different ways. But for venture and for the tech ecosystem in general, it's been a bit of a tailwind or a big tailwind in general.
So in your respective countries or in your respective experiences, how has COVID impacted you guys? And do you think that the fact that you are based outside of these main tech hubs, the impact may have been different from being in London or being in Berlin, just to mention a couple? Martin, if you want to start, maybe.
Yeah. Sure. So like we really like had an internal discussion recently what changed like from the venture funds during the pandemic, during the COVID, and how it impacted especially our fund and the funds that are not located in Berlin, London or Paris. So saying honestly, like 3 or 4 years ago when I had a call with a company from London or from Barcelona, usually the reaction was, okay, like we don't know who you are calling from Warsaw, we haven't seen you 2 days ago at the startup weekend, we haven't drank a beer together, so like you have to be part of the ecosystem to make deal with me. Yeah? But the COVID really like changed the way how we communicate also when it comes to pitching and making and closing deals. Yeah. So before, like if someone didn't want to come to meet to close a deal with me, wanted to connect on Skype or Zoom, I treated it some kind of a, let's say, offense or ignorance. Yeah. And like COVID made the I would say remote connections and remote deals like. It put them like at the top level and equal level of direct meetings. Yeah? So right now I would say the word flattened because of COVID and got much smaller. So everyone has equal chances and equal opportunities. It's all about the match and like the way how you communicate and how you close the deal. But the advantage of being in London or Berlin, it still exists, but not so much as before.
Mm-hmm. Stefano, have you experienced something similar, this level, more level playing field?
I definitely think so. I mean, we've all experienced the fact that we can manage teams remotely, we can manage relationships remotely, we can have, great also outcomes remotely. I mean, I've been telling this story these days. I had a closing lunch with the founder of a company we've invested in and exited during COVID, and that was the first time I met the guy personally when we had the closing lunch 2 days ago. And so it's possible. You can add value even if you're not physically there through your connections, your experience. I mean, you can create empathy and the chemistry that is needed between the investor and the founder and the team. So, I mean, I'm completely with you that COVID showed us that it's doable, and I mean, Berlin, London, Paris still have an edge, but it has shortened.
We're catching up.
Yeah.
I don't need to repeat, I totally agree with what has been said. The access has been improved. One extra thing I would add is that we have become more efficient as investors as well. Even when meeting we used to travel a lot. Sometimes we realize that traveling to London or Madrid or other places is not needed on a monthly basis. Even locally, when we met with our teams in Greece, we didn't have to go and meet them in person every month. And this actually was a relief, and it made us even more efficient, allowed freed time for us to do more work and improve further.
All right, thank you. So another topic that I think is relevant, and you touched on it, Apostolos, before, is the fact that, I mean, you guys have been pioneers in your respective countries. And there is some sort of, at least in your case, and probably in the case of you guys as well, some sort of commitment, to your country, to get things rolling in a way. How do you balance that out, considering that you also have a very international investment approach? I mean, you invest pretty much around Europe, but it's still probably that commitment to developing, that responsibility that you feel to get your respective ecosystems thriving is still there. How do you do that? I don't know. For instance, you start now, Stefano.
Yeah. Well, as you said, and as Apostolos said, I mean that there's also a cultural and an emotional part to it. So, I mean, I'm in my 40s. I have kids. I want my country to, be a prosperous place to be, and I want the money I invest to, work there and to create, employment, to create opportunities also in the country I live, and I want my family to develop. And we as you said, are quite international in our investments, but we always allocate money when there's a return also for Italy or Southern Europe. And we try to invest in Italian founders abroad. We invest in companies abroad that have a scope to grow in Southern Europe or Italy. Because we are active investors, we like to work with the founders we invest in, and if we're just writing checks for something that's happening, very far away from us, and we have a very low touch on it, it doesn't make sense for us, but also because we truly believe that helping also brilliant people, brilliant companies have their roots in the country, in Southern Europe, in Italy, makes the whole ecosystem evolve and create more opportunities for everyone.
Apostolos, same feeling?
For sure, we are committed to support the ecosystem in Greece, and we continue to look for great people. We are meritocratic. That means that we're not going to compromise on the quality of a team or the potential of a startup. We believe that we still support the ecosystem by putting them in touch with other like-minded international European founders. I think this collective understanding of entrepreneurship, of business models, and this interaction helps founders evolve, it has certainly helped us. So we are also serving our ecosystem in that way, by getting them in touch with people, with strong people from Spain, Poland, Italy, etc.
All right.
Yeah, I totally agree. Investing outside your core market is in the benefit of your core market, because you gain much wider experience, know-how. You bring this experience, know-how back. You connect founders and companies from your portfolio. It's beneficial for everyone. It enables also better expansion for your portfolio companies to other geographies. So it's totally obvious, and we try to balance 50% of focus is Poland, Central Eastern Europe, and 50% of resources were invested outside. And when it comes to number of companies, we invested in 24 so far, and it's exactly equal. So 12 abroad and 12 in Poland. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so speaking about these local ecosystems, I know here, just maybe to resonate a little bit with the audience. We have maybe Spain, 5 years behind, I don't know, Paris, let's say, but maybe 5 years ahead of what is happening in Greece or what is happening in Italy. I'm just making these numbers up. But what, in your opinion, is necessary to further boost or further build these ecosystems? Because, you guys are bringing in the capital, but what else, in your views, is necessary to have these ecosystems thrive and develop over time? And if you are seeing that happening in your home countries, or if you are missing something these days. Apostolos, how you feel about it?
I feel that an ecosystem needs to start from somewhere, and that somewhere is strong founders who have the ambition to create something global. Then they need to convince the next risk takers, who would be employees, who would be willing to leave their jobs that are safe and join them. And then there is capital also required. But if you have very strong people, they will find their way to capital. That's my experience, and that's how we managed to do some things in the beginning when there was no capital available in Greece. So I think there is a way to go ahead by having the right ingredients, the founders. Once we have the first successes, those successes inspire more people, more founders to start, more people, early employees who made money through an exit, also convince other people to join startups. And then capital follows as well, because capital sees that there is an opportunity for them to have returns, and they want to invest more in startups. I think we have this flywheel happening in all of the ecosystems. We are a bit behind, let's say, in Greece indeed, because we have maybe a couple of companies towards the unicorn stage, but we're getting there. I think the right ingredients are in place.
Martin?
Yeah, so I think it's totally only about the people and talent, and it's about unlocking the barriers of migration of the talent from other entities. Yeah? So we fight against corporations who acquire talent from universities. They give them company cars, give them sports benefits, and it's about making the best graduates and best talents at corporates after 2-3 years, thinking, okay, let's try entrepreneurship because I will get easily funded, and if I fail, I can easily go back to my career job. Yeah? So it finally happened in Poland, let's say like 3 years ago, that the unemployment, it's like, I don't know, 2-3%. It's like the lowest in European Union, so there's no unemployment. There's lots of money on seed, and like the quality of teams, of decks, like increased massively. Yeah? So everyone first think about entrepreneurship, and if they fail, they go back to career. So I think this is a breakthrough moment, and it's totally crucial to grow the business. Yeah?
Understood. Anything to add?
Well, I'd like to say something contrarian, but I can just...
You can.
I can. Well, maybe some other... It's a complex algorithm. I mean, the growth of an ecosystem, it definitely starts with the founders, with the capital they are able to attract, but I mean, you also need other factors. I mean, this thing is definitely a factor. You are able, through South Summit, to attract investors from all over Europe and US and Asia. You're able to really make the startup ecosystem, the tech, VC, visible to the broader media. The King was here yesterday. It shows also commitment and attention from the higher levels of, I mean, the political agenda, and all those elements need to fall together to really make the ecosystem to grow and reach the levels where the Spanish ecosystem is today and where the French ecosystem, the German ecosystem have reached in the past years.
Perfect.
Then, I mean, I think Italy is more 2 years behind Spain rather
Sorry,
than
I said
5.
five. Sorry, just 2. Okay. Very good. And maybe just in the interest of time, we have 3 minutes left. But also I wanted to touch on something you just mentioned, is the role of international investors. As these emerging tech hubs develop, you see more international capital interested in these new ecosystems. So how do you perceive these guys, you know, the non-domestic players come in, you know, that in some cases may seem more appealing to entrepreneurs, may have deeper pockets to, you know, which drives valuation higher, but at the same time, there is this symbiotic relationship because also need them to grow in growth stages and so on. So how do you perceive international investors in your respective jurisdictions these days, Marcin? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so definitely it's also totally changed over the last few years. So we see like really top tier funds talking to like companies like from our region, and like I totally like I'm happy with it because it's you know, it's on the one hand it brings more value and capital to the market, so it unlocks the barriers for entrepreneurship, which is my main goal, yeah, to be in the environment where like the best talent like goes in here, not is stolen by other entities. So that's wonderful. And on the other hand, it also is super beneficial for us because it makes us to be better, to learn from them, and you know, the competition is the thing that moves the world forward. Yeah. So of course sometimes you need to compete and fight against like higher valuations, but that's how it is. That's the word. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Apostolos, anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to add that I believe what's important, the capital is covered as an issue, but what's important is for founders to get learnings. Sometimes international investors have more experiences, so they can share those. So I think it's beneficial for the ecosystems to interact and see where the bar is for international investors. It's beneficial for us as investors to learn and force ourselves to expose ourselves in more interesting cases. So I think it's beneficial for sure.
Stefano, anything else?
Definitely, it's an element that makes the ecosystem grow. Then it's not a given that deeper pockets means better interactions with your investor counterpart as a founder. So, I mean, founders need to understand what elements of the equation are there to choose the right money to grow at the different stages. But definitely with more capital, more international investors, there are chances to also get funded at the next level, which, for instance, in the Italian ecosystem, is something that has always lacked. So companies grow up to the Series B, and then there was no one in the field. Now there are players that give continuity to the value chain and help things go to, I mean, the dimensions that, I mean, everyone as a founder should aspire to.
Perfect. All right, guys. Well, we are right on time. 10 seconds to go. So our MC will be happy with us. Thanks very much for being here today, and we'll be keeping an eye on these emerging tech hubs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Being on time. We have a next session coming up that is going to be music to some people here in the room, while others might need to get convinced a little bit more. Luckily, we have a panel of seasoned investors here to share their opinion and their insights on why Southern Europe is a huge investment opportunity. And here to moderate and manage them all, we have Professor Joe Haslam from IE Business School, and he will be joined on the panel by Victor, Hugo, and Stefan. And Joe, welcome on stage. I think you're sitting over here.
I think I did. So why were you pointing at the other one down there?
I was pointing at you, so the audience would know where you are.
So if you could come up, Victor, and then Hugo, and then Stefan.
Welcome, panel.
Okay,
Joe,
and
the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Daniel. That's so very good. Okay, everyone. Let's kick off straight away because we only have half an hour. And hello also to everyone watching on live stream and in perpetuity on YouTube. We will never forget you, and we're thinking of you always. So, as Daniel said, my name is Joe Haslam. I'm a professor at IE Business School. I'm the executive director of the Owner Scale-Up program, a program specifically designed for owners who want to scale. In other words, not people who want to start, but people who want to scale. I'm a 6-time co-founder, and probably the biggest company. We raised over 70 million, which used to be a lot of money. These days, as we discovered yesterday, 30 million is a seed, as we had a guy from Israel tell us. So it's a really delight to be here. And we're going to we have someone from France, we have somebody from the Basque Country, and finally we have somebody from Portugal. So, and I'm, of course, Ireland. We always regard ourselves as Southern Europeans anyway. Somehow our island got dragged up to the north, but all the time we're trying to go back to the people who we connect with. So let's start quickly, guys, by playing the funds under management game. So if you could play introduce yourself and tell us all how much funds you have under management and see who's going to win that game. Victor, adelante.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Thank you, everyone. So I'm Victor. I'm part of Partech Partners. We're a multi-stage investment firm. I'm personally based in Paris, where we have our HQ. We have another office in San Francisco, in Berlin, and in Africa. We have 2 offices in Africa, actually. And we invest across several strategies, from seed to venture to growth. Even if I'm to play Joe's game, currently around 2 billion under management.
See, I knew you were going to win,
It's easy. So with a growth fund, it's easier. And so, yeah, personally, I focus on the late stage investment within Partech.
Okay, fantastic. Hugo.
So Hugo Mardomingo, co-founder of All Iron Ventures, early stage venture firm based in Bilbao, but investing across Europe globally. So not only invest in Bilbao. With 110 million under management in our third year as an institutional firm. We started in angel investing, but 1 year later, we decided to create an institutional setup. And well, combination of business angel and venture activity, that's what makes us different. And 2.5 years for 40 companies, 60% of them outside of Spain, and 40% in Spain.
Yeah. And a lot of it is your own money as well, right?
Excuse me?
A lot of the money, a lot of your fund comes directly from the partners themselves, yeah?
Exactly. We have a lot of skin in the game, so when we take the decision, we don't think in the management fees, but rather, and is this a very good company? And that's the way we act.
I mean, Victor can talk about his 2 billion, but
lower proportion from my own.
Which is better, to have 2 billion of other people's money or 110 of a lot of it is your own? Okay, finally, Stefan, could you introduce yourself, please, and then tell us how much you have under management, because it seems to be a thing people like to say.
Yes, so Stefan Moraes, managing partner of Indico Capital Partners. We're a fund, an early stage fund based out of Lisbon. We manage 2 funds, altogether 66 million. We invest between 100,000 to 5 million per company. We've invested in 25 companies in the last 2 years, 2.5 years, 30 million. And those companies have raised until now just above 800 million in the last 2.5 years.
Okay, so thank you, Stefan. Muito obrigado.
Nada, um prazer.
Brilliant. Anyway, so Victor, the French spend all their time on holidays or skiing, you know, they're lazy, their best days are behind them and all of that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's what we hear in Silicon Valley, even though all then you turn around and all the founders seem to be from France in the first place. So, is France a great place to invest?
It is. We do like skiing and holidays in Poland. This I cannot deny. No, France is a great market to invest. By no means it's the only one that is attractive in Europe. So, you know, at the growth stage, we invest across Europe, although most of us are based in Paris. And I would argue, actually, that it's true that currently, if we look at the tech market in France in particular, it's been, you know, we have announcement after announcement, very large fundraising, unicorns, and so on, which is great. Let's not forget that, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, France was, you know, you could maybe have 1 or 2 around above 100 million in a given year. The gross market was, I don't know, 20, 30 companies a year, which would be relevant. And nowadays, it's more 30 companies a month. And so things change very fast. And when, you know, to pick up this is to talk a bit about Southern Europe beyond France, I think this is something to keep in mind as well. Looking at things not in an absolute perspective of the, you know, amount raised and comparing country by country, but really looking at the cohort view and looking at, you know, what's coming. And yes, maybe nowadays in Southern Europe, in Spain, Portugal, etc., although Portugal do have, I think,
so this is always the question I ask. If you're like, you know, like the guy in Datadog or something like that, like, would you go to the US to set up your company, or would you do it in France? What's the call on that? A talented guy coming out of whatever, École Polytechnique. Yeah, I love the French accent. You know, would you stay in France or would you go to the US?
Well,
tell the truth.
If I'm honest, I would probably go in the US. Maybe not at the beginning.
Thank you, Victor. It's been very interesting knowing you.
No, exactly. Not at the beginning, but just if I can say just one nuance. On B2B, enterprise software, infrastructure software, you know, it's still the US is the biggest market. It's where you have to play there. If we talk about B2C, fintech, etc., then it's a different story. We can take it.
Sure, and all this stuff that Macron is doing, none of which I only ever read the headline and never read the article. Is it going to be useful, or is it just like he wants to be re-elected?
Both. No, it helps. It helps. You know, there is a lot of public money in the ecosystem, and that has helped France for sure. It's important that it does not distort the market too much.
And tech valuations.
You know, yes, but I'm not going to, you know, complain about this. I mean, the whole ecosystem is benefiting from it, and you know, net, I think it's still a positive.
Let's move on to Hugo. So everyone in the Basque Country just spends all their time eating the largest food, and so nobody really does any work. So that's basically the argument. Having big dinners among yourselves and all your friends. Is that true or is it not?
Well, at least not in my case. I mean, looking at the title of the conference and basically going back to my personal story, and going back to my roots in venture capital, when I started this in 2014, well, I came from Brazil, where I was doing private equity in Latin America. I came back to Spain. I wanted to land in VC. I started to calling all the American VCs, the Sequoia, the Axel, and the likes, and I didn't find a job there, so I said, okay, let's make it here. But then when looking at the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Spain, it was basically almost nothing.
Yeah, 2 brothers, or one set of brothers, actually.
2 brothers. And it's like, okay, what is, exactly, 2 and some cousins as well. So then you try to reflect on what
what happened to those guys? I haven't seen them in ages. They're around.
Maybe you're not in the right place, but they're around. So then I started to think and reflect on, okay, what are the reasons for this? So they were not major reasons. It's just because this kind of entrepreneurial ecosystem are not aligned, or just circles that feedback each other. So in 2014 it started, and 2017 we launched Oliron, and we started to see this shift that applies not only to the entrepreneurs, but also to the customer sentiment, so the big corporates buying more things from a startup, but also to the investors. So we started to see this shift from within. And what we are seeing, and the path we are looking at, is that this is something that does not stop. So it's not this just one piece that moves. It's not one piece that moves another, that moves another, that moves another. Because if you look at Southern Europe itself, the basics of the market are really good for so many different reasons. And then we have another thing which also applies, which is super interesting. The generations of entrepreneurs that in France 10 years ago, in Spain 7 years ago, in Portugal, maybe something similar, they were extremely resilient. They were used to operate in an environment that was constrained by everywhere because of money, because of the market, because of the customers, because of you are going to look for talent and there was not enough talent. So what's currently happening is that what entrepreneurs thought were their ceilings before is not their ceiling anymore. They're thinking much bigger.
Yeah.
And that's definitely a fundamental shift in Southern Europe.
Yeah, no, I mean, just the last sentence you said, it sums up everything, in my opinion, what I'm seeing, which is that, you know, people have more confidence. And that comes from seeing other people be successful. Then you're suddenly like, why should I be afraid? You know, that's very welcome because, you know, we've always seen that, you know, you need all the elements. You need the talent and you need the money. But if the entrepreneurs themselves, you know, are not brave, and then it's really no good to everyone. So, Stefan, here's my Portuguese cliche. All Portuguese guys are playboys, sitting around Estoril, yachting and hanging out with supermodels. So no one does any work.
Not a bad cliche.
No one works here.
I think I won this competition.
You should know. You see, this is the thing about being an Anglo-Saxon in theory, which is to say, like, you hear both sides of the argument, you know. So they're like, but then of course you have like 7 unicorns or something like that, you know. So I mean, somebody must be doing something. So you know, which are you playboys or are you hardworking unicorns?
Yes, the 7 are not all public yet, but effectively that's 7. Publicly now there's 5, one of them being Farfetch, where we were the only investors back in the day, which is now worth, I think, 20 billion or so. The other one is TalkDesk, founded by my partner at the fund, Christina. She's 33, her company is worth 10 billion, so that's another one. And there's a few more that we were involved and a few that will be announced soon. So yes, even 5, I think it's more than any other big country in Europe. Maybe all together are not, which is a bit surprising, right? For such a small country like Portugal, where the ecosystem is essentially 10 years old. And I've been fortunate to have been there for the last decade and have backed almost all those success stories. I think that one of the things that is really surprisingly good for the ecosystem is that there is no local market. So Portugal is so small that this forces people to go global from day one. We never have this thing of, oh, now I'm going global. No, you are born global. The Portuguese companies are quite often American companies or British, and they will have the tech team because of the very good tech talent at a reasonable cost, although rising rapidly on the tech side, but very hardworking, very creative tech people. And then, of course, almost no talent in sales and marketing, and the market, as you were saying, is in the US, and so the Portuguese entrepreneurs, they set up shop in the US as soon as possible.
Or London, no? I mean,
or
in
London.
the case of Farfetch.
Or London. Farfetch was Guimarães and London. It's not even Lisbon. That's another thing. It's a little bit like Spain.
Yeah.
It's not about Lisbon. The majority of our portfolio is across
Porto,
5 different cities, Porto, Leiria, Coimbra. I mean, lots of very different places. And I think that what Hugo was saying is really important because there was a bit of a lack of capital. Now there's more funds like ours and 2 or 3 more. Still not 20 or 30 as there are in other countries, and certainly nothing like in France. But I think that keeps people grounded a little bit as well. It keeps people efficient. And we've seen...
This is an investor talking,
investor
not
talking,
an entrepreneur
right?
talking.
Exactly.
I'd love to be in a board meeting with you with disappointing results.
Yes.
I think you'd be, you know, that smile would disappear very quickly. But
exactly. Anyway, so it's an entrepreneur's market. There's no doubt about that. Even in Portugal, without excess capital, I'd say. But the good thing is that it's really an up-and-coming center of a hub. And we position ourselves, and we've positioned ourselves for the last decade, as kind of the suppliers of deal flow to the big funds, like Partech, and we've invested a lot with Oliron and funds all over the world, from SoftBank to the sovereign wealth funds, of Singapore and Mubadala and so on, and we've co-invested globally, and that's how you turn 30 million investment into over 800 of follow-on rounds in mostly Portuguese companies.
My good friend Paddy Cosgrave would never forgive me if I didn't ask you, has the Web Summit made any difference? So what do you think, is there any effect?
He's a good friend. I think there is. I mean, probably not in sense of fundraising itself, but I think that the awareness of Portugal as a tech hub, the Web Summit has helped. It's a huge event, sometimes probably a little bit too big compared to the South Summit, which is really a good-sized event. But it did bring a lot of new people into the market, and also I think that we've seen an influx of foreign capital, but also foreign talent. So we have in our portfolio, although we do focus mostly on Portugal and a little bit of Spain, we have French founders, Spanish founders, and Americans and so on that have moved to Lisbon because they want to live there, or Porto, and they're now in our portfolio they are Portuguese companies to that extent. So capital and talent have flowed to Lisbon, and it's certainly very different from like 10 years ago. You now go out to the street, now particularly now after the pandemic again, we're there, you go to a restaurant and you're surrounded with people from all over the world, and you think, okay, it looks like I'm in London on a mini scale, but it's
that's
super
just because of the
international.
time out place, yeah. It's like, okay, little, inside joke there, which is always great for the people online. So Victor, I want to talk to you a bit about deep tech, which is probably I did an interview yesterday with ABC, and they were asking me sort of what's changing in Spain, and I was saying that K-Fund have a new deep tech fund. Nadia Clavino is talking about the government specifically having a deep tech fund. There used to be, when I worked in the City of London, like every smart guy used to be a French engineer, so I have this sort of associate. Of course, they were doing horrible things with money rather than useful things for society, but I guess that's another debate. So, I mean, is there a big emphasis on in France on deep tech and engineering, or is it whatever makes money?
It's I mean, whatever makes money is always.
You'll have confessed to a murder by the end of the time.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly. I'm going to fire. No, but at the end of the day, it has to, and it's.
But if you have 2 billion, I mean, if you're not investing in like rockets and
so exactly, and I think. And it depends how you define deep tech. Obviously, you have many different people
Here we go.
define
French
differently.
Never talk to a guy with glasses and a black polo neck.
In practice, it evolved. Frankly, are we in a place yet where in France, you can raise a very large round for pure deep tech with very limited revenue? I'm not sure we have the ecosystem maturity yet. The government is doing a lot on that. We have some very good, early stage funds. In terms of level of risk and ability to diversify your portfolio, deep tech is, yet another magnitude. And I'm not sure the ecosystem has yet matured completely, although we have some interesting success. But I think it's an evolution, and you were referring to, the Farfetch and the Talkdesk helping the Portuguese ecosystem. I think what's important is you have companies emerging in some industries, and cluster of founders, moving from those companies and those industries to build in similar industries. An example of that for France would be, we had 7-8 years ago, a lot of the companies were consumer companies because, it's easier for someone who is not a founder to start something in consumer, or in the ad tech and martech space because we had some good successes like Criteo and a few others. Yeah. And so, that was the strength of the French ecosystem. But then those martech, ad tech, and consumer companies start becoming bigger. And then people working at those new startups in those space realized that there were some tools needed to build the startups on the infrastructure side, on the enterprise software side, and starting to build companies in those fields, which are a bit deeper, I would argue. Yeah. And then, it's a process. And now we start to have in France really a strong enterprise and software and enterprise software and infrastructure software ecosystem, which is evolving, and now lots of founders, and it is very exciting. And I think you have to go through that process. And it's a core view. So you start to see them at Series A, at seed and Series A, then they come at Series B, and I mean you would know better than me, especially on the early stage type. But I think in Southern Europe, at seed, Series A, we have a lot of those companies already. It's already there, and so it's just a matter of time. Give it 12, 24, maybe 36 months, and you will. I'm convinced you will have not only in consumer, but also in enterprise software, infrastructure software. Huge success out of Southern Europe. There are already a few from Portugal, but I think that there is potential much more.
So Hugo, if Nadia Calvino called you up, I'm sure she's in your phone, so you'd recognize the number, and said, right, yeah, take 400 million, no question asked, quadruple your ambition, go find the companies. Is that something you would embrace, or are you quite happy the way you are?
It's a good question, very good question.
I wasn't expecting that. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
No, but it's a good question. And if you ask to 10 different fund managers, will have 10 different questions. In our view, we like to ensure that we do things properly. So we have a very high ambitions, but we think on not promising, but delivering. I mean, you are what you do. So if we want to have very good results, we need to have some limited size in the funds and so on. So if she would offer me 400 million, maybe I question it. Maybe not 100, but it's 300, and so it could work. But only just to say that I think there is a very important as a manager to remain consistent to your investment capacities. So maybe we wouldn't go as high. We would try to stick to what we do very good, so, which is to invest early stage into things that we really like with the right partners on board, and with that. I think we could kind of double or triple the size of our current fund, but definitely not doing much more.
So, Stefan, I want to ask you the respect question. I mean, I know you've studied in the US and things like that. I mean, do you think Europe gets no respect from like the Andreessen Horowitz and all these people? I mean, at some stage, do you do you feel we're peers at their table, or and that they should give us more respect?
I think that respect is arriving. I mean, certainly, 10 years ago, when we had these first Portuguese companies going to Silicon Valley, they would basically didn't even say they were from Portugal, because people were like, what, where is this?
Yeah.
And nowadays, the investors at Silicon Valley, first, they know where is Portugal, also thanks to the Web Summit sometimes, but they respect, I think, and we're also seeing the US investors increasingly coming to Europe, because they recognize that there's better deals to be made in Europe. There's maybe less competition, less capital, and they can have better returns. Not enough yet, in a sense that there is still a little bit of prejudice, and certainly we see it also from a fundraising perspective of the funds themselves.
Yeah.
I think the global LPs, which are the people, the institutions that put money into the funds, they still look America, and then China, or even China, and then America.
Victor is nodding, like...
Because even for Partech, right? Even for Partech, which is a huge fund, I'm sure, it's still difficult for us. It's impossible, right? I mean, but I think that it's arriving once you have, 7 unicorns from Portugal. People start saying, wait a minute, there's something happening over there that we must look at, and maybe it's even more sustainable because the valuations are a little bit more reasonable. Then maybe the bubble is not as high, and so I think it's getting there. But there is still a lot of Silicon Valley-centric kind of mentality, and then the other big global player is obviously China. China has its own issues, and I think sometimes the global investors kind of don't appreciate that in Europe.
So a very nice way of putting people who disappeared for, where is Jack anyway?
So maybe Europe is a bit of a reasonable place compared to some other geographies.
Yeah. Well,
and I think
we offer nothing other than stability, rule of law, and a stable currency. But
it's not too bad, right?
Yeah, very much so. Okay, we have 7.5 minutes left, so I just want to sort of move towards the sales side of things. So Victor, what's people in the audience, if they want to come up to you afterwards, what's the number one thing you want to hear them ask you? Do you want them to pitch you? Do you want them help with what are you here for, Victor? And don't just hang on and well, why do you?
No, but look, I'm an investor. My job is to invest money and back founders with ambitious projects, and so definitely I'd like people, come and see me. Well, I'm happy to have a general discussion.
Have you ever funded anyone who's walked up to you in a conference?
That's a good question. Probably not. If I'm honest. But remember, I would actually we did one of our portfolio company, M5, which is in Finland, a bit far away from here. Enterprise content management software doing quite well. Was met first at Slush and led to an investment. And it was not a pre-range. It was so it was not myself. And remember, we do a 10 to 12 investments in 4 years time frame, so it's not like I'm investing.
The advice always is a soft intro, right? Rather than walking up to someone in a conference.
Yeah, soft intro, but look, I still I do read my emails and answer to them. Of course, again, I'm focusing on growth and later stage. So if you send me an email for pre-seed or early stage deal, I'm probably not going to be the right person. But you know.
So Ugo, if you go to your inbox, what subject line will you open immediately?
Yeah, most of the times, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are really proud to say that one of the things that make us different is that we are a very small firm with entrepreneurial DNA that take very quick decisions into the things that really likes. The consequence of that and the work is that we can decide very quickly. So we have decided an investment in 24 hours.
Wow. Yeah.
And I mean, in general, we are tracking that. Well, Thomas can tell you from our team, but the average time we use to decide is very quick. Mm-hmm. And you need to start that from the very beginning, which is like cleaning your inbox every day, really think whether this fits you or not, give the right feedback to the entrepreneur, and if this is something that you really like, move very quick. That will make us different, and we will keep doing that. It doesn't matter if we scale on fund under management or in team or whatever.
Yeah. Stefan, I mean, you've talked about success and all of that, so tell me about your failures, right? What's your anti-portfolio? What have you missed?
I think we missed the Spanish market, to be quite frank with you. I mean, we've been so busy.
He's a total pro, isn't
no.
he? Like.
Honestly, I mean, we kind of set out in the latest fund to do some stuff in Spain, but the truth is we saw 2,000 deals, the vast majority of which in Portugal and only a fraction in Spain, which doesn't make sense, right? Because Spain is obviously much bigger. So we were so busy that even Rui, our partner that lives here in Madrid, was busy with deals in Portugal. And so I think we need to catch up on that, and the reason why we're here at the South Summit for the first time, after many years of saying I'm going to go there, finally I made it. I'm very happy to be here, is to meet entrepreneurs, obviously to meet other fellow investors that have more experience in this market, but to be in a market that is obviously one of the growth engines of the European tech scene. And I think we obviously missed a lot on not being present here, but we were just too busy with our own local market that kept us super busy, right?
We need to solve that.
We'll solve that, yes.
Okay.
Send me the deals.
Well, I mean, it would work, right? So there's a few minutes, and I'd love to sort of like close it by making jokes about Brexit and all of that, but probably that's not a good idea. But I'm available like after the conference if you want to hear all my Brexit jokes. But one country that we haven't mentioned, and sometimes one of our fellow pigs, is Italy. So there's no representative from Italy here. So, you know, at one stage you have these families who are capable of, like, you know, world-leading product innovation, and another level you have, I don't even know who, oh yeah, Mario Draghi's president. I had to sort of think for a second who's president. So, you know, because there are no Italians here to defend themselves, when I say Italy, what do you think of? And don't say the Eurovision or the football.
I was about no. No, Italy. Look, it's actually a very interesting topic, Italy, and I'm not completely clear myself on the country. It has so many, you know, strong strengths, you know, from the sheer size, the quality of the talent from there, who all go to build in London for some reason. Yeah. You know, the proximity, some strengths. It's still at the growth stage. I'm blown away by how small it is as a market, and frankly, I would almost argue Portugal and Spain are larger for us than Italy, which is a shame because, you know, and you know, there are a few, don't get me wrong, there are quite a few interesting late-stage, growth-stage business in Italy, but compared to the size of the economy and the size of the country, I think, again, this is a core topic, and I would not be surprised if you can mark my word, but in a few years we see some very, very interesting stuff coming from Italy.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing as well. Hugo, Italy or Greece actually is one of the countries. Are there countries you have any interest in, or?
Definitely. I mean, the thing is that as investors used to like the ecosystems that were very mature, where the entrepreneurs are very well trained, coming from the right companies, and doing things like very straightforward. The thing is that when looking at these geographies, you need to really roll out your sleeves and work a little bit more, try to find the right teams, and try to work a little bit more since the very beginning. But we have been used to do that in Spain, they have been used to do that in Portugal, and we are starting to do that also in other geographies. So for us, that extra effort is something that we can definitely achieve, and we think there is a lot of value what we can take from there. So recently was an article that Italy was 3 years after, well, they always say this comparison of 3-4 years. If you want to really make the effort and take the risk, for sure there's going to be value as an investor.
Okay.
This is better for us as early stage. For them, later stage is a different story. They need to wait 10 years.
Yeah. Stefan, so you can talk about Italy, Greece, or Croatia. I'm often, people are saying, like, have you been to Croatia?
been sailing there.
Are those markets interesting for you?
Well, while they're not in our core, Italy I've followed in the last decade quite closely for a number of reasons. And what we've seen is, well, the major problem in Italy is that, for example, many of the best Italian VCs are working in France and in the UK and in the US, right? And we have great partners of some of the major VC funds globally are Italians, but they're just not in Italy. But we've also seen a lot of entrepreneurs also moving out and so on. But the last couple of years, we've seen the creation of some promising early stage funds, like same size as us. And obviously it's a very entrepreneurial country in all senses. And so it's very, very promising, great industry, great background. And we're seeing the return of entrepreneurs and of local VCs. So I have no doubt that Italy is going to produce incredible companies over the next 5 years, for sure.
Yeah, and just the other final thing about Portugal, you know, there's always this thing about Brazil and the links to Brazil, but from what I'm told, like Portuguese people are looking less at Brazil than perhaps they used to, for reasons we all know, but like that's something that's really changed in recent years.
So that's an interesting question because it's a bit of a difference here towards the Spanish ecosystem. So the Spanish companies quite often go to South America, and the Spanish VCs encourage that, and the Portuguese companies often go to the US. Yeah. We do have actually a company in common, a Portuguese company that is Brazilian nowadays and doing very well. But it is true that it is a very, very different market, and there are some similarities, there are some synergies, there's sophisticated capital and obviously a huge market. But contrary to Spain, where the companies go to South America, the Portuguese companies go to the US. And that has been our preferred modus operandi, but we have very strong connections in Brazil as well, but just not the target market normally.
Okay, sadly we're out of time, so I will start by apologizing instead of thanking. It's not a good panel unless you're apologizing to the panelists afterwards. I'm not joking, by the way. Anyway, so I'm very sorry, Victor, I'm very sorry, Ugo, and I'm very sorry, Stefan.
It's okay.
And thank you to the audience, and thank you very much online. That's me out.
And I'm very sorry, Joe, for being such a tough MC on time, but I would like to say thank you for all of you for sharing your insights. And in fact, the panel did a wonderful job of actually moving us already to our next topic, because our next topic is going to be talking about cross-border investments. And to moderate a wonderful panel of 4 experts, we have here with us Mark Cavallars, who is the founder and chairman of Swan Lab Venture Factory, an early-stage venture capitalist with a unique perspective moving between Spain and Israel. And here we have Mark. Welcome on stage.
Hi,
Thanks
guys.
for being with us.
Hello. I think we need, okay. Shall we start?
Sure.
Okay. So, together with me today, we have 4 panelists. We are going to be talking about deal sourcing and cross-border startup investments. And with me, first of all, we have Nina Rinke from Early Bird Venture Capital. Hello. We have Alexandra Baca. Alexandra Baca.
I'm going. I give you my phone.
She's from the Economic Accelerator in Warsaw.
Hi.
We had Michael Nidam from Kamet Ventures, but he got caught in another session. And we asked Yuval Avni to join us from Swan Lab Venture Factory. And finally, we have Maximilian Mayer coming from Berlin, from Activant Capital. So welcome, guys.
Hi, Mark.
Nice to meet you, nice to talk to you. Today, we are going to talk about cross-border deals, deal sourcing across Europe. But first, maybe let's hear from you, maybe 20 seconds each, a brief introduction, and then we can dive into the topics. So, Nina, if you want to start, please.
Sure.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank you, Mark. So we're early bird. In early stage VC investing from 1 million to 10 million initial ticket size all across Europe. We have a lot of local offices, but we're talking about that later. And I'm mostly focusing on fintech investments.
Yeah, it's really nice to meet you all. I'm Alexandra Baka. I'm the founder of Economic Accelerator. It's an accelerator based in Warsaw, Poland. We are focusing on developing promotional stuff and internationalization of Polish startups. Right now we've got more than 80 startups in our accelerator. And we are here with 3 of those companies, so please visit our stand here at the exhibition floor.
Hi, I'm Yuval Avni. I'm from Swan Venture Factory. I'm the co-founder. We invest in early stage here in Spain, and I'm also the managing partner of a fund in Israel. We always look for innovation.
Max?
Yeah, hi, nice to meet everyone here. I'm Max from Activent Capital. I just opened Activent Capital office in Berlin for the first US growth fund. Took them to Berlin. We invest in fintech, logistics and commerce infrastructure businesses in Series B, B+, so $10 to $50 million investments.
Fantastic. So I think we have a great panel. I was able to talk to all of them and lots of ideas and things to exchange. So let's get into the topic. I mean, it's a great opportunity to be all together and discuss how dynamic is the exchange and interaction between different startups ecosystems across Europe. I mean, Berlin, Warsaw, you are in Tel Aviv and Madrid, so it will be very interesting to hear. This event is another proof that the borders are falling, and also when finding best deals and getting across, we can find great deals and see how we can get across opportunities across Europe. But sourcing deals cross-border isn't an easy activity. So I think we have a lot of here interesting, great entrepreneurs and investors, and I think they are eager to know your formula to find and promote the best opportunities in Europe. So let's share with them some of your best hacks. I think one of the questions that we all have is, how do you spot the best deals? The VCs, how do you spot the best deals when it's cross-border activity? So maybe Nina, you want to start with us.
Yeah, so we believe proximity is very important. So we opened up an office in Turkey in 2014 already and have a lot of partners all across Europe. And at the same time, we try to build network and relationships with local seed and pre-seed funds, but also accelerators, and visit conferences like this one. So we still believe the old approach, kind of, to be present is very important. And at the same time, with COVID, we realized that we could even invest in a fully digital process. So we invested in UK, even though we couldn't travel there, and we did a complete process over Zoom, and it worked. So you're absolutely right. I think the movement is clearly towards cross-border investments without physical presence, but we still think spotting the best opportunities is very much belongs to personal relationships and having
Mark actually same here, right? Because we just opened an office in Berlin, and ultimately we think Europe is such a great opportunity. We would love to be here. Our first big exit was Hybris from our first fund in 2013. We sold it to SAP for 1.5 billion. Was a cross-border deal. So we started investing in Germany or in the European region very early. Then we stopped doing deals in Europe for a while, and there was one other called New Store, which now also has headquarters in New York, actually, in Boston. And but we're big believers in the European ecosystem. That's why we went here. And same as Nina just said, I think it's really important to have your boots on the ground while we have Zoom and everything. And there's a remote culture, of course, in venture as well, that you can meet in Spain, in Bucharest, in Lisbon, in Helsinki, everyone also from Berlin via Zoom. We believe that in order to get access to the best deals, you need to be close to the ecosystem.
Precisely. And maybe Yuval, you also want to say something about doing cross-border deals.
So I think the main challenge doing cross-border deals divide into two. First of all is the deal sourcing and then the due diligence. Today in the Zoom era, due diligence, I think it's much easier to do. Prior to that, you had to travel for the due diligence, and especially to do the team due diligence would be very hard, because it's very hard to really understand the culture of a place in order to assess the team. So you need some cultural understanding of that specific geography. But I think the main challenge today is deal sourcing, and you cannot have boots on the ground everywhere. And even if you take your own boots and travel, it's not exactly boots on the ground. So I think the best way to address it is to have a network of trustees, that people you trust in every specific geography that you can talk to, you can meet them. And conferences like this are the best place to build this network. Among investors, among entrepreneurs, especially second-time, third-time entrepreneurs. And out of this network, I think the majority of the good deals can be sourced out.
Very good.
I would like to also add some kind of perspective of accelerator. Let's say, as we are also here with our startups, and as we are observing market, VC market in Poland, in CE, and generally in Europe, actually I can agree with other speakers that most of the VC actually invest in those companies which are really maybe in not that close environment of them, but they are really in the network of the VC. That's why such conferences as South Summit are really important, and this is the advice for all you who actually have startups, to speak as much as you can with VC, to know each other, to show your company what you are doing, because that's how you get to know each other, and that's how you build relations. You can say anything, but VC is right now mostly about relations, and that's how you build your network here at such conferences. So just feel free, for sure, to speak to other panelists, get to know each other. Maybe those will be your next investors.
This is actually a very good point, because today there is more and more investors and more capacity to invest across Europe, and VCs are crossing borders to find very good deals. So how do you differentiate yourselves? What makes you unique in front of the entrepreneurs? Because it's not anymore about the VCs choosing the entrepreneurs, it's entrepreneurs choosing the VCs. So how do you do it?
Absolutely, yeah.
What do you offer?
That's true. So we have the approach to invest very early, so come in at seed stage, investing between 1 and 10 million, and then we are partner for whole life cycle of our startup. So we have also a growth fund, and we are capable of investing in a long-term strategy. And at the same time, we focus, so we try to keep the portfolio relatively small so that we can focus very much on the companies we invest in. So we always come in as a team of 2, 1 partner with a lot of experience as board member and 1 professional as board observer. And then you have a lot of exposure to us, but also to a VP people that we have in-house, or VP communication that can support you with all kinds of topics, but also facilitate introductions to other companies in our portfolio, because we exist since the 90s, so we have a lot of success stories and all kinds of portfolio companies, and we try to be a community and facilitate introductions as much as we can. Yeah.
I mean, for us, it's 2 things really. One is domain knowledge. So as I mentioned in my intro, we only invest in commerce infrastructure, logistics, fintech. That is like 90% of our portfolio, right? So in those segments, we know all the companies that are relevant, and we know we know our shit, you can say, right? So we just know what we're talking about, and we can hopefully advise the entrepreneurs that they focus on the right things when building their company, when scaling their company. So that's number 1. And number 2 is, so we act as a partner on the board. We always take board seats. And number 2 is we have built up an operations team, essentially, led by a guy that was 25 years at McKinsey, We have someone that is taking care of branding for the startups that we invest in, for the scale-ups. We have someone who's taking care of recruiting, actively advising how to scale and structure your organization, next to all the strategic points that we discuss on the board. That is something that many entrepreneurs appreciate because it's quite unique. So if we come in, we not only come in as a board member and as a capital investor, but we also help really on the ground to get your team ready for scale and to build the best brand possible.
Good. Yuval, you may want to add something.
I think that it's quite obvious that everybody says that they bring the experience and the domain expertise, and indeed, I think everybody in the VC brings some domain expertise, and it's really hard to differentiate yourself. Actually, in cross-border, it's easier because you bring a flavor of a different country. And I think that's part of doing cross-border investment can be of virtue, but it depends from world to world. So for instance, if you will try as an investor from Spain, go to the UK, I'm not sure that the flavor you will bring will be in your value. But if you go the other way around, I guess a Spanish entrepreneur will be very acceptant to have a UK-based investor saying that they can open the UK market for them. So I think you should build, as an investor, you should build your story in accordance to the real value you can bring, and then the other way around, as an entrepreneur, you need to build your install base of investors that can really serve you and can help you with opening, with networking, and moreover with the good advice. And the most important one, they will be experienced enough not to interfere. So I think that's the most important part.
Actually, in that, Alexandra, you have a lot to say as an accelerator, helping companies find the right way.
Yes, exactly. If it comes to how we differentiate ourselves to other accelerators in Poland, because as it was said, we are operating in Poland, and unfortunately right now we are helping just Polish companies, but in the future, I think in next year, we also be helping other companies from other countries, especially from CE region. Our main differentiation is the fact that we are really focused on internationalization. That's why we are actually here on this conference. Last week we were on the TNW in Amsterdam. Next week we are going on GITEX in Dubai, then Web Summit, then Slash. There is a lot of conferences which we are attending with our startups because we are thinking that going global is really important for companies. It broadens their market. We are not, those companies are not closed just on, for example, Polish, Ukraine, Belarus market. They are going to Western countries. They are talking, as we said before, with other VCs from Western countries. They get maybe not the first round of the financing, because first round of financing actually is mostly done by Polish VCs, but second, third round of financing, if it comes to our startups, are mostly from the VCs from Western countries like Germany or UK. So we are really focusing on internationalization, and I think that every company from each country should really focus on that aspect of operations, because it's like getting your more market.
I fully agree, yeah. I think that's also what European companies should focus on, because in the US you have like a huge market from the beginning, but in Europe you are kind of forced to internationalize fairly quickly and to have like the chance to build a unicorn or very significant company in the end.
I will also add one thing, because you can see, for example, Estonia market and Estonian companies. The market there is really small, so they should then actually do it. From the beginning, they are thinking global. They are actually making those startups. Of course, everyone knows Skype, for example. That's I think the most common example. And you know, like those startups are looking for connections from the beginning abroad, because market there is really limited. The customers they are just limited amount of customers there in Estonia. So they are looking for other countries, like Baltic countries, sea countries, but most of them, they are thinking about going to Western countries and they're further abroad.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I have changing the subject a little bit, I have a question for those of you who are investing in different locations across Europe, or actually when we discuss, Yuval and I, the differences that we see in the teams, in the entrepreneurs, in the setup of the startups in the different locations. Do you see that there is a convergence on the way companies are set up and led, or do you still see specific characteristics market by market, and how do you overcome that or you resolve that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's very interesting you raised that question, because we very much believe no matter where the company is based, that diversity is very powerful in teams, because there is still some cultural differences, and diversity just brings companies to the best outcomes in the end. And it's very funny that you raised that question, because when you listen to the pitches of founders from different countries, it's completely different. Just the tone of the tonality and the way they pitch. So US founders tend to think very big and pitch great visions, while European founders still tend to be very operational focused and more excellence in execution, and the mix is perfect in the end. So diversity is very important.
Precisely.
Yeah, we also see a lot more companies these days that don't have a headquarter essentially, right? So they might get started in Germany, but then we just invested in a remote payroll startup as well that basically helps you to hire people in 170 countries across the globe, and without your own entity. It's called WorkMotion. And so basically through this whole scheme, not only our investments are global, but the companies itself become a lot more widespread, which is a big challenge for example, for culture. So we always advise our companies to focus a lot on the culture that you're creating, that it's unilateral across the company, even though you might be in 15, 20 different countries, not only across Europe, but in India and China. And so we see more and more companies that are building remote first, and it's quite an interesting trend. But also a big challenge for the culture of these businesses.
Yeah, and it opens the talent pool, right?
Yes, it opens the talent pool, totally. I mean, for example, WorkMotion is very actively opening a Spain hub where they have their own entity, and you can hire tomorrow 15 developers in Spain rather than hiring them in Berlin. Which is also a cost advantage in the end. And the talent is even as good as it is anywhere else.
So Corona has changed a lot of things. And you discussed briefly about how to assess a company and how to evaluate a company. But still, what are the main barriers you have to overcome when analyzing a company? What are the things, the key elements you are looking for? Remotely, physically present, what are the main elements? Maybe Yuval, you want to...
Again, I'm trying to think what is relevant for cross-border rather than a normal investment. So without taking, of course, out of the equation all the normal things we are assessing in an investment, when you do cross-border, I think the team side is very important. And we talked about culture, but it's more than just culture. I will give you an example. In Israel, for instance, it's a very small pond or swamp even. Everybody knows everybody. So it's enough for me as an Israeli to hear, for instance, where this specific person served in the army. I know everything about him. And if I don't know, I can find a person that will tell me. But if I will go to Germany...
You have to ask me.
Exactly. I don't have the skill set to really assess the person in front of me. And that's where I think the main challenge is, how to assess the people in front of you. And even looking at the history, I'm not sure it's enough, because you have to read between the lines, not just what is presenting to you. And that's where we talked about boots on the ground before. Even if you have the best Australian boots, it will help you nothing. Yeah, you really need somebody with some internal understanding. And I think that's the main challenge eventually.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest challenges for us is just the velocity in the market. So because of Corona, obviously Zoom exploded and everything is remote. So Before, if a company wants to raise a Series B, they probably would fly in, all the investors would fly in that came from US or other countries to meet the startups. So there was already a level of time lag, let's say, right? Meeting all those people and then getting access to the data room. Now, today, you can jump on a Zoom for 2 hours, then get access to the data room, and then you have to make a decision whether to invest in this business 20, 30 million within a week or two, which is crazy if you think about it, right? And maybe you never met the founding team, never met the management, so that's what you said before, Aaron, is like due diligence has changed tremendously. And then what hasn't changed so much in my personal view is this, and it's also what you said, this personal relationship that you need in order to win the best deals, right? Because that founder is not only, if he has a couple of options, deciding for potentially the highest valuation, but also for the best potential fit in terms of the fund and the board member that is joining. So you want to meet and you want to get to know that person, and oftentimes we do then, if we know that you want to invest in a company, fly there if we're not already located and meet the team on the ground in order to close the deal. That hasn't really changed.
Yeah. We have here accelerator, we have here early stage, international and local funds, we have a later stage growth fund. So in your experience, in your multiple experiences, maybe you want to start, or also Alexandra, when is the best moment to look for an international investor, to engage with an international investor?
Okay, so when it comes to finding the financing, as I said previously, actually looking at my experience and companies which are in our accelerator, first round of financing is mostly made by VCs which are in the country where the company is operating. So like as we said before, it's more or less because of the network, because it's easier to get the financing from the VC which is in our country. That's also why it's so important for VCs from abroad to open the offices in the countries or in different countries to get closer to those startups. So I think actually the second round of financing or the third one of the financing is the best, let's say, period of time when you get the finance from the VC from abroad. It is mostly also because of that company, after the first round of financing, when they actually get that money, they appear, for example, at such conferences as here. They get those contacts from VCs from abroad, and I think that they also have this proof that already somebody invested in them. This is the VC, of course, from the country where the company is from, but is the proof that the idea is validated and there is a potential in this company to get the next round of financing.
Maybe Nina, now you are early stage.
Yeah, so I think it's very powerful to have both, like one local partner and one partner maybe from another country or even the US that has the network also to hire talent when moving abroad and internationalizing as company. And I think it's very powerful to have both, like as you say, like an early stage local fund that likes to also join you as a kind of an operator and supports you very much. That's also what we try to do. And then kind of later on partner with a large international brand that helps you attract talent globally. Yeah. So.
I think it's a case by case, but altogether we are now in a market where entrepreneurs has a lot of power because there is money looking for investment, there is abundance of money if you have the right idea. So as an entrepreneur, you should build your board of directors and your investors in such a case that will serve you in a sense. So depending on your specific case, if you look globally since inception, you look to have global investors since inception. Mm-hmm. If you look locally, you need better local investors. If you are very keen on a specific sector, you might have an investor that is keen on that specific sector as well, like fintech, for instance. So I think it's something you should build, and it's part of the strategy. And it always strikes me that entrepreneurs look at money in a sense of whatever get, I'm okay, but you shouldn't look at it that way, and you should plan it in advance. Like you're planning your team, like you're planning your go-to-market, etc., you should plan your investors. And I think in today's market, it's doable.
This is a very good point, because I was going to ask Max, so on your Series B, Series C investments, who approaches you? The previous investors of the startup or the entrepreneur? What is the balance there?
Yeah, typically we get approached, or we have the network of seed investors and Series A investors that we are in regular catch-ups with about their portfolio and how it's doing. But it's always important to have, I mean, if you are in a local market, it's easier to get directly to the entrepreneur. But especially if you do cross-border, it's much more efficient and also better to basically be in touch with all the local seed and Series A funds in order to then partner up with them and get access to the best deals. In the end, the entrepreneur decides who is joining the board. And that's why you need a direct relationship with that person too. But typically, I would say 70% of our deal flow cross-border comes from other funds. Yeah. In our local markets, it's a little bit different. Yeah. Okay.
So we have just a few minutes. So let's have one final thought about cross-border deals in Europe. I mean, in the US is one huge market. Everything is interconnected. In Europe, we still have regions and different stages of development of the markets. But in the years ahead, how do you see the European ecosystem evolving in terms of cross-border deals? How do you see that, for example, Nina?
Yeah, I think that COVID will have a lasting impact on that, and that borders are opening up more and more, and that's also why we're here, and we would love to meet you guys and meet more Spanish startups. So.
Okay. Yeah, if it comes to my opinion, I think that Corona time showed us that those borders really disappear, and it doesn't matter if we are in Europe, US, Asia. It's getting more and more easy to get financing from the VCs from different regions. Right now, VC get closer to startups. Startups get closer to VCs thanks to those all online tools. And I think that this is the future, that those borders are disappearing, and we will together create a better tech world.
Okay. Yuval or Alex?
I think just to add, I don't want to repeat what everybody said, which I agree. I think the only thing to add here is that looking forward, we have to take in consideration that we are now in a very specific situation on a macroeconomic level. There is a lot of money, interest is very low, a lot of money is shifting into private equity, so money is looking for ideas. That's why you see much more cross-border activity. If we will have an increase in inflation, what we call the burst of the bubble, whatever will happen, this might change. So I think we are now in a period where it's the best time to do cross-border. I'm not sure it will be so, let's say, 2 years from now.
Yeah. I mean, for us, there are no borders, and I think it will stay that way.
Well, thank you. So let's keep that final thought, and I want to thank you for your time and contribution.
Thanks.
And I wish everybody for a happy hunting of deals, whether it is for entrepreneurs, for investors. And thank you very much for today's panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Max, for this very succinct answer as the time was running out. I love it. We are moving into the final session for today before lunch. So I know you might already be a little bit hungry, even though we are in the room here with a few snacks. But still, we don't want to keep you from lunch, so we want to keep things on time. And next up, we're going to bring our focus a bit down from a pan-European perspective to one specific place, and that is Valencia. What makes Valencia so special? What makes it unique? Why should you go there as a VC? Why should you go there as a startup? Those questions we're going to explore with our lovely panel today. And here to moderate this panel, we have the Director of Valencia Digital Summit and COO of Startup Valencia, Alejandra Menendez. Alejandra, please join me on stage.
Thank you so much for having us today. Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Congratulations, Marta, Maria, and the whole team. of South Summit. It's an honor to be here today. And I want to welcome these four absolute top profiles from the Valencia tech ecosystem. Please, guys, join me on stage, because we're going to be talking, as Daniel has already said, about why is Valencia the place to be, and why VCs, startups, and everyone should actually be looking at this particular place in Spain. I'm actually, just so you know, from Madrid, so I'm not biased. I moved to Valencia 8 years ago, as most of you know, and got trapped there. And I'm not coming back, even though it's great being back from time to time. So I'm going to ask you guys to introduce yourself, tweet style, so that we go straight into the conversation. So please, Juan Luis.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. I am Juan Luis Hortelano. I am CEO and co-founder of Blinkfire Analytics, a startup where we help right holders, sports organizations, and brands measure the impact of sponsorship around social media. And I have a second hat. I am the president of Startup Valencia, is the association of all the startups in the Valencia region. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Francesc Minoves. I'm CFO of Mr. Jeff, the Business in a Box solutions to launch new businesses for entrepreneurs from scratch. So we provide technology, brand, and know-how for an entrepreneur to launch anything from zero and to make them successful.
Hi, I'm Clara, and I'm founder of Rosita, a mobile app designed for seniors to help them optimize their healthy longevity.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Diego Saez de Guilaz. I'm founder of Meshbook. We are leading nowadays the Industry 4.0 projects in Spain. And what I can say is that we meet our mission, which is improve the P&L account of the industrial companies through technology and good manufacturing practices.
Thank you all. So I would go straight to the point, because we don't have a lot of time. Tell us why Valencia? Why is Valencia the place to be? Like, I know that Clara, for example, has been abroad for a long time. Jeff is actually not even from Valencia, but after being accelerated by B-Booster, they decided to stay there. So tell us a little bit, what makes Valencia special for entrepreneurs, investors, and the whole tech ecosystem?
In our case, for example, the three founders were from the north of Spain, northwest of Spain, and they, as Alejandra just mentioned, they were accelerated by B-Booster, so they moved to Valencia, and Valencia was just a great welcoming city where they found a place to grow the company from nothing, from being just the three of them, 0 employees in 2015, to actually being more than 700 employees last year. So as you can imagine, we've been able to grow the company very well in Valencia. We've felt very accompanied by Startup Valencia, and we are a reference there now. And actually, attracting talent has been just amazing. As you can imagine, just being in the Mediterranean Sea with such a great weather is just a great place to be, Valencia.
And it goes a little further, because I mean, people, when we talk about Valencia, obviously more than 300 days of sun per year, we all think about the sun. It was recently declared one of the healthiest regions in the world. Work-life balance is spectacular. And I want to ask Clara to tell us more about that, given that your startup is a health startup.
We work in the field of longevity, so we actually work on optimizing health. And in that sense, not only Valencia is amazing for the citizens that can live healthier lives, but also the ecosystem is bubbling. There's a lot of initiatives, public and corporate collaboration. Institutions, we work, for example, with the university, very close with a lot of doctors. We work with the IBB, the Biomechanics Institute in Valencia. And we also have the potential to work with different organizations that are very indirect with users. So in my case, I also funded the Longevity School in Valencia with a human tech lab. So we have over 500 seniors that are all daily there and help us improve our product. So it's a collaboration, a continuous collaboration.
Thank you, Clara. Diego?
Well, first of all, I have to say that this lifestyle and this good weather is more for the employees of the startup rather than the founders, right? Because we work too much, okay? But in any case, it's obvious that to attract talent is one of the assets of the region. Not only that, this talent has a fantastic professional education. We have lots of specializations in any kind, and the talent is there. And people, thinking again on employees in Spain, they like to live in the city where they have been born. So they would like to stay, and we have talent, and also the labor costs are not comparable with the labor costs that you can find in other places in the same Spain, like, for example, Madrid or Barcelona. So all of that, obviously, is quite convenient for a startup. On the other side, I mean, as I said, we work in the industry sector, right? So I can tell the story of an industrial startup in Valencian region, where there is a huge offer or a huge catalog of customers or potential customers, because there is industry of any kind: cosmetic, ceramic, a lot of food and beverage, automation, automobile or car industry. So in that respect, it's kind of paradise, right? Because I always say that I'm the hunter of the company. So I bring the food home. My people cooks it. So there is a lot of options there to make customers and to make business. So it's a fantastic scenario for that too.
Yeah. And Juan Luis, you're actually wearing two hats today. You are co-founder of Blinkfire and our president at Startup Valencia. So,
I will change the question. I will ask why not. I mean, they already said a lot of things. I remember 10 years ago when we launched Plug and Play Accelerator in Valencia, and we had a press meeting, and everyone was asking why Valencia and why not Madrid and Barcelona. And my answer was, why not? I mean, if there is anyone that can answer why not, I think that will be great. But I don't think there is not any problem, not any handicap to build a startup from Valencia. We have seen a lot of advantages. There may be a lot of disadvantages as well, and we can make it the same question for other similar cities in Spain or around the world. I think 10 years later, there is no any reason where you cannot start from any single place in the world. And now, after the pandemic, I think we have discovered that. But yeah, they say a lot of reasons to stay in Valencia. I will ask you to think about why not. Why not Valencia? And invite you to visit us and to know us.
Yeah. That's actually linked to the next question, which is, I mean, me personally, I moved 8 years ago. The way the ecosystem has matured and changed, and all the possibilities that I've seen in Valencia as to other main cities such as Barcelona and Madrid, it has a lot of potential because there is still a lot to do. I mean, we're working on it, not only the private sector, we also obviously work together with the public entities and stuff, but what have you seen, like what's changed in the last 5-10 years? What has, because we're trying to position and put Valencia on the map. We're obviously closer now than we were 10 years ago, but any experiences that you guys can share with us?
Of course, I mean, for me, first step, I have to talk about Lanzadera and all the ecosystem around Marina de Empresas, belonged by Mercadona, by Juan Roig, and almost pioneers in Spain and of course in Valencia in terms of entrepreneurship. And from my point of view, is the best accelerator, or one of the best accelerators available, no? And because they take care of the startups, they take care of their business, they take care of making them productive and something that for me is almost an obsession, which is results. I mean, I always say that everybody who thinks that to create a startup is something cool, I mean, he have never done it, okay? It's tough. And the most important thing are results. And in the ecosystem, Lanzadera particularly, and other accelerators like BB Booster or other ones that we have in Valencia, the focus is results. I mean, one question which was mandatory for us was how much more are you going to sell with this action, with this money that you are going to invest here? This is a mandatory question for anyone who's ruling a startup. No? And in that respect, we started there almost 10 years ago, I mean, 2013 and 14, 2013, 14, and the evolution that we have seen in terms of not only startups, but also corporates coming to these accelerators to create specific programs to solve some of the issues that they have. So this is the perfect join between the need, the market, and solutions, the startups, right? And all these initiatives have been developed for Startup Valencia, Lanzadera, BB Booster. All of them have developed their offer in that way. So you see the evolution and see the way that things are a little bit more easier, even though I've said that it's really complicated to succeed in the startup world. No? So this is very important for us.
So we were talking behind the scenes before the presentation, and we were saying that one of the things, how much it's changed over the last years, and one of the interesting things is that there's a very good alignment between administrations, institutions, as I said, and the startup community. But also, still the startup community is small, so there is a lot of opportunities that we can have, for the good and for the bad, because we were talking that for the good, you're in the spotlight, so you actually have access to a lot of resources, a lot of organizations want to help you. For the bad is that you're also in the spotlight for many things. But I'd say that now, in this moment in time, people are aware that we need startups to innovate. There's this alignment in the ecosystem, so you can actually do that. And there aren't so many startups yet in many of the areas, or growing that fast. So you can actually take the opportunity and use it in your advantage. So I say that's actually answering back to your question of why Valencia now. It's because it's the specific moment in time right now where this is happening.
Now, in my case, I haven't seen the full evolution of the 10 years, as I only joined 2 years ago. As you know, Startup World 2 years is already alive. But what I've seen is the mindset has changed in Valencia. So it's not about, it goes beyond accelerators, it goes beyond partnership. It is the mindset of the people. The people want to create something. They are starting to think on, this can be the place to create something. So it's more the mindset of the people willing to do something new, create a new business. And obviously, in this regard, the pandemic has helped because you can be anywhere. And actually living in Valencia with all the technology and being just there makes a lot of sense. It's just the mindset.
Mm-hmm. Juan Luis? I think for me, I mean, the ecosystems, they have an evolution and you need time. There are no shortcuts. I mean, you have to try to close all the steps. And I started here 20 years ago. There were no events, there were no investors. There were a lot of people trying to do things and trying to meet. But the thing I am, and speaking about investing, that I see now is that 10 years ago, when the first accelerators started, that I think that was a key moment. Booster from Mr. Jeff, Plug and Play, Demium. It was really hard to bring investors to Valencia. And now it's the opposite. They come to visit us. At that moment, we needed to visit the investors and to look for investors. We didn't have too much angels. We didn't have too much corporations. We didn't have any family offices. And it's an evolution. And in these last 10 years, we have seen that in the past, you have to come to Madrid, Barcelona, or Europe. And now, we are here and the investors come to visit us. So I think that's the main difference. And also regarding events, we didn't have any events in the past. You were lucky if you had one First Thursday every 3 months with 100 people attending. And now we are proud to have events the whole year where a lot of people can network. We can invite people from all over Europe to come us. In fact, I will invite you to come to Valencia in December. We will host the Valencia Digital Summit, 15th and 16th of December. We hope there will be a great event, and we expect also to grow with the event, because I think, like South Summit is, that it's a great opportunity also for the ecosystem to grow, to meet up with all the people, and to try to follow the steps to create a great ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that any main city in Europe has its own event. We have our own, obviously. We have different, there's a different something
taste,
that, yeah, different taste that Valencia has.
Taste, maybe, yeah?
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. And an amazing location.
And the venue this year, by the way, is the Oceanográfico in Valencia. It's going to be impressive. I'm telling you, we're going to have a stage with penguins behind the speakers. I don't know.
We can make the analogy between animals and entrepreneurs.
Oh,
I mean,
that
who is
would
the
be a
penguin,
good one, exactly.
Who is the dolphin, who is the whale, and the sharks?
Yeah,
we know
yeah,
where
we know
the
the
sharks
sharks.
are.
Yeah.
White beluga as well.
Beluga
One of my
is
favorites. Coming back to the other point, I would like to summarize, because I think it's important that there's an option to all startup, no matter in which stage it is, right? If you have an idea, you have a place to go, tell the idea, and you will have programs to support this kind of idea. If you are in a seed series or seed level, you find it. Events, as been mentioned, to dynamize the whole stuff, because it's very important. Otherwise, I mean, there's the danger of being just in the box, right? And once you have grown, as could be our case, you have investors which are more than interested to listen to you, to invest and give their confidence to your project. I mean, we've closed a round, a financial round a couple of months ago, and I had to say no to some of them, with all the pain of my heart. But I mean, there was plenty of options to finance, and finance is, for me, the money is like the oxygen for the people, in terms of a startup. I mean, if you don't have it, you die, right? So these things, all of these things, you can find it in Valencia, together with events, together with training. Don't forget about the training. Universities, public and private, are with specific programs for investors, for startups, for entrepreneurs, for technical staff, which is key also to develop and to train the people that are working for you at all levels, not only technology, management, sales, finance. All of these things are ready and available in Valencia in an easy way. So for me, this is the basement of the succeed, by the way.
I want to dig a little deeper, because, I mean, you all have gone through different experiences. A lot of you have launched different startups. Some have succeeded, some haven't, obviously. So basically, I don't want this to seem like, oh, everything is fantastic in Valencia, this is great. No, obviously there are some things we still have to work on. The event is one thing that we have. I mean, it's going to be the 4th edition. We're growing it. We're making it more international. But what other situations, circumstances have you seen yourselves in, like where maybe the location has been an issue or an advantage? But tell us, I want to know, like, those maybe not so fun facts that you've lived through in your...
Well, as you can imagine, in any growing ecosystem, it is still in the stage of growing. And in our case, when you become a reference in a smaller city or in a smaller ecosystem, for the good and for the bad, everything is maximized. So when there's some drawback, Jeff, it's again in the mouth of everyone. If something is good, obviously we are also happy to be in all the newspapers, local newspaper, and talking about Jeff. But when things not always go well, because there are some challenges and blocks in the road, there's also challenging to be the reference in the region, and we've suffered that in Jeff.
I'd say that one of the biggest drawbacks is that even if we have access to a lot of talented people, We're still not Madrid and Barcelona in that sense. And we have access to some pools of talent, but other pools of talent are very complicated. We're working in a remote culture world, but still we want to open our office and bring people on board, and it's being a little bit difficult, especially on the developer side. But we're working on that, yeah.
I think that's global anyway.
Yeah.
People don't want to go back to the office.
From my point of view, I think that we've been commenting also before coming here. I mean, there's a lot of space for specialization in certain verticals or sectors inside the entrepreneurship, right? For example, the industrial one is, I would say that most likely more than 70–80% of the startups are thinking on B2C, or are thinking in terms of where the customer is very near. But the B2B, and if you go into industrial, which I always say that it has a very few glamour, it's not glamorous at all, the industry, but everything that it's here around that you are wearing, it has been made in a factory, and we all know the level of what we require to the products that we buy. You know? We want the best quality, the best price, always available. Everything goes. All this pressure goes to the factory, and in the industrial sector, particularly, I think there is a gap to more startups specializing there, and I think it's something that could be also applicable to other sectors.
Mm-hmm. And Juan Luis, what about you? Because I mean, we do have over 1,000 startups in the whole Valencia region, which is, I think, a good number. It's growing. And you've been in the ecosystem for as long as it's existed. Yeah. So I mean, what can you tell us about?
I think when you ask people about what could be done better, what's the problem, most of them they end speaking about the relationship with the public administration, with the government. I think that has improved over the years. We have some people here from the Valencia city, from the regional government, but I think also being in a really innovative company, you are always faster than the governments, the laws, everything, and we have to try to be closer and to try to work closer with the public administration, with the governments all over the region, to try to help us a bit with that. You always get some barriers when you try to innovate, when you try to be faster, and you don't understand a startup without being fast. So I think that's one of the main problems when you face when starting a company. But not only in Valencia, I mean, that's global. But yeah, I think we are really happy now with the administration. I think we are starting to see a real collaboration and not just buzzwords or whatever. So.
In fact, not only with the administration, you and I have lived that within the association, like the last year, basically. We now have over 20 partners, different categories, that are supporting the association. Yeah. And a lot of them are not from Valencia. Right. We have El Banco Sabadell, we have Google, we have, I mean,
Telefonica,
GoHub obviously is, but a lot of corporates that have decided to work with us. Yeah. And I think this is also a way to demonstrate that there is something going on, something's happening in Valencia. You should have an eye on it if you're not from Valencia, and obviously if you are, even more. Exactly. So we have 5 minutes left, guys. I want to wrap up having, on one side, again, tweet style, wish list. If la carta a los Reyes Magos, like what would you ask? And then any other thing you want to bring up in the last 5 minutes, please. Feel free.
Clever, do you want to go?
I can start. So if I could do a wish list, I would say that it's
a short one.
I'll say one thing. I think it's vital to understand that we're still a small city, and we would gain much more if we specialize on specific sectors. So we could actually align better administrations, entities, institutions, And if we had to specialize, definitely health
Yeah.
and longevity would be one of the areas, because there's
I mean,
an
we're
amazing
having
ecosystem.
South Summit the November 3rd and 4th.
Obviously,
South
obviously,
Summit,
but we
health and well-being in Valencia, so there's a reason for that, obviously.
But we're also very strong on tourism. We're very strong also on agro market. So I think that Valencia is still small and could grow much faster if it focused on specific areas and everyone was aligned.
Perfect.
In my
Well,
case,
go, please.
In my case, probably it's a bigger dream. It's about flight connections. When you go to New York and visit the fans, big fans, they look at the map and see, okay, are we connected? Now I think with the pandemic, it's going to change a little bit, and people are getting more used to doing the board meetings through video conferencing and other styles. But before, when they need to go on a monthly basis to a place, there's not a direct connection. It makes it more difficult. So a partner in New York, in San Francisco, who needs to go to Valencia for a board meeting, monthly meeting, and he needs to connect to a connection, Madrid, Barcelona, London, whatever, to Valencia, it is not so ideal. So I think that in an ideal world, having better connections, flight connections, would be much better.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, my first wish is to hopefully come back to normality as soon as possible. I mean, let's keep healthy, please. So that would be the best thing that could happen. In terms of Valencia and what we're talking about, it's Valencia in general. I think that it's still too tough for a startup to develop, to grow, to keep hiring people, to be able to develop the idea and making it sustainable. It's still too tough. Okay, despite administration is improving and they have initiatives, they are aware of the things that they have to improve. And the other day, and we are in meetings with Ibace, with Carmen Marcos, for example, and they have initiatives how to sell internally inside the administration. I mean, the startup concept, the entrepreneurship concept, how to document these programs with some economical helps. They don't know how to do it. So as I said before, I mean, the economic part is the most important, even though it's direct or through customers, and we need to keep on being helped in making our projects grow. You know, unfortunately, we have very low, very small margin to grow, not to fail. I mean, most of the times, if you fail once, you are hardly dead, almost dead. So we need to, this second option, second opportunity thing, which is quite popular, quite common in other non-Latin countries. So let's hope that this continues improving as it's been doing in the last years.
Juan Luis?
So my wish or my ask will be for the government to make it easy to attract talent, to make it easy to hire people. It's really difficult even for European people to hire European people, not speaking about people from US, Asia. With the remote world that's coming, but the people have to live in a real place. And even working remote, people, they still want to meet. I think we have an opportunity we don't want to lose, and it's attracting this kind of people. We are losing some possibilities and opportunities with other countries that are doing really well, like Portugal, like Greece, even Greece. And it's really difficult, but not only talent, entrepreneurs that I am sure they will love to entrepreneur from Valencia or from Spain, investors. And now, really, it's not easy to convince someone to come and live here because of different reasons, tax, fiscal reasons, and others. So that will be my main wish. We need to attract the top people to Valencia. We need to make it easy for them to come here, and I am sure that will help boost the ecosystem much more than that is doing now.
Well, no time left. Thank you all for joining me today. If anyone has any questions, we're actually in a stand right here to the right, Startup Valencia and Valencia Digital Summit 144. Please feel free to drop by. And I hope to see you all in December. The event, by the way, is free and open to the public, which is, we are a non-for-profit organization.
With the penguins?
With the penguins, yeah. Free and open to the public. We're launching our call for startups for the pitch competition next week, and I hope to see you there. Thank you, guys.
Thank
you,
you,
Daniel.
Thanks, our pleasure.
Thank you very much. As you wish. I hope that whetted your appetite to go to Valencia very soon. If not to build your business there, maybe to go to one of the events happening in Valencia. It is a wrap for the second morning of South Summit 2021. And we're going to go into a lunch break now. So you will have some time to go see the exhibition stands, you have some time to go do some networking, and of course to get some food, so that you are ready to be here at 3:30 when our program will continue. My name's Daniel, I've been your host this morning, and it's been a pleasure, and I wish you all a wonderful lunch. Welcome back. Welcome back to the afternoon of the day 2 here at South Summit. We are on the growth stage and we have a full program for you today. Thank you very much for being with us. My name is Daniel and I will be your host for today, and I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And I don't have a lot of time to welcome you back and to ask how you are, so we're going to get straight into the program. And our next topic is going to be talking about how can startups from Spain and in general from Southern Europe move over, crossing the pond to the US. And with us, we have a fantastic moderator of an excellent panel. Our moderator is Isaac de la Peña, and he is the general partner at Conexo Ventures. And in essence, this is exactly what they do. They help promising startups cross the pond, startups from Spain, from Portugal, and from Latin America, and become big success stories in the US. Isaac, your panel is going to be digital today, but I would like to welcome you on stage. Let's give Isaac a hand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So they are going to be on the screen here?
They should be coming up, yeah.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Here we have Roy, here we have Pepe, Alfonso, Roger. How are you guys? Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Okay, excellent. That's a lot of enthusiasm. I like that. Great. We have a great set of speakers today to talk about this topic. How you, having a company, being an entrepreneur from South Europe, how do you manage to grow and make it in US? Something that we all want, but that is not so easy. Good news is that it can be done. Guys that we have here in the panel have done it, and they're ready to share with you the tips and hints of what you have to do and what you shouldn't do. Bad news is not easy. It's a lot of work, it's complex. It requires skills and resources that may be out of your comfort zone, because the ecosystem in US is rather different from the one we find in South Europe. So without any further ado, let me introduce the speakers. I will ask each of them. We could start, for instance, with Roger and go with Roy, Alfonso, and then with Pepe. And if you could spend a minute talking, saying who you are, where you come from, and also where you were born and where you live now. So people here can see that, yes, we can make it in US.
Hi, everybody. This is Roger Casals. I was born and raised in Barcelona. 13 seasons ago, I moved to Netflix town called Los Gatos here in the Silicon Valley. I moved here, my company, Password Bank, which I sold to Symantec. I stayed there for a few years, and then I started my new gig called Plaza, personal commerce, changing retail for now.
Thank you, Roger. Roy, can you introduce yourself, please? Roy, we cannot hear you, sorry. That was a great
Let's try that again.
Hey, now we can hear you.
Sorry.
That was a great monologue, though.
I live in Menlo Park, California. I was born in Extremadura, in Cáceres, and grew up in the United States as a child, went back to Cáceres for bachillerato and a piece of coal, which they invented while I was there. I'm an engineer by trade. I designed electronics for cars early in my career. I helped start a company called Sun Microsystems in the early 80s and Brocade Communications, and I've been an investor since 1995, mostly in infrastructure.
Alberto, what about yourself?
Good. So I'm originally from Madrid, but I lived most of my life in Murcia. I also live in Cáceres, by the way, which is nice to see you there in Cáceres. My background is computer science. I did my career in the University of Murcia, and I moved to the US to do my PhD at Columbia University. I did a little bit of, I was 4 years in Barcelona in Telefonica Research, then I did a company called Pixel that we sold to Singapore Telecom. And right now I'm the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Freshly, which was acquired by Nestlé, last year. And I live in Brooklyn right now.
Excellent. Pepe, Mic to you.
Hi, everyone. Pepe Agel here. Very excited to be here on stage. Thanks, Isaac, for putting us together. I originally from Barcelona, moved to Silicon Valley 13 years ago. Just passionate and attracted by Silicon Valley. That's it, by entrepreneurship. So I didn't come with a company. I didn't come to study. I just came here to experience the Valley together with my girlfriend, who's now my wife. And I've worked at different startups, mostly on the B2B space, until we started what's been the biggest journey for us in Silicon Valley, which was Chartboost. It's an ad tech company that we started together with my wife and another co-founder. And it's been a journey of 10 years, ups and downs. And we recently sold it to Zynga. And ever since, I've dedicated my time to help founders. And I'm visiting partner at PeerVC, one of the early stage investors in the Valley that I would say it's most hands-on. I really like working with founders, and I'm helping their portfolio companies and creating a deal flow on the early stage for them. And I live in Menlo Park, so originally from Barcelona and living in Menlo Park.
Thank you very much, Pepe. From my side, I was already briefly introduced, Isaac de la Peña, a partner at Conexo Ventures. We specialize in taking companies from the region, from South Europe, and helping entrepreneurs make it in US, grow there and have exits in NASDAQ or wherever we can do it together. I was born in Bilbao. I grew up in Camp de Tarragona, in Catalonia, not a place known for its technology, and I live now in San Francisco. So let's go ahead and talk about what is America today, because the COVID has probably changed quite the conditions of how you make and work in the venture ecosystem in US. Pepe, let's start with you. Could you mention which different dynamics have you seen before and after COVID in Bay Area?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think COVID has changed the world, not only the Bay Area, not only the United States, but what I see is that the world is flatter. That's the biggest thing. And Silicon Valley particularly used to be a little bit of a bubble by itself. Investors would only invest in companies that were within like the 50 miles that Silicon Valley has. So it was very much a closed ecosystem. And I think with more talent just going remote, being a little bit more picky on where they want to live, right? And having the possibility to really live everywhere, I think Silicon Valley has opened up. And I think this is the biggest trend that I've seen. I don't think Silicon Valley is going anywhere. The ecosystem is strong, it's deep. As some of you may know, it relies on universities that have been there for a long time, on VCs that have been there for a long time. It's the land of adventurers. So anyways, what I'm saying is that the ecosystem is there to stay, but I think it's way more open. And what I see in the US right now, and I think we're going to talk about that, but it's more of a network of ecosystems. And people like still living in the Bay Area, maybe less concentrated, but around the Bay Area, because they have the opportunity to meet interesting people, to have face-to-face meetings while they're working from home. So it's a little bit more distributed, but still relying on a strong ecosystem. And what I've seen is that things move faster. More Zoom. I sold my company without meeting anyone in person, which is like incredible to think maybe 3 years ago that you could sell the company for 250 million without even shaking hands. So I think things move faster, more distributed.
Let me make this clear. So you went through all the M&A process and you sold and you signed without seeing anybody physically, everything done on Zoom calls?
We haven't seen each other.
Wow. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I have to say that our acquisition was pretty much the same too. I mean, we just didn't meet anyone.
It's business at the speed of light. Amazing. Roy, what's your opinion on this? You probably are the most seasoned entrepreneur here. You have much more seniority than any of us as an investor, and you've seen several generations of investment in Silicon Valley. How do you think this has evolved, and especially, is Silicon Valley still king? What about the other regions in US? What about Austin, New York? How do you see the ecosystem?
That is a very polite way of saying I'm the oldest guy on the call, by the way, but thank you very much. We have been looking at this for a long, long time. You know, Silicon Alley, Silicon Desert, I can't remember what Austin calls itself. And those ecosystems are all very important because at some level, in many ways, they fund the first round of companies. The seed round is not done in Silicon Valley in most cases, right? If you take a look at most of the seed deals that happen, they're local investors, smaller investors, and that really makes a huge difference, because once they come to us with a seed here in Silicon Valley, we can and do write many of the larger checks, because the larger funds, many of them reside here. Not all of them, but many of them reside here. And one of the things that I find, one of the things that they just mentioned is that they did transactions by Zoom and never meeting. I think that that's going to open up funding to a lot of companies that are not Silicon Valley based. Before, they used to have to get on an airplane, come out here, try to figure out who to talk to. Sometimes a lawyer helped or a friend. I know, Isaac, you've helped a lot of entrepreneurs. My niece's husband started a company called Geniali, which is out of Cordoba, and received 20+ million in funding in September. And those funds were US based, but their original funders were all European based, because they had that rapid access and more regular access. As far as how big checks are, the checks are getting huge out here. And I mean, stunningly, shockingly huge. The multiples are absolutely insane. We've stepped back from doing a lot of deals because we just can't live with the kind of multiples that they're putting out there, because the return gets diminished as you own less of a company that may or may not sell for a bigger multiple.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And I've seen this evolution of funds in Silicon Valley having more appetite to look for deals outside, and even outside of the US, which is good for us. It brings more the global community into Silicon Valley without having to physically move there. That's very interesting. What do you think, as a segue, what do you think about this inflation in valuations? Is here to stay? Is there going to be a correction in valuations? What's your take on this?
We just wrote a check that I had a hard time writing. So what Highbar does today is we fix broken venture deals. So deals that have had 50, 100 million invested and are at 10 to 20 million in revenue just didn't get there quick enough. And we used to say, I'm not writing a check for more than 1x, meaning 1x pre. And we just wrote a 2.5x revenue check for a company. We bought the whole company, but it's a much higher check than I would have written 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. The valuations here, the ARR multiple we've seen as high as 40x, which is absolutely insane. I mean, we're out financing right now. I'm on the board of a company called MariaDB, the world's largest MySQL vendor. And the multiple, we're going to announce a close here in the next couple weeks, but the revenue multiple we got on ARR is something that I find just hard.
And one thing that I wanted to add, maybe you have some insight into that. Also, the initial checks, I'm seed investor and Series A, we're seeing like $5 to $20 million in seed or not even Series A, in seed investment. So already like the multiple to catch up to the round that you might be involved in is like, it's insane. And I don't know how long this is going to be sustainable.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Good. I forgot to mention to the audience, we want to make this interactive and very useful to you. We start having some questions that we think are interesting for all of you, but please think of questions you may have specifically for the speakers, and raise your hand if you have any question. I'll stop and formulate that to the speakers. We want to make this very useful to you guys. So now going to basics. I have an idea. I want to start my company. Should I just jump on the plane and go to Silicon Valley? Should I start in Madrid or in Extremadura and make it from there? What do I do? Roger, what's your take?
Well, COVID is changing many things, even my mind. If you ask me this question as soon as 2-3 years ago, my answer would be my standard answer that I've given for years, which is, okay, I would give you the 5P rule, which is you have to be where your potential customers are, where your potential partners are, where your potential competitors, where your potential investors, and where your potential acquirers are, okay? And to me, for Password Bank and others, it was here in the Silicon Valley. I did it twice. Today, it's not true anymore. You can basically, I would say, start your company wherever you live, wherever you please. It's not necessary actually to move here to start a company. Actually, it's very difficult. You are getting out of your own comfort zone and your own ecosystem, and now there are plenty of ecosystems that, as has been said, are pretty good to start a company. Cheaper salaries, cheaper offices, cheaper everything. So don't do it.
For what
don't
you
follow
say,
the 5P rule. Oh.
From what you say is that there may be even a competitive advantage of being based out of Silicon Valley if you may have access to better talent, an easier market to penetrate and prove your market fit, and still you're investable.
Absolutely. I have. There's something that I want to add here. So one of the things that to me was shocking is people in Silicon Valley is not smarter. There are smart people everywhere. The only thing is we attract many of those smart people here. That's the only thing, but they come from abroad. So 50% or more of the founders of companies are from abroad, are not from Silicon Valley at all, not even from US. So yeah, start wherever you are. Don't move.
Thank you, Roger. So now, granted, I have my company, my startup in Spain, and I reached the point that I want to expand to US. How do you go about this? How do I open the US market? Alberto, what are your hints, your tips that you can share with us?
Well, I mean, there's so many. I'm going to start with one which I think is the most basic. It was probably something that it was quite shocking for me too, which is that convenience here in the US is absolutely king. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're selling. It doesn't matter what you're doing. The customer here is ruthless. And if you don't have, and it goes for convenience, and if you are not, if you don't give in this convenience to the customer, they will just ditch you pretty fast, and the competition will eat you alive. So what I would do, obviously depends on the startup, but do your research. Do your due diligence. Try to see if you have a market fit, because the US is a very specific market. It depends on your startup. If you don't have the market fit, don't even try, obviously. And apart from that, you know, obviously you need to work on your legal entity here. Doing business in the US, if you don't have your infrastructure, is extremely complicated. And the other thing that I will do is find partners that are local and know the ecosystem well, not only for reaching the consumers and do your go-to-market strategy, but also all the logistics. And obviously it depends on what you're doing. But if you're in the consumer good industry, for example, finding partners here that will be able to do with all the logistics and all the stuff is very important.
That's great, Alberto. Thank you. My experience is when I started my venture when I was a young man and I had some hair. I was already living in US for several years, and I had my networks, I had my contacts, and it was easier to start. Pepe, your experience, I think, was similar to mine. You were already working in Silicon Valley for several years. So what is your take on that? What could you benefit from the local environment by having that advantage?
Yeah, and I think Roger and Alberto have shared some very, very good insights. The one thing I would add is that you kind of need to forget that you're a Spaniard and try to embed as much as possible into the culture, right? Just by hanging out with other Spaniards, I mean, it's great. We can get together around a paella. Roger is great at making risottos. I've tried it, and it's amazing. That's awesome, and we can have a great time. But you need to kind of forget that you're Spaniard. You're a local. We never started, even though we started the company with Maria, who's also from my wife was also from Barcelona. We were never a Spanish company. We were a Silicon Valley company with the Silicon Valley mindset, right? So to your point, I think, Isaac, having a network, embedding into the local culture, right? Try connecting with people that have been here longer than you have. I think it's all good, but you also need to change your mindset and just forget a little bit about your roots. Get your Spanish creativity whenever it's needed, but try to forget that don't try to compare ecosystems all the time or cultures all the time. You're just here, you do business the way it's done here.
That's a great point, Pepe, and I think that you're leading now the Cámara de Comercio de España in Silicon Valley, and you shared with me in another conversation that you see this often, that you facilitate these exploration trips for Spanish entrepreneurs to come to US, to see the Valley, to meet with local companies and local VCs. And in the break rooms and when they are having a cigarro out of the room, they're just with themselves, right? They're talking with other Spaniards in Spanish, and they're missing a bit of experience by staying in the comfort zone. Is that right?
Yeah, you need to get out. You need to get out. And I think one thing that I was thinking when Roger was saying that you don't have to be here anymore, and I couldn't agree more. But I do think Silicon Valley does have still, because many of the smart people around the world come here, it's a great place to get inspired. It may not be a great place to live anymore, or maybe you can do it from other places, but I still recommend people to come here, to get embedded, to talk to people here in Silicon Valley, to go to an open class at Stanford, to just absorb this energy that I think it's still very unique, right? Because since the mid-19th century, we've been attracting adventurous people from the East Coast, from India, from everywhere in the world, right?
Excellent. Thank you, Pepe. At this point, any questions from the audience? Anybody wants to ask anything to the speakers? Yes. Let me know if it gets to the point. Okay, Roger, so how do I manage my company when I have different headquarters, like European in Madrid, the other one in Silicon Valley or New York? I have different time zones, different teams, different schedules. How do you manage that, the growing pains?
Carefully. You need a right hand. You need the most trusted people in the company that actually can run the company for you from there when you move here. Without this, you're lost. So you need your alter ego. You need your buddy. You need someone that you can trust your life to. Your company, actually, this is what you're doing with you, leave it there so the company keeps running the same way it was. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is you wake up very early. You have to be present. Despite that you are gone, you have to be present. So you need to show up. So you basically wake up very early in the morning so you can have good meetings still in the afternoon of Spaniards if they are based here, right? And the last thing that this is important and a good segue that what Pepe mentioned is when you come here, because you have to interview people because you want to open up and create your own startup here. Don't hire the first, so prohibit yourself from hiring anyone after the first 25 interviews, okay? Because these guys are really good. They do speak English. You don't, you think you do, but you don't. They are really good selling themselves, okay? That's a fact, okay? And they all work for a marquee company. So they all work for Google, Facebook, you name it, okay? And you get impressed very easily, okay? Everything is wow, okay? This guy, it's a perfect fit for me. And this happened over and over and over again. It happened to me many, many times, okay? Hiring is probably one of the most complex things in US, not only in the Silicon Valley. So prohibit yourself from hiring anyone after, a bunch of many, I said 25, maybe I was too generous, 100 people before you understand how they think and who they are, okay?
Thank you, Roger. Very insightful.
If you don't mind, I want to add something to that, because I think one of the learning experience that I had when I came to the US, and it started really early on, even when I was doing my PhD at Columbia, is how amazing and how much effort and time people here spend on their on their own PR and they're advertising themselves as a brand. Yeah, the personal brand. It's mind blowing, and it's something that is very shocking, especially for people from Spain or Latin America, in which I think we are humble by definition, and you realize that you're being overtaken left and right by everyone. And sorry for my English, but most of the time it's just bullshit. And we're not in that way. And it's very important. And then you learn that if you don't go up to that level on this PR, then you're gonna be limited and you're selling yourself short. But at the same time, hiring, I 100% agree with you. Firstly, we have almost 3,000 employees. It is so extremely difficult you need to practice a lot to get this kind of sixth sense in understanding what is a good person, what's not a good person. I will definitely agree with the 25 first people. I will even say more. But again, it's all about doing the due diligence and understanding really well the people and you're learning how good partners are.
That's great, Alberto. And you're tying to something that I think is very relevant, because for many years the saying has been that, and I've seen this in deals that have passed through our hands, that the South European Spanish entrepreneur is too humble, is not ambitious enough, is too conservative to really make it in Silicon Valley. What's your take on this? Any of the speakers?
I kind of agreed with what we just said, that I think that the personal brand thing here is just crazy. My mother would say, como si no tuviera abuela. You know, your grandmother is the one who used to brag about you. And, you know, that's, if you're from Extremadura, you'd understand that. It's a humble world, and you don't get to be humble here. I remember going out to raise our first fund, and, you know, I do what I do, right? We had 23 investments in our first fund where Andy, Bill, and I were the only investors, and we had 3 failures, and I just kind of pass over my partner who helped when we raised the 150 million, goes, dude, you need to tell everybody you had a 3-failure run in the venture business. That is like unheard of. And I'm like, well, it's my job, you know, I mean, we're supposed to return money, right? And it's just hard for people to understand who come from a background, you know. I'll tell you the second culture. My wife is of Asian descent, and Asians are not. My wife's Chinese, and actually, as she says, Roy, I'm more American than your whole family. I was at least born here, for God's sakes. But she says that Asians have a hard time bragging, and that's what it's called, right? It's bragging, and you just have to get used to it. One of the comments that I want to make about something that was said earlier, I detest hiring in Silicon Valley. Let me repeat that. I detest hiring in Silicon Valley. They're the most unloyal employees on the planet. And as much as I detest hiring in Silicon Valley, I detest hiring Stanford grads even more. They're all smart kids. There are no stupid people in Silicon Valley, but they're even less loyal than the normal Silicon Valley hire.
We have the Harvard people in the East Coast. These are our Stanford, our Harvard.
I don't see that here. Although at the MBA level, we obviously see a lot of Harvard graduates. But we have made it. I have a company here doing 70+ million in revenue, has 180 people. We literally put a prohibition on hiring replacements here in the Valley. It is better for us to hire in Spain, in Poland, in the Czech Republic, in Finland, in North Carolina, in Provo, Utah, than in Silicon Valley. We pay them too much and they work too little.
I would absolutely agree on that. My journey was actually opposite. We started the company in Silicon Valley. We grew fed up of Silicon Valley. And then we decided to open in Amsterdam and in Barcelona, an engineering team, right? So I've done the journey the other way around. And I absolutely agree with Roy's note. I think the level of entitlement here is high. And one key takeaway that I have for people in the audience is that I think it's the bragging, but it's also how well articulated Americans are when they speak. And now that I have 3 kids and I see the education, they grow up learning how to talk in public. They're forced to present every Monday, like at their level, right? They're not doing TED Talks, but they grow up presenting, just sharing their thoughts in front of the class. And I think in Spain we lack a lot of that education. And I think when you combine the meritocracy and a little bit of the personal bragging with how well articulated they are, how well they speak English, but also how well they communicate, it's really where you see fluff sometimes, and you need to as a hiring manager, you need to go to the substance, right? Kind of cut down the fluff and go to what score.
Thank you, guys. Extremely insightful.
So learn how to communicate, public speaking classes, whatever, but just rehearse in front of the mirror. But I guess that's been my takeaway as a Spaniard who didn't grow up here.
Yes, when you go out Saturday night, be the Toastmaster in the group, right? Be the one raising the glass and saying a few words. Practice in being a public speaker. That matters a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pepe. We have only 2 minutes before the end of the session. Last call. Anybody wants to ask any question? Please, go ahead. I can hear you. You can repeat it later if you want. I'll repeat it and they will hear it. Okay, it's coming.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand all of you have started your companies in the US. what advice would you give to people who start their companies? Okay, someone is saying no. So
Roger didn't. I think he
Roger
can
didn't.
answer
Okay, so
your
maybe this question is for you then. What the discussion is really centered on companies being born in the US. What type of advice would you give to people who've started their companies in Spain and want to grow in the US?
Three advices, okay? Network. It's the only way. If you have a lot of money and you have a great product, it's easy. If you have a good product, then network. And if you have a bad product, don't come. Invest in a good in your product and then come. So the only thing that I would say is network. Come join an incubator or something, but product is king, and prepare some money, raise some funds before you come here. It's 5 times
and
more
I also
expensive
think you
than
have to think, if you want investment in from the US, you have to think about what kind of business you want to be in. The number of businesses that we see that are essentially consulting-like businesses that are not real products, because that's how they survive in Spain. They do consultancy. They take a product and put it into a company, and that's a professional services business. And when we look at revenue, we literally take that off the shelf and say, here's how much real revenue you have. How much product did you sell? Not how much did you charge to implement it. And that's really hard, because the survival many times in some of the smaller markets is by consultancy. And that's just not a business that US companies are willing to fund.
And here, amazing products fail. So if you don't have an amazing product, as Roger was saying, don't even try. I mean, just work on it.
Yeah, it's tough. This is as they say, this is a full contact body sport. So it is not for the shy. It is not for the meek. The example I always give is even some of the biggest companies. I worked at Sun Microsystems. We took that to $20 billion and got sold for half a revenue. Think about that. We were the world's largest workstation manufacturer and literally went out of business. Not on my watch, by the way. I was gone 10 years by the time they messed it up. When you think about big companies fail here, great companies fail here, and most of the time it's for go-to-market or not moving or not partnering. I mean, a great partner in the US can be a great way to enter our markets, I think. And it's also a way to find the guy who's eventually going to buy you. I mean, the number of large national, large companies that partner with people that they buy. I've sold 2 of our companies to guys that were reselling our product and looked around and said, why are we paying these people commission? We can own the whole thing for $100 million. And they did. And that's okay. That is actually, that's just perfect, because then you don't have to figure out how to get to 100 million in revenue. But I think that that's the hardest part, is understanding that partnerships and everything are very important.
Yeah, I was about to say partnerships. When you were talking about partnerships, I thought about customers automatically, because for me, a great way of entering the market without the big investment is just commercially expanding, right? So try to come here, get some customers, and in our case, our customer became an acquirer, though we were born here. Around the
Isaac wants to wrap up, but we don't hear you, Isaac.
For hours, a couple of beers. Thank you, guys. It was extremely interesting, but we ran out of time for the moment. I hope the audience liked it, and please join me in an applause for our speakers.
See a demonstration of what you need to do to get like your public speaking skills, like to have the last word like on stage. Isaac, thank you very much for your session. If anyone thinks that they have what it takes to go over to the US, you can find Isaac probably around this area for a little bit longer, and you can practice your networking skills. We are going to move on to the next panel. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a war out there. It is happening here at South Summit. It is happening in Spain. It's happening around the world, and the war is for talent. The war is fought by corporates and startups alike, And how are we going to win this war for our companies, for our organizations? That is what Oriol Juncosa is here to explore today with a wonderful panel of 4 experts that will tell you all you need to know to find the right talent and to build high-performance teams. Oriol has invested together with his managing partners in over 80 companies in the last 10 years, and he's here to share some secrets. Enjoy.
Thank you also. I'm super excited to introduce this fantastic panel. So Felipe, CEO and co-founder of Job and Talent, please come around here. I think you need to sit here so that it matches with the titles. Enrique, former CEO and co-founder of Letgo, please come here. Borja, CEO and co-founder of Cobee, please. Lucille, partner of 8 Roads. So I'm super excited, and I think that you should be as well, because we have 2 entrepreneurs that have built unicorns on stage. We have, and it's fair to say that. Don't be ashamed. We have a top growth equity investor coming from London, and we have a maybe soon to be, I don't know, maybe half a unicorn at some point in time, okay? That's right. Still.
Unicorn.
Mini. Okay? So listen, guys, what we want to do this afternoon, okay, is to first to have a good time, okay? And to have a good time talking about how to build top teams, how to build high-performance teams, high-performance culture, and alongside that, okay, how can you have your companies, okay, winning what I would call the war of talent, particularly because people, obviously, at the end of the day, is the most important in the companies. So, and by the way, just to tell you, yesterday it was announced that 8 Roads has a new 450 million fund, wow. Okay, which is great, okay. I don't know whether it's enough for the whole fund for the next round of Job and Talent, okay? But maybe,
I mean, we can
maybe half of the fund. But it's good, okay? So first question would be, guys, let's think. I'm a CEO. I'm a co-founder of a seed startup, okay? I'm very happy because I just raised my first 2 million after some friends, fools, and family coming in. Okay, I have hired 15 people, but now my business plan, and I will execute on my business plan. Obviously, every single business, particularly on the cost side, revenue, I don't know. Okay, but on the cost side, it says I need to hire 30 to 40 people. Okay, over the next 6 to 8 months. Okay, so that's a big challenge. Okay, so how can I make sure, okay, and you guys have been in companies that have been sort of very high growth. What would be some of the tips that you would tell to myself here, sort of this seed co-founder, about how can you build those 30 to 40 people that are coming into something that is going to be sort of really high performance? And we would like to have, I mean, we could write a book about it, but we would like to go a bit detail, a bit sort of what are your experiences of when you are sort of hiring fast, okay, that you can integrate people and make it sort of high performance into your companies or into your portfolio companies, okay? So just maybe sort of 2 to 3 tips each one of you to sort of fire up the afternoon and energize everybody, okay?
Sure. So, I mean, when I look at that, I look at our mistakes.
Okay, that's good.
So probably the biggest mistake, we started 12 years ago, so there was no VC, there was, like it was a different time. But our biggest mistake was not to put enough focus on culture, because I thought culture was a bit of fluffy concept, like things written on the walls and things like that. And then you realize that it doesn't matter how many people you bring to the team. If they're not a good fit with the team and the company, that is not going to work. So you need to decide if you are Pep Guardiola, if you are Zidane, or you are Mourinho, because culture is like a style on the soccer teams. And you need to find the players, the type of players that are going to fit, because maybe Ibra is not going to fit with Pep. So it's not just about just hiring and hiring. You need to go to the psychiatric to try to understand how are you as a manager with the good and the bad things, because culture has good and bad things. You know, like it's not good culture and bad culture. Everything has the two flips of the coin. And really even put that in writing. And when you interview, when you hire, when you fire, when you do whatever, just stick to that. Oh, amazing guy from Amazon, but he's not hands-on. Don't hire. It's not going to work. It's going to be a disaster. You're going to spend a lot of money. So just for me, it's culture, and culture is what will break it, make it or break it.
Can you just tell us an example about what would, in a few words, what would be, for instance, the culture, or how would you define the culture of Job and Talent? Just for the people to understand a bit more.
You know, like in our case, we have defined kind of 7 operating principles that we work, and one of them is hands-on. Because Juan and myself, we like to go to the details when something doesn't make sense, to go to the spreadsheet, to go to the app, to check the specific page. And for example, at some point, we had an amazing VP of sales from the US, American, he speaks English super good. You know, like it was,
he himself, like,
you know, like it was unbelievable. You know, like the board loved him, you know, like everything perfect. And then the first day when it was like, okay, where is the marketing team? You know, like we need to do a PowerPoint. Where is the marketing team? No, there is no marketing team. Can you do it? But I mean, if not, I can do it. But if I am going to do it, why do I need you? You know, like, so we realized that this guy was amazing, but was amazing for a scale-up, for a maybe Oracle, but not for a company that actually you need to go to the details to build things yourself. And he had everything perfect on the resume. So at the end of the day, it's really finding those things about, in our case, hands-on, extreme ownership, high standards, that are difficult, you know, because at the end of the day, it's not really easy to find high standard but are still hands-on, senior people that are able to go to the details, people that like to be owners, because being an owner is not nice, you know, like on the day-to-day. And all of our interviews are behavioral interviews about how do people react, and we don't hire some amazing profile because, you know, like that doesn't fit on it. So what we did is sit Juan and myself, we write it, we spend a couple of days, we share with the team, we got comments from everyone on this, you know, like on the leadership team. And once we had that, we start to communicate that to the company. But I wish I to have done this, you know, like a long time ago. And it felt for me a bit of fluffy. But then when you have then 1,000 people in the company, it's like, ooh, you know, like that was a good thing.
1,000 people. I first met, Job and Talent is my biggest anti-portfolio company, so one that I did not invest, and unfortunately, and I met them when they were maybe 25 or something like that, all in one sort of single office.
All interns. Yeah.
All interns. That was amazing. Great for you guys. Any tips, just short tips that you may have?
Yeah, short tips. First is I completely agree with everything you said, and it's funny because at the end, different startups have the same problems, and probably what applied to Job and Talent applied to Let Go. The biggest risk when you try to do what Oriol explained, for me, are 2 things, or why you make mistakes. One is because you want to hire a team very, very fast because you want to move fast, so you don't look at the culture so much, as he said. So it's not the appropriate person, which is a complete disaster because it takes time to get rid of them. It makes noise on the company. I mean, so try to avoid that, to try people that you know that is not the right people because you want to go fast, because at the end it takes longer. And the second one that you more or less mentioned is that we made that mistake also because sometimes you hire a superstar. That maybe is not a superstar, but if you want to raise money, if you want to go to the press, superstars are useful for many things, but sometimes not to work. And at the end, you are in a startup, so everybody needs to be hands-on and work hard. And there's always that trade-off of if hiring or not hiring superstars. No? There are some very good superstars, but not all of them are. And then the second, answering your question, is 3 tips that I learned. One is at that stage, you have to be super involved in recruiting. If you only have 15 people, I mean, you have lots of things to do, but there is nothing more relevant than to interview the people that is entering into the company. Make sure that they have a good experience. Make sure that the people that interview are on time. I mean, that the candidate feel that you care about them and what they do. And if that comes from the founder, that makes an effect. If that comes from HR, it's much harder because everybody has a lot of work to do. The second is to involve the team. We like very much the team interview everybody that we interview, and we care a lot about what the team thought. And there was something that we call the founder effects that probably you also had, that is some people bright when they talk with the founder, when they talk with their peers, they get relaxed, they think that they can be honest, and then there's a completely different guy. No? So sometimes we love the guy that we interview, but the rest of the team or one person doesn't like him. And we learn to trust the team, and even if we like very much someone, if someone in the team doesn't like it, we will never hire him. No? And the last point is culture, as you said. And what we did that worked very well is that we have one person in charge of making the cultural interview. Everybody looks at culture, but if you are hiring someone for a tech team, I mean, they will focus most of the time on tech knowledge, no? So we had one cultural interview, and one guy in the company who was responsible to make sure that that person fit on the culture. And if that person didn't fit, then we talk with the guy, hey, what happened? And then we make interviews and we learn. So having someone responsible.
The bar raiser, like something like that on the interviews that had the veto power, or how,
no,
how was that?
Everybody has veto power. Everybody that participated in the interview, they had veto, even if the
Really?
rest of the team, everybody,
Okay.
absolutely everybody. Yeah, I mean, that
No,
makes the process lower, but if someone sees something, I mean, if 7 people interview someone and one doesn't like and the other 6 likes, that guy has to be very, very sure that he doesn't like it, no? And so at the end it works. And
For me, sorry to interrupt, the important thing as well is find what works for you. Because Amazon hired a lot of superstars, people from Walmart, all of that, and it worked for them. For us, I have not been able to do it, so we are much more a cantera company, so we promote people, you know, like from La Masia and a lot of that, or, you know, like things like, I support Madrid, but, you know, like, we are like that. But it doesn't matter, you know, like that, it doesn't matter. Both styles can work, but it's just finding what is your style.
No, and another thing, Felipe, is that, I mean, what we learned, and I don't know if it's the case, is that people that maybe was not the right one at the very beginning, like 2 years later or 3 years later, could be the right fit, no? Because at different stages of the startup, you need different people, no? So
typically, for us, what happens is like who was fit on the beginning, maybe is not fit later, and that's the toughest part.
That's horrible, yeah.
Because it's not only hiring, it's about who you let go. And that's probably for another conversation. But let's go for the new generation, please.
No, what I would say is, well, everything has been almost said, and I completely agree with both of you too. But what I would say is that the people, especially going from 10 to 50, right? When you go from 10 to 50, those will shift the culture of your company much more than from 50 to 100. And you need to be especially careful there, right? And in the playbook for entrepreneur, it's always, you have there, build a vision, build a mission, build your culture, build your values. What is not said is enforce those values, enforce that culture. So make sure that in your recruiting process, you're putting in place the values and you're evaluating people against the values, because we did somehow a bit of that mistake, right? We had the values, everything was perfect, very nice in a wall, but then you need to enforce that in your company. And that's something that sometimes is not that said, and it's very important to enforce that in the processes.
How much of your time do you put into this? A percentage of your agenda on a weekly basis?
How many are you? Because
we are 70 now.
Well, we are 50.
How much time I'm putting on culture and values?
Culture, recruitment.
In recruitment, it's a lot. It's around 30% of my time. In culture and values, it's very little, right? And it should be much more. I always say
it's super hard. Yeah.
I always say you never invest too much in culture, but we all invest too little. Right? And it's so difficult to find the time to say, no, I'm going to dedicate it to culture because it's fluffy, right?
Yeah.
As you were saying.
Again.
No, and the other thing with culture there is that we had a situation where we openly discussed with the team our culture. Like, do we have the culture that we want to have, or what is our culture? And then there was a debate internally because what we as founders share with the team that we think that our culture should be, everybody agreed that that was not the culture of Letgo. And the point there is that when you set your culture, is what you want to be, it's not what you are, no? I don't know if you had that feeling. It's like, in order to be successful, our culture should be this. I know that we are not here, but that's where we want to be. So when you hire people, you want people that will be able to be here, no? And it's kind of
it was a democratic process. or it was more like Russia, you know, like
I
a
mean,
unifying.
the team was super involved, but there is one point. I mean, the vision is the founders, the ones that define, no? And to get to that vision, you need that one culture, and then there are a lot of discussions. And part of it is democratic, part wasn't democratic. But we involve a lot of the team. Is the only way of doing it.
We're now exactly at that point where we feeling that the values that we put at the beginning are not exactly the ones that we're living today. And we're having these discussions if we should change somehow those values to adapt to what we are, or rather have them as what we should be.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting challenge.
It's hard.
Lucille, tell us the investor view.
Maybe I'll add two quick points to what's been said. I think the first one is I would really have KPIs around hiring, because I think many people track the financial KPIs, but actually, you know, filling the roles is as important, especially in the beginning. And I find like sometimes people realize too late, or like we just didn't have any salespeople, like enough salespeople in this quarter, so we missed the numbers. So trying to be aware that you're not, you know, you're dragging and you're too late on your hiring. So make sure that you have good KPIs on that. And the second advice I would give is try to have an international team from the get-go. I invest a lot in France and in Spain, and you oftentimes have companies that reach Series A, Series B with a very, very local team, and then they say, well, now we're going to internationalize. And it's quite hard because your culture is very French or very Spanish or very Portuguese, and then suddenly you bring like this first international hire, all the docs might be in Spanish. So I would try to really make an effort from the beginning to bring some of those talents from outside, force everyone to speak English if your ambitions are global as a company, so that you put the bases in the right place.
And to be honest with you, that last point, okay, which is not maybe sort of that much into, which is not that apparent or that consequential into the culture, but it is very consequential into the ability of thinking big. No? And at least at the early stage, I see a lot that is that sort of the staff of most of the companies is very, very, very local, tends to be very, it's also difficult, and I would say it's also difficult to attract people, international people, at the very early stages. No, I mean,
hopefully with remote.
Okay,
that would make sense.
But right now, in theory, remote should help on that. So,
still is tough, no? You don't have a brand, they don't know you.
Yes.
Job and Train in the UK, what was that? I remember. You know,
no, it's tough. So just coming up on what you were saying, Lucille, about KPIs and so forth. I mean, how about then? How do you go and about sort of the culture of enforcing? No, how do you set objectives so that culture or that sort of vision of how people need to be high performers, okay, gets into the not just into the compensation, but also into the processes of the company and so forth. No, I mean, some people, for instance, use OKRs. Well, I think that OKRs, every single company has tried OKRs at some point in time. I think the problem is that the companies have left and have moved somewhere else. But I mean, how do you do that in terms of trying to instill those objectives, even at the level of the team or the individual, so that those behaviors actually take place? Any secret sauce?
I mean, we're not experts on that, but somehow it's what I call for us the operating system of the company, no? And it's a mixture of top-down and bottom-up, no? So what we do is we define kind of the key levers. We have 3 key levers, the growth, marketplace, and culture. And we define, Juan and myself, for the next 5 years, where do we want to be? And then we share that with the teams, no? And we expect every team to look at the key levers and define how they're going to support the company. So at the end of the day, our people and culture team look at that, and it's like, okay, what are the lagging indicators I'm going to pick? What are the leading indicators that I am able to impact by doing projects every quarter or every month or whatever? And we expect the team actually to come up with that, no? Because at the end of the day, if not, you have a very hierarchical and everybody expects you to tell them what they need to do. And I don't have a clue about what they need to do. I know a bit about where do we want to be, but I expect them to bring that. So we're trying to move into that operating system that is always an endless process, and that process shares the culture of the company. So we are a data-driven company, so we expect the projects to have KPIs associated, because if not, your way of working doesn't represent the values of the company. And that's the way we try to mix the way we work with the values of the company, if that makes sense.
Yeah. we did something similar to him, but I think that it depends very much on what stage are you in the company. No? If you're a 15 people or 20 people company, to work with OKRs, I mean, you can try, but it's not going to be really OKR, like proper. It's super hard. So what we learned at that stage is that it helps a lot all the company to have one objective. And it's super hard to define only one. But you have one main objective, one North Star metric, something that everybody works for, and it can be only for 3 months, it can be for 6, it can be for 1 year. But with that, you guarantee that when people take decisions, everybody's aligned, and there are no discussions. Should I do this first, or this is relevant, this is not relevant? That helped a lot, and we did that for 2 years, 2 years and a half, which was a lot of time, and then we break teams and have different North Star metrics and so. But that really helped a lot. And then the second is about compensation of the team and that. What I learned is that if you do recruiting properly, and people know what they want to do, and they are aligned on that, like good people, they will kill to do it. I mean, it just happened, no? I mean, especially in a startup where everybody's super motivated, you're growing like crazy, you're raising a lot of money, I mean, everything is on favor to be super committed, no? And I think it's one of the topics that you want to bring later, but then is when you have to be tough, and this is super difficult with the people that doesn't perform, no? And sometimes people need to leave your company. And I think that in general, we did for sure, but I think that in general, every startup takes a lot of time to take hard decisions of getting rid of some people, no? Because you are like a family, and get rid of someone in a family is super hard, no? But at the end, that has a very negative impact on the next people that you will hire, on the culture. You are losing time. So my advice there will be to fire fast. I mean,
it's a key topic. When you go from being a family to be a pro sport team.
Yeah.
Because companies are not families. And when they are super small, you feel like a family. And at some point, you realize that you are not, no? And that's probably one of the super toughest points that we have gone through.
Borja, I know that you had one of those cases of sort of fighting fast. Just without mentioning obviously the specifics, but how did you? No, because it was
24 hours.
How did you realize that you had to do that? that you had to do that. How did you realize that you had to do that?
It's never easy, right? and it's when you. But I've heard many times like hire slow, fire fast, hire slow, fire fast. Yes. And when you're going to work and you work with someone and you meet them in a one-to-one basis and you're not feeling comfortable one time, second time, third time, it's very difficult. I'm not sure that will change, right? And it's quite easy to feel that. And I think that our nature is to wait and expect that will change. That usually never changes, I think. So you need to take that decision. And if people are saying that the faster the better, they are usually right.
And you were very fast, actually. And you were very fast. So that was good. Any thoughts on sort of turnover at your portfolio companies? Anything?
Yeah, another thing we see, obviously, because we invest at later stages, is also, I think you were mentioning, like people who were a good fit at the beginning and start not to be potentially the right fit afterwards. And those are also difficult conversations, right? So the financial director that was great at the beginning, but isn't transitioning into the CFO of a large scale-up that you want. And those are also tricky conversations. We always encourage also to have them early so that you can, plan and potentially find other roles. So sometimes a CTO might transition into being chief architect and say, you know what, I won't be that leader CTO, but I'm happy to stay involved. And so if people have low ego, they can find other roles. But that's also something like think in a dynamic fashion, right? Like, is that person also going to be the person for in 3 years' time, in 5 years' time?
Perfect. A huge problem. I think that, well, let's do a show of hands. How many of you are entrepreneurs? Okay. How many of you work in startups? Even if you're not the founders. Excellent. How many of you have changed jobs in the last year or so? Not many. Okay. Well, at least in my case, in my portfolio, okay, I don't know what's going on, but over the last 18 months, I mean, many people, particularly C-level teams, are receiving offers, unbelievable offers. But not only from sort of the Spotifys, maybe I was going to say Facebook, but maybe Facebook now is not the right example, but for, some bigger companies like sort of even Google and so forth, like 3 or 4 times what they are making right now. But also from companies, Series B, Cs, and Ds from the US, at also a significant amount, okay? So that's what we call the war of talent. We're here in the south, no? In the south, maybe salaries are not like in the north, okay? And obviously, most of you are not in a position sort of to pay sort of the highest salaries and even compensations or even benefits ever. So how do you convince sort of the top guys to come in and not paying sort of like the richest companies? Any tips that would sort of help not sort of salaries going sort of skyrocketing? Obviously, some salary increase needs to happen, okay? But let's see what are the tips that can counter this effect. Hiring great people at reasonable prices.
I mean, in my experience, is like.
Or maybe it's not possible. Maybe it's not possible.
No.
Eh?
I think it is. It is just you need to sell a vision. You need to sell a dream. You need to sell what the company is going to be in 2-3 years from today. No? In our case, it was especially difficult because we were based in Barcelona, but we didn't operate in Spain, so people didn't know us so much. And we were operating in the US, where talent is super expensive, so we could not bring people from there. And in Turkey, that is a great country, but the internet is not so developed there, so we could not get talent from there. No? And me personally, I did absolutely everything. I mean, we invited people from other places. We invited them. We wait to spring in Barcelona to bring them with their family in a hotel for the weekend. So the interviews were on Friday in the afternoon, so that they can spend the day and be with their family and be surprised. I mean, coming from London, rainy, and then in Barcelona, then they changed their mind and they end up accepting. I took planes to go to any place in Europe to meet someone that was very senior that we wanted. So when the founders go and see you there in Paris, and you know that he's flying to Paris to have lunch with you and then come back, that's a strong message, and that worked very well. Every time I did that, it didn't happen. So at the end, it's very much how committed you are, how much you care about really hiring the top talent team, and then being smart on how you sell things. No? But I think you can do it. At the end, when of course, you need to pay reasonable salaries. But when you are in a threshold, I mean, people want to have fun, to enjoy, and to do something that has an impact. And if you trust me that can happen in your company, I think that you can be competitive.
Yeah, we have the same, like I think people choose jobs about mission and, like ambition of the company, that's what you said. And the second is the team they're going to be working with. So it's super key that you go and I do the same, you pitch, you convince, and then you put with the right people on your team that this person is going to say, wow, I really want to work not only with Felipe, but with Giuseppe, with Carlos, with Sergio. And at the end of the day, that's why it's so important to hire, because you hire the right team and you have a very high percentage of, like Netflix always speak about the percentage of top performers among the whole company. That for them, that's the key metric. What's the percentage of A between all the players they have. Because when you have that, people want to play on those teams. That's what we see in the NBA. The players want to go to play with other good players because they have more chances to win the NBA. And that's something that, for me, that's the two main things.
I agree with that, and I would say the founders obviously have a key role because they're inspirational, but also I would encourage you to build like an inspirational leaders within your teams, like the CTO, the CPO, because they do podcasts, they go on conferences, and people say, oh, I'd love to work for that person. So it doesn't have to only be you as a founder, it could be building those mini celebrities effectively where people are like, wow, I'd love to be part of that engineering team because it sounds interesting.
Do you help your portfolio companies? If there have an interview, do you help them even to pitch to the candidate?
Yeah, we do that very much. And if some of you are VC funded, I would definitely say get your VC involved because, for us it's like a 20-minute call, but it could go a long way. They're like, oh, the investor called me. And I'm very, always happy to do that, right? So to tell an employee like, hey, we would really like you to join.
That works super well with very senior people. Like if they know that a big VC is supporting you and they're very happy with your performance,
and we can share what we see in the company, right? So what was our thesis when we invested? So that helps as well.
Yeah, what I would just add to all this for me, especially because I think probably we are in this situation right now where we need to compete with these guys who they can pay higher salaries probably. So there are three things. One of them is the vision, as it was said, that you need to share. Second one is the team and the culture that they will work with. So if they see that and they like that, you need to push a lot there. But then the third one, and it's a basic one, but it's the shares, right? When you are a smaller company, with a package of shares, then it's a very strong attractive compared to a higher salary.
It can be valuable a lot, like.
That's the big on that one, just one last question on the ESOPs, phantoms, and so forth. Any policy that you would recommend to the entrepreneurs here? Meaning, there's some companies that do it sort of across the board. There's some other companies that do it sort of very specifically to a top team. What's your view there?
In our case, we don't do across the board because we have different type of people in the company. So we have a good percentage of people with ESOP, but not everyone. But those ones we try to keep giving, and in every financial round, get a new ESOP and keep on topping up to those people.
Yeah, we were across the board, but it's a different business, different number of people. My only point there is, as a founder, and I have this conversation many times with people that is starting, try to be as generous as possible with your stock options. I don't know if you have that feeling. Because at the beginning you think, oh, this is money and this is going to be very big and a lot of money. Who cares? I mean, if they make a lot of money, you make a lot of money. That's it. So be as generous as you can, as the investors let you be.
The investors will replenish the pool every round, right?
Yeah. I used to work at a company that it was across board, so they were giving stocks to everyone. I feel that there were too many people that not really valuing the stocks, so we're not doing that, for example, right now. We're using them for top performers, so that they also have a special value, right, when we give them.
Perfect. Excellent. So really, a huge round of applause for the panel. Has been great. So let's get those teams high performing. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to this wonderful panel. That's fine. We can make up 1 minute again. Our next panel will take a product focus, and we're going to explore the different approaches to designing and scaling, especially your digital products. And depending on the stage of the company, you might want to have different approaches, and that is why we have a wonderful panel here to explore these things. So we will have, as moderator, Brian Farrell. Brian is the co-founder and creative director of Farco. He has more than 15 years of experience in designing digital products, helping startups and companies scale their products. And so I couldn't imagine a better moderator for this next panel than Brian. Brian.
Big scale-up, successful scale-up here in Spain. And then Carlos Garrida, who has a studio here in Madrid. We're helping more so the early phase get to their first MVP. So they span the nice life cycle of a startup. And what we'll be talking about today, a quick 20-minute conversation on the product design mindset at both the early phase of startups and then the scale-up phase. And then what are those inflection points and symptoms that are basically signals that you need to switch from one mindset to the other. So let's hop in. What should be the mindset at the early phase, Carlos?
Well, thanks everybody for being here, first of all. Well, the mindset is like, you have to be open-minded. This is like very important at this phase because you have to be willing to learn, right? To learn processes, to learn about design, to learn about business, of course. But the mindset is that one. Open mind, forget about what you think you know, right? And start collaborating with your team, with your incubator, lab, or whatever. But the thing is that the mindset is open-minded.
Open-minded.
Yeah.
And then what should be the goals at this early phase?
Right. Carlos mentioned it already. I think it should be something around learning, right? So you want to be learning about especially your users, your problem, your clients, your customers, right? So you want to understand deeply what's moving them, what's going to make a purchase decision, to make a usage decision, and invest a lot of time in learning. So you want to optimize all your process and your way of working towards that learning and that getting that knowledge.
Sure. And I guess part of this learning process will also help you identify traps that you should look out for.
Right. So the learning process itself might lead you into traps, but it's good if you know that there are some traps, right? And well, I've fallen into quite a few in my time. So I think one of the biggest traps is to think that you need to scale way before you actually are at a stage that you have to scale, that you want to scale. And scaling early is very expensive because then you start building product, you start building processes, you start building all these things, but you might build a product that's solving a problem that's not worth solving, right? So you wanna delay that phase until you're actually really sure that you're onto something and you know what it is, how you want to solve it, how you want to attack it, how users think about it, what problem is that they're solving. So delaying the scale up phase, and then, okay, once you really know you're there, then switching the mindset. Sure. I think that's one piece of advice I could give.
And Carlos, I know you were saying that even at this early phase, what you are guiding some of your early phase startups on is defining design principles,
Yes.
which maybe some think is something you do later on. Why do you encourage startups to think about that early on?
Yes. Well, we started the 11 Lab with principles, right? Because we believe as designers that a design principle as pillars are as the foundations that you have in your company, even as individuals, they are going to help you to guide you through those decision-making moments, right? So that's why we believe it's pretty much important, very important, to define those principles at a very early stage.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe if you grow as a startup, maybe you're going to try to change a little those principles, but it's not quite right, I mean, in my opinion, I think.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So at this early stage, we want to be open-minded, we want to learn. I have an idea of what your answers will be, but just to recap, should the mindset be experimentation and validation or building product? Which one do you believe?
Right. So I would strongly recommend that you focus on experimentation and validation.
Totally.
Right. So.
Yeah.
And then flexibility and fast iteration or scalability?
Yeah, scalability. Once you are there, then you wanna bet on scalability, but you can see how these concepts can be antagonistic in different phases, right? So that's why you wanna really bet on something and forget about the other one. So forget about scalability in the very early stages. Just don't think about it and build things in a way that you even can throw it away, right? You don't care. Don't be afraid of that. And then once you are at the other side, then all right. In terms of product, you want to make it scalable. In terms of process, in terms like all these different layers. But it's a second thing, right? So don't be afraid, and because if you're working with tech people, right, they get trained for scalability, right? It's part of their training. They think about, I need a scalable system. My database needs to make 1 billion transactions per minute.
Always.
Yeah, and it's like you need to hit the brakes there and make them understand. At this stage, this is not what it's about, right? So we want to understand what we are solving, and then we want to understand what the user wants. And when we know it, then we go full throttle on the other side.
That's the point. The users. I mean, you have to know very well your users, right? You have to think more in the sustainability of your product than the scalability, right? So this stage is this experimentation, know your users, think about how to be sustainable first, and then you can. It's organic, I think. Evolution is going to be organic.
What's your opinion on no code at this stage?
No code. Well, in my opinion, it's a very fair option. I mean, we are talking about maybe a one-person team startup, maybe 3 people. Maybe they don't have like the developer guy inside the team. So there are a lot of options in the market right now. So you have to use it. I mean, you have to have the design mindset. So it's iteration, iteration, and iteration. So it's the cheapest way to iterate, to still keep knowing your user, but it's not scalable. Well, that's my opinion. So, but it's going to be like a good tool at the beginning, for sure.
So let's pivot and contrast this mindset with a scale-up, which obviously probably includes a development team. So do you want to give us a sense of what should be the mindset of the scale-up phase?
Right. Yeah. So when you figured out that okay, you actually want to scale, or you need to scale, right? Your users are asking you to because there's so many coming in, and you need to scale. You need to work on different levels, right? There's the technology scale, right? So the system has to scale if thousands and hundreds of thousands of users come in parallel. But then there's the in terms of the company building, you need to build the teams and the processes and the tools to scale, right? So there's a couple of additional layers you have to add to, and here you can see how that contrasts with the very first stage, because you start building teams and you start building processes, and like that doesn't iterate very well, right? Because it's lots of people you have to steer, right? So in the very beginning, small and quick. In this stage, you need to get some order in, right? The more people you have, the more organized you have to work with things, and that's processes, technology, that's all of the parts, and that's even design systems.
Yeah. I mean, definitely part of the building is this design system, which I think everyone has in their brain of when is it the correct time to do it, and then how do you actually get the investment in. My background is doing this in BBVA, where we built the design system there. And one obviously big challenge is getting the senior leadership team investment, because it is an upfront investment that you ultimately get back in efficiencies and consistencies. And for us, it was around data. So there's plenty of research out there. The McKinsey paper, there's an Envision one, IDEO has one. So really around data in terms of the time savings, which ultimately translates to money, and the efficiencies of using patterns, both design patterns and encoded pattern, development patterns, and then also from consistency. I mean, the customer satisfaction of your product is another really big metrics that you can use to convince the C-level for investment. But I think one of the biggest challenges when we start seeing the implementation of design systems is how do you keep the internal team motivated, because it's all about reuse, and then also how do you keep the product continually evolving and innovating. So what is your thoughts on that?
Well, in my opinion, culture is like a big thing to implement a design system. I mean, I know you from the BBVA, and it was like a big company, right? But if we're talking about a little startup or something like that, I think the culture is it's already part of the company, right? So the thing is that we are talking about design system components, language, designers, developers, business. We are talking about maybe 3 different languages. So we have to get together and have one common goal, one common language, and that's the innovation over there.
Yeah.
I mean, you are changing the company, right? So that's
Yeah.
my knowledge over there.
No, which completely works. I mean, I think one thing that we found very successful at BBVA, and then also now how we're working with other corporations around their design systems, is changing the mindset from the design system is not a project, it's a product. So it's just another product in your portfolio of products, because with that mindset, it automatically makes people think that this is a product that's going to evolve, that I need to continually place investment and budget towards. So I think that mindset is getting the C-level to understand that this is, from the very beginning, another product is very important. And then I think also, at least something that we did at BBVA was define the threshold of reuse in every single project. So we really defined that 80% of all projects needed to reuse the design system, leaving 20% for innovation, creation of new components. It's not to say that the 80-20 is right for everyone. It was just something that we agreed on throughout the organization. But what I have seen is anywhere between like 65, 45, 70, 30 of reuse and then innovation works really well, where you still get the benefits of the design system. You can still present your metrics of the efficiencies as well as the customer satisfaction from the consistencies of the reuse of the system, but also the product keeps evolving and your internal team still feels very motivated because they get to design. So those are the two mindsets. So now let's give people an idea of what is the inflection moments in this cycle that are signs that you should switch from one mindset to the other. And I know you were talking about one very specific inflection point.
Right. I mean, there's one very famous point, which is product market fit, right? Which is actually notoriously hard to find, and it's notoriously hard to detect. So I think we can actually talk about things that are not signs, right? There are actually traps in there, right? So if you're counting likes on Facebook or these kind of things, right? That's not product market fit, right? That's there's lots of vanity metrics out there. Just the panel before us, they talked about a North Star metric, right? That's a very interesting thing. If you figure out what's really the thing, the one thing, and if you know your customer very well, that's you can take it from there. Like, what's the thing that moves the customer that can represent the business, the success of the business, right? So it's one kind of metric that suddenly goes through the roof. That's a good point. You want to have user acquisition and user retention, but both of them, you want that both of them work really well. That's a good sign, right? So pretty much what you want is that users come through your door, they run into you, and they demand business of you, right? And you have a scalability problem. That's a good thing to have, right? In the very early stages, when you're actually prepared to throw away whatever you built, because you know it's just a test, a really big test, having a scalability problem is a really good problem, right? So that means you're onto something. That means you can have product market fit, and don't fall into vanity metrics. Don't fall into other metrics that are not good at this, right?
Well, in my opinion, I mean, because I am a design process believer, I think that you have to keep testing every time. Well, that you can, of course, but testing is going to give you the feedback from the user that maybe you detect that you need some new functionality, and your data is telling you that maybe that's the way. So that's maybe a interesting point to take. And maybe the scalability is over there. You know, like you said, it's pretty hard to do the change, but it's data users is the same. You know. Some are going to get you, they're going to get you through some numbers, but others you are going to get to the user, right? And I think
that's a very good point, but there's a trap in there as well, right? You know, there's a book that's called The Build Trap. Right, there are traps everywhere, right? But it's a book that's called The Build Trap, right? So and sometimes you have this idea, it's just one more feature away, and then I've got product market fit, right? Product market fit is not about a collection of features, right? It's about solving a problem. And you might need a collection of features for that, but it's very specific. It's much less than you think. The core is, it's much smaller than you actually think. If you think about like all the companies, what they do, in the very core, they do like a very tiny couple of things, but they do that very, very well, right? So you want to figure out, don't want to build a lot of things. That's the contrary of strategy, right? So you want to focus on something that moves the needle, something that gets people engaged, that moves the users, right? That moves the clients, that makes a difference for them. So that's what you're looking for. And it could be another feature, but sometimes another feature takes you in the wrong direction. So it is about, in my opinion, it is about thinking very precisely, like what will move the needle, what will make a difference, what's the core behind it all, and work on that, and figure that out very, very, very well, and then you can start building on top layers and layers and layers.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah.
Is there any other good symptoms or positive symptoms that people can look out for that might signify that they're ready?
You can you can you can ask for it, right? You will not be able to ask the people directly, right? But there's some questions that might indicate you that you are onto something there as well, right? There's one question. It's like a Net Promoter Score style question, but it's slightly different, right? You ask your users like, how would you feel if this product tomorrow ceased to exist, right? If you just take it away. And you want to measure the 9s and 10s, the ones that say, I would be really sad, this would be terrible, right? And you want to know how many people there are, right? Those are actually your core users, right? 1 to 6, they don't care about you. They won't even, they're detractors, basically. And the rest is like, all right, I'll find something else, right? There's always something else out there, right? So you want to find those 9s and 10s, and you need like a 40% something of users that really uses you and see how they behave. And you probably want to talk especially to those users, because those are the ones that are going to love you. They're going to give you the insights of what will have an impact, right? So this is a slight trick you can use. You use this NPS style metric.
Okay. And then I think, at least in some of my experience, some of the more negative symptoms that are clear identifiers is when you're moving into new markets and you have to start from zero. So entry into new market takes a lot of time. That's definitely a signal that you need some type of design system where your reuse of patterns. I think definitely if you start seeing that you have multiple teams, both development and design, internally and externally. Right. So like the efficiencies and consistency of product build are all over the place. That's another sign that you need to start thinking about moving into more scalable systems. And then definitely one that I thought was interesting that we used quite a bit was when there's bottleneck of decision making at the high level. Because a lot of times you can use a design system to break ties. Because there's really no choice, you have to follow the design system. So a lot of times we use that as sort of like our little hidden trick to keep products moving when there was a bottleneck at the high level. So we're almost out of time. Is there any last minute thoughts or insights that you wanted to provide the audience?
Not from my side.
Well, we'll be outside if there's any other questions. Thanks for joining, and thank you too for coming and talking.
Thank you for having
us. All right.
Thank you very much for staying on time. Wonderful job. I gotta ask, how many of you would be sad if we're gonna close down the stage now on a scale of 1 to 10? Got it. All right, so we're going to stick with the design topic, and we're going to bring on stage Paul Orchanian, who is the CEO and founder of Bain Public in Canada. And if you've ever used the SOAP or SOAP planning framework, now you have a face to the guy who's behind this. So if it's been frustrating, you can, take it out on him after the stage. Otherwise, please give a warm welcome to Paul Orchanian, who's going to host our fireside chat.
Yeah, thank you.
So we're going to be talking about products. We're going to be talking about how a company can go about looking into the future, and how an organization, if you're a designer or product manager within those organizations and you're responsible for the next set of features for your product, you have to think about how you're defending your organization, your product, against the competition. The competition will try to clone you. They will try to clone your features. And investors also ask from you that you create moat, which are the defendabilities that will allow your company to thrive into the marketplace. One of the defendabilities that people don't talk about is sustainability, which can basically become a differentiator for any organization. We'll talk a lot about Tesla today. But we're also going to talk about how an organization like yours, let it be a startup or let it be a scale-up, could basically start leveraging sustainable practices in order to become more efficient and use that efficiency as a way to increase the valuation of your organization. I wanted to introduce you to Javier today, and you want to just give a little introduction before we begin?
Sure, thank you for that, Paul. Hi, nice to see you all in this SaaS Summit for my first time here. So I'm very glad I'm here meeting most of you outside. So my name is Javier Adan. I work in Vistaprint. You might have seen us if you walk around. We have a stand there, 110. I work for Vistaprint. We are partners for SMBs and for startups in their marketing journey, helping them with print and with design. But my function within the company is to work, I lead the product design team that helps to bring all those products live into the market. So I'm looking forward for the conversation with you today, Paul.
Perfect. So first question is that at Tesla, we're going to use Tesla as an example. They basically have this big, hairy, ambitious goal of making the future a carbon neutral world. And to do so, they basically have to offer us very cheap cars. There's a strategy that Elon Musk put in place where the first car was going to be a very expensive car, and he was going to keep on decreasing the cost of that car to make it available for the mass market. But one of the missions of that product, and every product manager who basically works around the Tesla, is to make the cost of a Tesla pretty cheap, low cost of ownership. And that's part of their value proposition, that's part of their product mission. But in order to decrease the cost of product ownership, what they do is they find ingenious ways to basically add features to the product to make it low cost. So you guys must have heard that if you get a Tesla, you can go and charge it for free at any Tesla station. That's low cost of ownership. You also know that you can buy battery packs at a very, very cheap price. That's because Tesla has invested in basically solar energy. And you know that whenever you buy a Tesla, it actually comes bundled with insurance, which actually decreases the cost of ownership of a Tesla. So the question really is, this type of thinking about the sustainable future from a context of the consumer has to basically, doesn't have to pay a premium for it. Actually, you know, having a sustainable future doesn't mean that the cost of a product has to go up. What are your thoughts on that?
100% agree. I couldn't agree more. There's this misperception both in customers but also in the business and for B2B companies that having a sustainable option needs to come with some level of liability, whether it's a cheaper quality, a poorer quality, a worse performance for whatever reason, or as you were saying in the case of Tesla, a higher cost of maintenance. Now, companies need to take that sustainability approach, bring it back to their design thinking and in the product modeling and in the product creation, and embed it as a part of the backbone to try to come up with what is the actual value proposition and how they're going to inject those sustainability concepts and ideas to make their product nourish. Now, as Paul was saying, 2015 agreements from Paris are like a little bit far away. But we're heading into a new tipping point where those sustainability metrics will become more important. And most of the companies and the investors are now asking for those reports for companies to see how sustainable you are in most of the things. How sustainable is the product that you're offering? You as a startup, you bring an idea, but how really sustainable is that from all angles?
So just to illuminate everyone actually on that, sorry.
No problem.
There is this ISO standard, ISO 16004, I believe. Yeah, which basically mandates that every organization needs to basically provide its carbon emissions similar to how you file your taxes. And countries like France and Germany are now urging most organizations, especially hedge fund companies who basically own and invest in startups and other organizations, to basically provide yearly reports that quantify the carbon emissions of every organization they own, and also as a step 2 to start actively trying to reduce those carbon emissions. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think it's critical. Again, the more, it's going back to that part of the tipping point where we are at today. Having traceability, having transparency on those metrics, and that ISO norm is helping a lot of that, is helping all of us to do that final step into bringing more sustainable products and to embed sustainability as part of the key development of our products. Now, the ISO is a great example because it forces all of us to do that step. And going back to the very beginning, you were talking about a moat. I like the idea of building a moat around your value proposition. Now, that sustainability barrier can create moats around your products because now it's going to be public, it's going to be transparent, everyone's going to be able to see it.
That's true, because when you're basically a startup, as well as a scale-up, you're trying to 10x your company. The word 10x basically is you're trying to multiply the valuation of your organization by 10 times or more. So to make it more, desirable to the investors, you need to basically figure out tactics. For example, you need to have a very lean system, high margins, your EBITDA has to be high, but you also have to think a little bit about how big is your total addressable market, what are the efficiencies you've created, and how you innovate in your organization. But I think that incorporating sustainability inside your company for all future things that you do will actually definitely increase that moat and increase that 10x factor.
Couldn't agree more. So similar to what we were asking, like, I don't know, some years ago, we were asking product managers to, hey, you need to be customer-centric. You need to put the customer at the beginning, hear them, talk to them, and embed that skill, and get that skill back to your product management skills. We asked them to get finance skill and know about numbers, know about how much, all of that. Likewise, now we need to ask them, now you need to learn this new set of tools and skills that, you're going to take with you to build those fortress for your value proposition.
So for example, if I'm a product manager at Tesla and I go and I say, you know, we need to basically give our customers cheap energy. So what do you say? How do you do that? You know, so do you go? You know, there's a cost of buying energy, and then you know, if you buy hydroelectric electricity or gasoline energy, like combustible energy, that basically increases your carbon footprint. So how, as a product manager, what would you suggest to basically decrease those costs?
So you need to go, the Tesla example is a good one, but you need to think about every single industry where you are. It's about walking upwards the supply chain of what you have created, whether you have created a digital product or a physical product. You need to walk up all those steps high to the chain to find where are the non-sustainable pieces of those and try to ideate different systems to break those down. In the case of Tesla, it might be about where you create the energy. You really, as you were saying, you buy fuel. Well, it doesn't seem very sustainable, doesn't seem very attractive from a cost of ownership perspective. You might need to create it, the energy, and that brings to a different level of questions.
So it means going to Mars and harvesting it there and bringing it back,
no,
which is a great idea, right?
It's a good idea.
But I think you're right. Like when you look at Amazon and the way they basically operate, they look at their entire supply chain of how fast they can basically give you that package under one day. And that supply chain is automated. At some point, they did this efficiency exercise where they're trying to eliminate as much manual labor and repetition from there, introducing robots and software and all kinds of measures in order to allow that to be human-free, not from the context of they want robots, but from the context of they want to eliminate human mistakes. They want things to be able to operate 24/7. And I think the same thing needs to happen from a sustainability perspective. Look at your entire supply chain and ask yourself what can be eliminated in terms of high carbon producing function or approach that we've taken, and what is the renewable energy that we're going to utilize in order to basically decrease the carbon footprint, right?
100%. And again, going back to what you were saying on the ISO that you were presenting, that is helping you also as a startup or as a business to go up your value chain, and you need to ask your suppliers, your people you work with, for accountability on all of those things to, hey, you need to provide me that data so I get to know my product better. I need to understand what are the choices that I've done that have created the carbon footprint that I have created. So that whole system is now in this, I'm really feeling that we're really in this tipping point where we're like about to break.
Yeah, well, right now the biggest issue is that quantifying your carbon footprint is one of the hardest things to do. It almost requires you to go and do the sampling manually, which is also very hard. So if you ask a farmer, what is your carbon footprint? I mean, you know, farmers do actually emanate quite a lot of greenhouse gases, but they don't know how to quantify it. But if you were working, let's say, with a farm in order to harvest and use it as your source of whatever you're going to be creating, I mean, how do you empower that farm to basically quantify it for you, so this way you could be transparent with your audience and your users?
Completely. 100%.
So so I think that if you were to look at your product top down and say, as a mission of my product, for me to increase the valuation of my organization, I'm going to add an additional defendability, which is me defending myself against the competition by using sustainability and the quantification of our carbon emissions across our supply chain as an element, a transparent element that is going to allow both customers and users to benefit from it, and as well as the organization to benefit from it. I think that's a step in the right direction.
Again, I keep going back to that word that you said about being a moat. I really like it because it's really visual. I mean, you need to stop thinking about the sustainability component of the product development as a chore and start thinking about it as a moat to your value proposition. Because, again, as you were saying, several hedge funds are now asking for all those reports, and customers are starting to demand that information. So the more you're able to get that moat around you, the easier it's going to be to have a sustainable value proposition in the market.
Just to make sure everybody understands the word moat, it's basically in a medieval castle, that body of water that surrounds the castle that prevents the enemies from attacking you. In the VC world is referred as moat, as the way you basically protect your company from the competition, from people who are going to steal your features away and try to emulate you. So sustainability as an element here is definitely a path forward for the future. So if you were Uber, how would you basically adopt sustainability best practices?
That's a good one. So I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll have to go back again, follow our own example, go back to the value chain, understand where are those carbon emission black points that we have, and try to figure out one by one. I guess you have to look at the
carbon emission of every car.
Exactly, the cars that you have. What is the data that you have? What is those models? What are they doing? And how can you help them to do the change?
So I guess like a future, this is a great example, because the future of, let's say, Ubers all being electric cars, that means that Uber needs to invest in a source of energy that's renewable, that's going to fuel those cars, because ultimately if they depend on third party, the cost of riding an Uber for the consumer is just going to keep going up, I assume, right? So does that mean that every business that basically has a huge fleet of vehicles, let's just say, is now going to be in this race for harvesting energy in some ways?
Well, I hope that we will see some startups today that can also play that race.
Yeah.
You don't need to do everything by yourself. You need to find also partners that can work and can help you to create those ponds of good intention and good products. So I hope that we don't all have to race for our own solar plates to do energy by ourselves.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of countries purchase excess amounts of clean energy from for example, in Canada, we have a lot of hydroelectricity, and New York State has basically created a 30-year contract to purchase that hydroelectricity. They don't need it as a surplus, but they definitely see that future coming. So, the future of product management could also be not about the product and the users, but also how you go about making sure that your supply chain and what powers your supply chain is also basically sustainable and thing. So what do you think the impact is? I know that Germany and France are pioneering this ISO approach where your company needs to, similar to taxes, provide reports that quantify. What do you think the impact of that is? Do you think it's going to be easy for companies to adjust themselves to it?
So change comes with disruption sometimes. And I think that, again, I keep coming back to this tipping point concept. I do feel, I've been working in the product development for several years. When I started, sustainability was just like a small part of our assortment. It was just sitting there. Again, not paying much attention. And as I was saying in the beginning, it was like almost a low quality, always like the child you don't really want to look at sometimes.
Yeah.
And it has climbed the ladder to be at the center. Now, I feel now, and while we've run the last investigations with customers over the last couple of months for our own company, Mr. Print, to understand how to bring sustainability live, I see more and more the demand from customers to get that information from the real end customer. Hey, I want to know what this product does for my...
it's like calories for food. You want to know exactly what's inside.
It's likewise, you're in the supermarket. You can now see in the supermarket, everyone with their phone, every now and then, just checking the calories of everything that they buy. Likewise, they're doing it with the products. And that is pushing, again, that is the ultimate strength. Now, that creates a lot of complexity, as you were saying, in terms of adoption and how to do that. But again, I'm not going to name it. I saw several startups yesterday that they're playing in that area, and how to blockchain bring you that information back with an API so that you can fastly connect and get that information right away from your customers on site. Those are great connections and great things that are going to spin up and are going to start to really accelerate the wheel on bringing that information live. So
would you actually not work with a supplier, for example, if they can't transparently provide you their carbon footprint emissions?
I think we need to reach to that point, yes, consciously. I think, for example, and that's a good question, and I think, again, because I'm not a startup, I need to admit, we're a big company. Mr. Print's a big company, for those who know us. But we also have a responsibility there. And I think one of the key things that we need to do as a big company is to be two things, if you allow me. Be clear on commitments. Let's be clear about what we want to do. The big ones say, hey, 2040 carbon neutral, so that everyone knows that. Because on the one side, that will help the startups also to understand where the industry is going. And they will also see, well, there's a market there because these people is going that way. So being vocal, being open on those things helps the industry also to say, hey, there's a path forward. And on the other side, being extremely humble on the actual small things that we do, and talking about the specifics, and trying to be as transparent and as educational as possible on the saying, hey, this paper that you bought today, this is bought with this forest from here, and this is the carbon footprint of this specific product that you've done, so that you are tackling both ends, and that helps that, visibility.
I agree. And it's not always about transportations or companies that have huge supply chains. I think if you're working at Facebook, Google, companies that leverage huge server farms. If I was a product manager at YouTube, I think that my business is all about video and people, eyeballs watching ads, right? But ultimately, like those server farms, they consume a lot of energy. And Google has pledged to basically reduce the emissions from those server farms. But how do you, as a product manager, feel empowered to suggest alternatives? Because it's very odd for a product manager to go to their boss and say, maybe we should think about reducing the carbon emissions of our server farms. But if it comes from the top, if the CEO has put inside their strategies, their big, hairy, ambitious goals for the next 10 years is going to be to reduce carbon emissions, and as a moat for the organization, they are going to pass sustainability best practices as thing, then it empowers the product managers and designers to suggest alternatives that are going to help the company.
Two thoughts on that. Very first one. The first thing is I tell to my team, just be brave. If you have two options and the one that is sustainable is better because you feel that it's better, because you have the numbers that is better, but you're still afraid of killing the other one because still all the market is there, be brave. Try it out. Let's see what happens. I know it's easy from my position, from Vistaprint as a big company, and maybe a little bit more challenged, but the startups also have a lot of braveness on them. So be brave on those, come to those propositions, and let expose that. That's one. And the second one might be contradictory. Again, Roman wasn't built in a day. So step by step, one step today, one step tomorrow. But keep moving so that you will fail someday, but just keep moving and keep advancing on that road.
Having worked with a lot of startups, I feel that they oftentimes don't even think about efficiencies. They're only thinking about increasing their addressable market. That's what VCs push them towards. And I think there is a investor community sensibilization that needs to be done to basically push startups to start thinking about this from the get-go. And ultimately, anyways, those VCs are going to have to produce those papers and reports back to the government. So I feel that it's a self-feeding cycle where VCs will push startups to think about it, startups will think about it and act on it, and then those numbers will feed up to the government, and hopefully we'll live in a carbon-free or greenhouse-free or carbon-neutral world, and I think that is the ultimate future we're all seeking for.
To the end, I mean, we're in this together, all of us, like startups, big companies, government institutions. It's about how all of us, we create an ecosystem of work that helps us to get there. So 100%. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you very much for all
Thanks,
your
Paul.
feedback. I appreciate it.
Good.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much. Wonderful, wonderful vision. I also hope that we're going to get there very soon to a carbon-free world, and step by step, we've just got to maybe keep it up, increase the speed a little bit of our steps. However, we're going to go back a little bit. Earlier today, we had a session on the Valencian ecosystem, and now it's time for the Barcelona ecosystem. And who better here to present this than Miguel Vicente, the chairman of Tech Barcelona, which represents over 500 digital companies in Barcelona. He's also the CEO of Anti-Venture Builder. And I would like to welcome Miguel with a bon dia on stage.
Everybody. Thanks, Daniel. Do I start or calling them? Good. Okay. So Perek, please, can you join us? So yes, today we are going to speak about Barcelona ecosystem and how is it booming. And we have together with us in the table some of the most promising startups, also one innovative investor related to media for equity and media content with us. So let me introduce them. Pere from Nemuru, which is a fintech platform. You're going to tell us a little bit later about that. Also Ramiro with us today, who is the general partner of Media Digital Ventures, which is really innovative fund created in Barcelona. And together with us as well, Antonio Morales, who is the CEO and co-founder of GoClear, which is an amazing InsurTech. So let me say some words before about what is Barcelona ecosystem. Barcelona ecosystem is booming. How all the Spanish ecosystem is booming in collaboration with other ecosystems like Valencia, Madrid, and some others. So just to give you some data about the year, in Spain, the first half of the year, they've been invested more than 2 billion euros from international investors in Spain, which is double what was invested last year. So are really good numbers. And half of it was invested in companies based in Barcelona, companies that some of them have the possibility to co-found them, such as Wallapop and Globo. But also I would like to put an example of how the ecosystem is maturing. I think that the case of Wallbox, that as you know, went public some days ago, is a clear example of a company created in Barcelona in a really short period of time. It has been to be able to go to an IPO in the US through an SPAC. So it's really a clear example of how the ecosystem is booming, no? And one of the things that's happening in Barcelona as well is that you see in all Europe, all the investment in InsurTech and FinTech are increasing. I think the investment in overall has more than doubled last year. And we have promising companies in this space in Barcelona. So I would like to start with Pere from Nemuru to tell us what your vision about how is growing the investment in the FinTech space, and how do you see that in your company?
I think it's quite an interesting moment indeed. No, I think from data we can extract that basically Spain as a whole is one of the more fintechs per inhabitant. Okay, so I think this was the starting point. I think we've been seeing how all the principal layers in terms of payments, banking, open banking infrastructure are being built, and this is opening up the space to many other type of fintech approaches. Okay, so it's not so much only the type of fintech more related to wealth management or to this type of approach, but rather moving to other spaces. I would say also more complex, like more close to lending spaces that in fact we do that. So I think it's a very interesting moment for this. I think the ecosystem is mature enough, both in terms of the story we've been creating in the last times, also because it's the right moment, I think, for international VCs to start looking really deep into our ecosystem. And I think it's a very interesting moment for the fintech Spain in space. No? For instance, still Spain is I would say a strange country in the sense that it's super bankerized country. Okay, I mean banking has a lot of power in this sense, but still they are also moving in this direction and learning how to collaborate with these startups. So I think that all the agents come together to be a perfect moment for growth stages in fintech. And this is for us, I mean, we are just one of these examples, right? On the consumer lending space, we generate the whole platform and value generation for the seller to have easy embedded financial services in their marketplaces, in their sales platforms, but we do not fund them ourselves. We better partner with banks that are at the end backing up these operations on consumer finance, right? So it's just an example on how I think this ecosystem is really ready for this growth stage, which I think also it would bring a little bit more concentration. I think what's missing or will be the next step really is this more close to unicorn in the fintech space, right?
Great, Pere. And Antonio, how do you see the InsurTech space? Because it has been one of the spaces that has grown even faster than some experts say that it's like 4 years below what has happened in the fintech industry.
Yeah, in comparison maybe with the fintech space, the InsurTech are in the early phases. So we see an incredible opportunity in terms of the main problems that we need to solve in all the value chain of the insurance sector, because remember that it's a 100 years industry that need to refresh in terms of different new business models and the trend of new consumers in all spaces, in mobility, in health, and property in general. We see a trend of a new way that the consumers are demanding specific solutions for new business models. In our case, for mobility, they are demanding different approaches of how we need to deliver the insurance coverages to solve the risks that we have every day. And also, I think in terms of collaboration, the InsurTech is a very collaborative space because of the complexity of the industry. We need to put the different players, because also it's a regulated industry, very highly regulated industry. So in this case, the role of the distribution side, the insurers, the reinsurers, and the InsurTechs is a must to work together to solve these problems in the industry. For example, many InsurTechs recently were focused to create different approaches in the distribution, digital distribution, but also we have many problems in the risk management too. So I think there is more space to create more disruption and more. There is enough space for more players because in Spain, remember that it's a huge industry. Just in mobility is about 2.5 billion industry each year. But I think we need more InsurTechs that need to deliver new value propositions and solve the main problems across the value chain.
Yeah, Antonio, Barcelona has been as well chosen as capital of mobility. So I think that you're addressing exactly this point, no? I mean, you are creating some new products that addresses the new kind of mobilities, combining different ways of
mobility is changing so fast. In terms of the cities are changing the way that we move from point A to point B. Different forces that we have in the market in terms of car sharing, different ways, restrictions to move your car around the city, degenerates a new complex environment that we need as insurers the responsibility to make a better fit of the products for these needs. And I think Barcelona is the perfect laboratory to perform this kind of new value propositions, and then we can extend to the rest of the country and also in all the regions like Europe in this case.
Okay, so let's change. Barcelona has been clearly one of the places where a lot of B2C companies have grown. They created big brands, and this year we had the example of these two big rounds, for example, of Wallapop and Glovo, who has been the biggest round ever in Spain, and they have been using mass media to reach their customers and to build the brand. So maybe, Ramiro, you can tell us about how these companies have created this brand. I think that you are in charge of a fund that has 50 million euros on TV assets and media channels, and another one in a new model of social content creator.
Yeah.
Another 50 million in Spain and Latin America. You can tell us how do you see that?
Yeah, well, we've been talking about the innovation of startups in Barcelona, and I think us as an investors, we also have the responsibility or more the obligation to innovate us and offer new ways of funding and new products that can give resources to the entrepreneurs. So us as investors of Glovo and Wallapop, we did the media for equity, we did the television with them, and it was, this has, at the early beginning was something that there was a lot of uncertainty about this kind of investments, and we have validated our value proposition by showing the great results, no, that we can get from from giving the resources of doing a mass media TV campaign for a startup, right? So what we did with Global Wallapop of helping them being first movers, generating brand awareness and credibility in the mind of the consumer is something that we've been doing since then, right? So what we do is we try to incorporate to our assets, to menu of assets, or as many different assets as possible, no? Because there are many startups with different products or services they want to publish. So what we've been doing in the last few months is we wanted to innovate as fast as the startups. And what we have seen is that television works pretty well for some startups that are B2C, mass market, and they have presence in the whole nation. But there are also these startups that are targeting younger audiences, such as millennials and Generation Z, and they also have this international focus, and from the very beginning they have the potential to scale very fast and to have presence in, for example, South America. So what we have created is we have just launched this new fund. It's a 50 million investment fund, and in this fund what we have as investors, instead of having the traditional media companies, we have influencers, content creators, and celebrities, esports teams. So what we offer is publicity with associating to these influencers and these celebrities. And since this is as expensive as doing a TV campaign, you can capitalize the use of these influencing people and do a communication campaign through them. And this is super powerful because what we have seen is that the credibility in the audience of the influencer is even greater. The community, the sense of community that you generate is even greater than in traditional media sometimes, and the richness is broader, no? Because if you want to deploy your operations, if you have a startup that is very tech-based and you have the potential of growing very fast within a year time in the whole Spain and, for example, in South America, we can use content creators such as a YouTuber or a streamer, and we will publish the startup by creating fun content, and we will reach half of the globe within a few seconds. So this is pretty amazing. We have seen very great results, and we are working currently in 3 deals. One is with a celebrity, a very well-known celebrity, and we are launching a product associated with this celebrity in the US. And this would have been a couple of million investment, and instead of that, we are going to be able to capitalize it, which is great. And we're also working on a deal with some YouTubers. So yeah, so our responsibility is to be as innovative as the entrepreneurs.
So we can understand well it's a 100 million fund.
Yeah.
50 million TV, 50 million content creator, and which stages are you invested? You invest in companies based in Barcelona, but all over Spain and Latin America.
Yeah, since we are in Barcelona, it's very easy to reach them, and we are very well aware of the new ventures that raise in Barcelona. We have this investment fund, it's a TV investment fund of 50 million, and we have another 50 million fund with influencers, and sometimes they can even co-invest. So we offer a media mix, we offer media mixed, we offer like a media campaign in which you can be in TV, radio, magazines, out of home, and influencers. And potentially, the objective is to give the startups from the very beginning all the resources that a big corporation has. No? So for example, if you have a cosmetic...
Series A, early stage?
Yeah, we can do anything. It has to be a B2C company that has a view on scaling very fast. So they have to be as aggressive as and have aggressive as us. So they we want to give them support and to accelerate the growth. So for example, as I was saying, and just as an example of how powerful we can be is a startup that for example, has a cosmetic product, and they want to compete against the big corporations that they are currently doing advertising in magazines, in lifestyle magazines, in television, very powerfully, and they are associating their image to a big celebrity, Hollywood star. So startups were not able to do the same thing and to associate themselves to a big celebrity, for example, and generate the credibility of the big corporations. Now we are giving them the resources to do it, and from the very beginning to be able to earn market share and by working with us.
Great, congrats, very innovative. Also, I think the media industry has been really innovative in Barcelona for years. So let me open another area. I think that if you look at the macro trends, what we see in these last 2 years, it's a real increase on the weight of the investment of corporate venture capital and corporations in general in startups. So this famous dance between Gazella and the elephant is happening through accelerating platforms, through investments, and right now, I mean, the investment from corporate venture capital have increased more than double the last year. And I think there's really key thing especially in spaces such as fintech and insurtech, where, as Antonio was saying, the regulation is really important. So, but again, you tell us your experience.
Yeah, in fact, I somehow stated at the beginning, right, that yeah, I think one thing is regulation, and it helps, of course, this type of collaborations to bring out some solutions with the help of this regulated part, more on the banking side, and also what I said before. So basically, I think Spain is a special country in this sense. Banks have a lot of presence in our lives, and of course, collaborating with them makes sense in terms of also of launching new products, because basically what we see is that apart from the investment part, no, but in terms of product, in terms of how consumer is evolving, it is happening, and it is happening fast. But banking, they do have a lot of customers, but legacy systems that really don't allow them to be so fast in answering to this demand. Okay, so and basically banks are also understanding, and here I mean I take the time to also say thanks to this kind of vision and how they evolved this vision in the last 4 or 5 years from what it was, of being more open to embed some of their financial products also in third-party platforms. And this is something that if we talked about that 5 years ago, would be impossible. And I think, of course, on their side, also in people generating ecosystem between corporates and the pure startup ecosystem, this helped really much in bringing out these products faster than
because
before.
You are a banking as a service platform, but you are not a bank. So
exactly,
you collaborate,
right.
I think you have investors and
exactly. So
how can you explain how?
Yeah. So basically, on the product side, we commercialize financial product from the bank in the sense that our consumer loans that we originate directly on their balance sheet. But we generate all the technological stack previous to that on the underwriting part of the credits, right? And with more possibilities of embedding our tools into different spaces where banks with their tech stack cannot go. Okay, in this sense, this is the collaboration. This is complemented also with the venture part or the venture brand of the banks. We in fact collaborate with them both commercially. Also, we received investment from 4 different financial institutions. So I think this really generates more ecosystem and speed in this sense.
And how is your experience with the Elephant and Gazella then?
So you need to move fast, not to be stepped in. But of course, I mean, there are some pros and cons, like everything. I think, of course, some things take a long time or a longer time, longer sales cycles, longer this type of approach. But it generates also some more stability and trust on all the other parts of customers, which indeed, maybe it's not this first year explosion, but then it comes after that.
Okay. Antonio, I imagine that in the insurtech space is key as well, no? I've seen many different insurtech startups that can go through a process, being a broker before, then moving to a MGA distribution model, then being a full stack insurtech. So how do you see to advance?
In insurtech, I think we are in an inflection point that the new digital players, I think, have the responsibility to take the insurance to the next level. That is something that maybe is going to happen in the next 5 years. Because if we see the velocity of the innovation, especially in the recent probably 2 years, are moving so fast, but not enough that as we want, because all the players are not moving in the same way, because also we have a generational gap, because the traditional incumbents with different methodologies of working and the new entrants, and also the talent that you need to recruit. Also, you need to make a perfect mix of experience, but also new skills in terms of the digital space. And I think the management of the both things are the most important thing that we need to generate a real impact in the industry. For example, in the case of GoClear, we start as a remote first company because the pandemic season, but we're still working in that way, and part of our staff is a mix of experience of the traditional insurance business plus new data oriented skills in the rest of the team. And I think this is the new rules of the new companies, and I think that the companies that can arrange in a better way this and try to make the better trade-offs that this mix have could generate a better impact for the customers. I think one of the important things that we see in Barcelona is that we can find different talents from different cultures, and the international presence of workers help to move more faster than other cities. And this is probably one of the things that we see in that part. And in the case of the insurance business, also it's important to be very focused in which problem we want to solve in terms of the customer side, but also on the insurance business side. And in some cases, we need to find the perfect match in that point that works for both parts.
Okay, thank you. So as you all know, I mean, this sector is all about talent. I mean, Barcelona has a really strong position about that. In fact, most of the reports about talent, they say that Barcelona is the third city in Europe chosen by entrepreneurs to launch their startup. And there is a competition about talent. And the good thing in Barcelona is there is a generation of more than 20 years of teams that have been working in Let's Bonus, Wallapop, Privalia, and many big companies that started some years ago. And after this experience, they've been able to create their startup. So this virtuous cycle of talent, which is really key when you think to create a company from scratch to have 5 million customers in just 2 years. No? And so, as investors, how do you see this, Ramiro, this fight for talent, and how do you see the talent that is competing in Barcelona, and the startups competing for this talent?
Yeah, well, what I see in Barcelona is I see a lot of talent. I see a lot of people out of college. They are willing to jump straight into a startup rather than going to a big corporation, and it's something that you don't see in every city, no? I mean, it's very normalized. There is a huge ecosystem, and from an investor point of view, we want to contribute to that ecosystem by generating interaction between our investment, our companies, and giving them all the resources and to be able to build up and scale on what they are doing. No? So me as an investor, I feel that being in Barcelona is key for our success. Being in the Pier 1 in Barcelona Tech City is great because we are we are next to all the entrepreneurs that we are willing to fund and we are willing to help. No?
Okay. And you, I suppose you are hiring the talent, Antonio and Vera, every day. So do you fight each other? I mean, do you fight with the rest of entrepreneurs?
I hope not. I'm not sure.
It's really hard, the competition.
I think it's hard. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the typical fight between resources and talent, and how you compensate talent not only with resources, right? And in this sense, of course, it is hard. But of course, having a bigger ecosystem makes things easier in this sense too, because people are more accustomed to it. They know more success stories. They wait for more success stories. So this generates a little bit more facilities in this approach.
Antonio, you are an example of what I was explaining before. No, you came from Latin America to Barcelona to create your startup, and part of your team is international. So how do you see that?
It's really interesting because I think
I think that you had even to go for the hard process of having the license to live in Barcelona and Spain.
After the pandemic, I think many things changed, especially now you can work in any place that you want, and you can cause the same impact and same mental barriers that maybe we have before has radically changed. So if, for example, in our case, we have people from different places, they are working remotely, and we start a remote culture. Also, we combine with a face-to-face also meetings and certain dynamics, but at the end of the day, if you have
I think that your company was created during the COVID. So
yeah, the company
so
was
you've been working together with the team without meeting.
Yeah, we
in 6 months, I think, no?
Yeah, we recruit all the talent 100% remotely during the first 6-7 months, and we are now we are working and we gain a lot of learnings in this part, and I think we have more resilience to the problems that we are facing in a daily basis, because as a startup you have good days and bad days, you know, and we need to manage all these things. But in that case, I think the new way of work is to have these capabilities to combine different methodologies of remote presence and have a mixture of culture and the influence of the external help us also to see different things, different ways of how to perform a better stage of growth of the company in the upcoming years.
Okay, thank you. I think that we're running out of time. Don't do boxing for fighting for the talent. So
we won't.
Use all the kind of tools to track the talent. And thank you everybody for being with us right now.
Yeah, thank you.
I think
thank you
very much.
Thank you very much to the panel. Muchas gracias, Miguel. Nice to see you. All right, we're coming to our last panel today, and it's on the circular economy. The circular economy really seems like an idea whose time has come. It promises answers to some of the biggest pressing issues that we're facing as a planet: climate change, loss of biodiversity. And here to explore this topic, we have a fantastic panel that will be moderated by Diego Fernandez, who is the CEO of Iberia Gellify. And Gellify basically creates these transformational win-win relationships between startups and traditional companies. And over the years, you've accumulated a huge amount of knowledge on the circular economy and how collaboration can lead to better outcomes. So, Diego, it's my pleasure to welcome you on stage.
Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. You can stay. Something happened here. Yeah, absolutely, yes. So, hey, hello to everyone. Nice to be here with you. If you agree, I will present first of all the important persons in the scenario, which are the speakers. Please, Amos. Let me introduce first to Amos Roncino, senior energy expert from Enerbrain. Sorry, yes. I say bad surname, right?
Yes.
Sorry for that. Pedro Ruiz, please, from Nestlé. And Guillermo Mas Martinez from Akbar, Suez. So we are ready now. Again, thank you very much to be here. The conversation is, please, go. The idea for today is to discuss or to illustrate, to showcase and so on, which is the circular economy, but especially through specific cases or real cases conducted by corporations and from a scale-up. We have two big corporates and a scale-up here, just to illustrate you how, from a perspective from a company that are facing the circular economy, in that case from the energy perspective, how they are working on collaborating with big corporations, and for the other side, how the corporations are facing this disruptive change that we are facing around us in terms of integrating the new technologies, collaborating with other stakeholders that normally they are not collaborating in a daily basis, and so on. So we will explore that. This will be the topic for today. Maybe as you already know, circular economy is around us. This is a very huge topic. I'm not a top expert on that, so I will not illustrate you in circular economy. I assume that you already know the topic. But of course, in our perspective from Shelify, which are helping companies to transform itself, we consider that circular economy is one of the main ways to face the transformation, because we are not talking only about cultural or new collaborations or new models or integrate technology. We are talking also to change business models, value chains, manufacturing, raw materials. We are talking about a big transformation. That is what means the circular economy. Of course, other part is that circular economy is a very big topic. So we will approach it from the perspective of the speakers, but of course it's a very big, huge and wide concept. And if you are okay, I will start with that guys that are, I think is a good experts, no like me. I will start with you, Guillermo. Maybe we can start saying maybe what is your position and your approach from Suez on circular economy, please.
Okay. First of all, Diego, thank you for inviting me to be today here at South Summit talking about circular economy. As we said before, I'm from Suez. I'm the innovation director. And we, as a company that manages resources, mainly water, we have a very close relationship with circular economy. For us, it's not a vision, it's a need, it's a must. And we are working on a daily basis, transforming our operations and considering the circular economy principles. In that sense, I would like to highlight some of the main challenges we are facing when we talk about circular economy, and they are mainly three. The first one is related to the environmental impact. We need to reduce that environmental impact that we are causing on the planet, and we all know why. We don't have a planet B, so it's the only way we have to keep the life in Earth. And the second main challenge that we are facing is we need to generate new business models, because I don't know if you are aware of this, but mainly the contractors that deal with waste are being paid according to the quantity of the tons or the quantity of resources they are treating. So that's not a good driver to promote or to foster the circular economy. And the third one, it's about the legislation, the regulations, because there are many regulations that are difficulting or are against the circular economy principles, and maybe a sort of sandbox could be a good idea to explore and to test new technologies and new ways to approach the circular economy.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Pedro, from the perspective of Nestlé, you are already, you also are, a very big corporation, so maybe you have more than one approach to the circular economy, but maybe you can explain your position and how you are doing that.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you our strategy in circular economy. My name is Pedro Ruiz. I joined Nestle 30 years ago, mainly working in factories as factory engineer, and 6 years ago working in sustainability and developing the strategic master plan in sustainability from a corporate point of view, from a transversal way through marketing, production, supply chain, along the value chain. We frame the circular economy in the purpose of the company, and it's not other than use the power of food to improve the quality of life now in future generations. When we talk about future generation, we talk with respect, and respect for people, from communities, and from the planet. And working with respect for the planet, we talk about our priorities in sustainability, that is climate change, what is the main challenge to reduce emissions, and also to promote circular economy with examples as packaging, as resources and waste. We talk about the watership of use of water. Okay. We talk about communication. We have to add value at what we know, and also there's a challenge about training and awareness of consumers, clients, so we made circular economy as one of the priorities in our strategic master plan.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Pedro. Please, Amos, your perspectives, I think, is totally different from a corporate.
Yes.
But
sure.
I think it's quite relevant.
Yes, I mean, we usually deal with big companies, so I introduce myself. My name is Amos. I am a key account manager in Enerbrain, which is a scale-up from Turin, Italy. And Enerbrain was born 6 years ago with one objective, which was to reduce the energy consumption in buildings, since buildings are consuming 40% of energy all around the world. So these are numbers that everybody knows. This is no more sexy. This is urgent. First of all, the idea of Enerbrain to reduce energy consumption includes itself the idea of circular economy, since something you are saving in terms of energy, and of course in terms of money, can be used for other aims. So basically, Enerbrain wanted to use technology and innovation to do this. And we are still here after 6 years, so we are 6 people. Scale up. I joined the team when we were like 6, 7 people, so the solution is working. It is a big challenge, actually, because sometimes the market, big companies are still linked to an idea of industrial economy. And circular economy is something that is linked to the territory, is linked to the local. So it's a bottom-up approach. And we need to link the two type of economics to make it work.
Yeah.
So usually we deal with a private company, but for us, companies are also public administrations, municipality, which is big level of complexity to introduce innovation and to start talking about circular economy in real terms, because I'm a commercial, but I'm an engineer too, so I have this struggle with it, and so I like to propose practice, real solutions in the short time, not as said Greta Thunberg a couple of days ago in Milan, like blah blah blah. We need to understand that circular economy, when we talk about climate change and circular economy, we're talking about job opportunity. This is not like cutting opportunity. This is to produce opportunity of a market which is already now filled of everything we know until now.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amos, for your vision. I think it's very
Thank you very
interesting just to understand how you are living that and you are contributing to that change from the perspective of a scale-up. I know them very well because they are also in our portfolio. So I know you very well, and they are doing a very good job. It's growing a lot and fast.
Fortunately, yes.
Taking your words from your words of when you are mentioned governments, other corporations, and so on, we are talking about ecosystems. We are talking about collaboration, and this is a huge part of the circular economy. Of course, you can face these kind of challenges from the inside out because you already know, maybe you have internally your knowledge, some capabilities, and so on, but mainly circular economy can be afforded if you share with local ecosystems, your local value chains, and you collaborate with them. In that box, how you are facing that, Guillermo, for example?
In our case, as I said before, circular economy is key for us and for our local ecosystems. Yeah. I mean, when we work in circular economy, it's because it gives us some important advantages. For example, if we create closed circuits in our surroundings, we are more resilient. In a case of a crisis, we can recover better from a shortage of suppliers, and we can also create a positive impact, economic impact, in our surroundings, and that's very important for us, of course. And in addition, we always work in an open innovation ecosystem mode. We collaborate with universities, research centers, scale-ups, startups, and we are launching soon a new call for startups based on circular economy. It's going to be called the Synapsis Open Challenge. So if you wanna, you are working on a startup or you have a solution related to circular economy, please contact me or Google the Synapsis Open Challenge and submit us your proposal.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. Absolutely. From your side, Pedro, also you are also, of course, collaborating with other part of the ecosystem.
Yeah,
no?
Of course. I fully agree with you. That is something bottom-up and something local. Yeah. And in case of managed water or managed energy, is some example. For example, we have the commitment to achieve zero net emissions in 2050, but we can do it by ourselves. We have making the ecosystem with suppliers, with all the stakeholders along the value chain. So we have some projects focused on that. And also in terms of water, or how managing waters, there are the factory, with the river inside we take water, but also the time hold of the companies, and how to manage all together the flow of the river and the water is also important. So to create an ecosystem and to work in a collaborative way is the way to work. In our case, we have saving the use of water in the last 10 years more than 50%, if we talk about Nestlé Spain. So changing one through cooling system for refrigerate the process to closed circuits. So just with this kind of investment, we are saving more than 50% of the use of water. That means about 2 million cubic meters. So that's an important quantity of water. No? And also in terms of energy, we are now with some investments about biomass boiler, how to produce steam, not from natural gas, but also from the coffee grounds that proceed from the own process of made soluble coffee. So we use the coffee grounds with a high calorific power to produce the energy for the process. So for one side, it's a circular economy model. For other side, it's a CO2 emission reduction, important CO2 emission reduction, because it's marginal. So in this kind of projects, we are working.
Excellent. And sorry, but in that specific case, you are collaborating with whom? With the other some startups or maybe?
Yeah, in the case of the boiler, we have one in Girona with coffee grounds, and we have another boiler in Cantabria, in La Penilla, for cocoa shell, to do the same, and it's with a startup called Enertica to work on that, to develop the project. So it's important.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Of course, again, your perspective is totally different for the result, but maybe it's interesting for the audience to understand is how you are collaborating with corporations. Normally, no, I'm not talking about provider clients, maybe other topics like how you find them open to do it, a part of the saving the money part.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is a tough topic, the money one.
Always.
I mean, still. Basically, as I mentioned before, we are collaborating with private or public partners. We like to say that we are not provider of a service, but we are partner up with other companies and other municipalities, not because we all have the same target here. In this room, we need to have more clean air and to consume less energy. And energy is something that you cannot touch. So it's very difficult to communicate your results. This is why it's difficult to keep money on one side and talking about other things, because the only thing that people can understand very well is money. And so when you say, okay, you're saving energy, you're a company, private company, so then you have one approach to, let them understand, which is maybe more economic. Then we have another approach, and which is more for public, talking about energy project at European level. So innovation projects, we are making a lot of dissemination from school, starting from the children. Then we are collaborating with municipalities because we are from Turin, which is a beautiful city, but we have a little problem, which is Alps. So no wind in Turin, a lot of pollution. And the municipality of Turin is aware of this problem. So we are one of the most polluted cities in Italy and Europe. This is why we started also collaborating with the municipality in order to make the quality of life better from all citizens and also colleagues. We live in Turin. The four founders of Enerbrain were in Turin. They went abroad, and then they come back to Turin because they wanted to make a change in Italy, starting in Italy, not in other countries. So going back to your point, working with the municipalities also means working with energy utilities. Big energy utilities. Local, like Iren, which is a local one in the north of Italy, or also big ones like Edison, for example. So multinational utilities. And this means change also their mindset in the topic of energy. So starting from the selling energy, and then you are going to tell them that they have to save energy. This is a big change of mindset. So who provides energy, who consumes energy, and who is making this process be optimized in the name of energy efficiency. So this is more or less the
excellent
panorama.
Absolutely. Big topic, the mindset. Okay, perfect. Maybe we can summarize, because when we are talking about, again, circular economy is a big topic. It's a very big topic. So we need to go down maybe with some cases on some specific examples. You already mentioned some of them, but maybe maybe I'm especially interested in how you are collaborating with new companies, no? SMEs, startups, and so on, because of course, maybe you can find that talent locally. If not, okay, you can do an open call, you can do an instrument to attract them to the local community, but in some case, you need to collaborate, means you need to be open, you need to change some mindset inside and processes inside your company, just to leverage that capabilities to a specific project. Maybe Pedro, you can give us some example on that. Huh?
If we talk about circular economy, we have to talk about packaging, waste packaging, and plastic, of course. So in that case, we have the commitment that in 2025, 100% of our packaging will be recyclable or reusable. We have a second commitment that we will collaborate with how to improve the infrastructure to selecting and recycling packaging waste. And also we have the commitment of incorporate recycled plastic in our packaging. So talking about the first commitment of how to make 100% of packaging recyclable, we have developed a project with a startup. It's called Benvirotech. That they have the idea to create plastic from microbes.
Bacteria.
Yeah, so from bacteria. So, and the bacteria comes from wastewater treatment plant slurry. So in that case, they have put a big container with as a laboratory to put the bacteria, to put the food from the slurry, and create this polymer. And now we have sent the polymer to our center in Switzerland, how to study the possible opportunities, how to use this biopolymer and produce from circular economy, because it comes from the slurry, and how to potentiate this Benvirotech startup. Yeah. So this is a good example of collaboration on that. And on the other hand, we have also a collaborative project with our competitors to improve circularity on flexible packaging, because flexible packaging in terms of recyclability is a challenge. We have all, not just Nestlé, all the food industry, we have this challenge because just few of flexible packaging is recycled today, but it's necessary to increase the recycling techniques to have the possibility of have recycled material food safety in contact with food, and just we have this situation solved with PET from bottled water, but we have to challenge with flexible packaging.
Absolutely. So it's a big challenge. Maybe I know the first project, Benvirotech, I know that startup. It's just to be aware on that. So when we are talking that they can produce a bioplastic, means that they need to produce the plastic in the form to be used with the actual manufacturers of the plastic. So they need to have this raw material in the same condition that they are taking now the current one. Yeah. And then you already told me that then at the end, they need to recycle that bioplastic also. So they need to secure that part also. So it's quite complex. Circular economy, of course, is quite complex. Not to be afraid of that, but it's a complex process.
Bioplastic comes from renewable resource, but at the end, after use, the recycling system is a polymer. You have to recycle as the normal.
The same conditions. Yeah. Yes. From your side, you are, as Suez, you are working with a lot of startups, of course. You are plenty of process with them, pilots, and so on. So maybe you can highlight a couple of them
Yes, we're collaborating with many, many startups and scale-ups, and I'm not going to name all of them, but I would like to explain mostly where do we work with them. Our main point of contact are our wastewater treatment plants. That's a bad name that we are changing because we prefer to call them biofactories because it's what they are really doing right now. In the past concept, they were treating residues, and once treated and depolluted, they were discharged to the environment. But now we are introducing those circular economy principles in our operations, and we are recovering and reusing high quantities, a high percentage of the water we treat. And that's something very important. We have our first reference 10 years ago in Chile, when nobody was talking about circular economy. We started with a pioneer project, and now we are applying this kind of best practices and this kind of best technologies we are using there in our facilities here in Spain, and with very interesting projects in Barcelona, in Alicante, in Granada, that of course I can share with you in another moment.
Absolutely. Very, very big projects. Huh? Amazing. In front of your side, maybe Amos is, I don't know how you find, because you already talk about the need of mindset, you need to put the money over the table just to figure out, to convince the companies that they are facing that. But let me say that, or related to consumption and reduce of consumption and so on, is a very huge topic of the companies are facing that. So
yes,
for you it's a natural way, no? It's a big market. So how you're...
Yes, let's say that now, when we started, we were sort of nice to have solution.
Yeah.
Okay, because it was the situation is urgent since 30 years, but nowadays we are like alarming. And anyway, our solution can reduce the energy consumption, as I said, and one big project that we already developed a couple of years ago, but it's still good to share because it's the good thing that we can replicate those results is with the municipality of Turin, and how a technology which uses artificial intelligence, IoT devices can improve in a short period a very good results. I mean, we are talking about saving 30% of energy in more or less 100 buildings in Turin, which means public buildings in Turin, composed by schools, offices, libraries, and other public spaces, museums, and so on. And we could install and make the system work in those 100 buildings in more or less 4 or 5 weeks. So this means that for companies in the tertiary sector, in the industrial sector, in public administrations, the using innovation. I don't mean using EnerBrain. EnerBrain is one of those, but there are many other companies and young guys that are suffering a lot to improve their solutions. That we need to listen to this change, because this is the only way to let the past, and the past is the industrial economy, and also bring innovation in big structures. So in big companies that, of course, Nestlé would be one of those. As they are big, it is a long way to bring innovation inside. So maybe there is a good idea, but from time zero to make it complete, we're talking about months or years. We don't have this time anymore. We need to go on straight to the objective. So our project with the Turin was an example, but I could explain some project with Carrefour or with private companies that consumes energy. But anyway, Turin is good because communicate the result, as I was mentioning before, is important to citizens because that's the objective. So for the citizens of Turin, our project meant doubling the trees in Turin. That is what people understand. So we could talk about reduce the kilowatt hours, the cubic meter of natural gas, and so on. But then if you say, okay, it's like having the double green area and public parks in Turin after any rain, this means that you cut a lot of energy, a cut of pollution. And I mean, this should be the basic to go on.
Thank you, Amos. Sorry, guys, we are very right on time. You are controlling me. Hope you enjoy the session and you have a little bit more clear ideas around circular economy. It's a big topic, but I think it's very, very interesting for all of us. Thank you very much to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diego. And I'm sorry that we had to cut you off in the end, but thank you for being with us. And that is it. That was day 2 here at South Summit 2021. We hope you enjoyed our program. We hope maybe that you go home a little bit inspired, or maybe you don't go home quite yet. But if you do decide to go out, feel free to go wild, but don't go too wild because we have an amazing program for you tomorrow on day 3. My name is Daniel and it was a pleasure to be your host. Have a wonderful evening.
Hola, hola. Vale, sí, que no salga sala, por favor.